morning, everyone. It's Catfish Tyler. And yes, I know I am late. 6 minutes to be exact. Time now, 9:21 a.m. Eastern Time from the great state of Michigan broadcasting. I did not schedule a live broadcast today like I usually do schedule them ahead of time. And but I want to let you know how grateful I am for all of you that will be here during today. I am not a financial advisor. My name is Catfish because I buy stocks on the bottom. Someone mentioned to me that I had my garage sale this weekend. Hey, man, somebody hitting that like button already? What the world you doing? Hitting that like button already. So I hope you like my thumbnail today. And because good morning, Crypto Fire. Good morning. This is my thumbnail today. Yeah, Sofi. Who's holding their back? Yo, number one. Machine 13, I'm sorry, but you happen to be number two. There's nothing wrong with having aspirations of being number one tomorrow, though. Good morning, Poppy, Mafia. Machine 13, beat me to it. Yep, there's some early birds, man, here today. So, folks, since I didn't get a chance to get what I wanted to up here, we're going to go back here. We're going to go here to write this, Sofi. And I think yesterday, Friday's low was it 682? Sofi. Friday's low was 682. Is that where we were? 686. Oh, good. Well, see, now this is a good trend we like, folks. 671, 672, 684, 686, today 690 or whatever. Right on up. Slowly and surely, folks, just rising slowly and surely on very, very moderate volume, which is really good for us, folks, in case you didn't know that. That is a very, very good signal right there. That looks good. I want to show you guys Sofi's end of day chart on Friday. Take a look at this. Good morning, Maurice Martin. Thank you for your donations, Maurice, recently. I appreciate it very, very much. And I call you out because you mentioned on Friday, and I did not catch it, or on Thursday, you mentioned that Riot had acquired 12% stake in BITF. And I missed that. See, guys, I actually take the time to go back and watch my videos for stuff and look in the chats for stuff I missed because there's so much coming in so fast. Plug is one to watch for a gap fill. My friend was mentioning Plug just the other day, last week. Double K, down my buddy down in Florida. Sorry, my hair's all messed up, folks. I didn't do anything with myself this morning. My wife would be so mad at me for looking so so poor. But you know what? I'm a guy, right? Guys don't care about stuff like that. If they can't see it, they don't give a damn. But I can see it, so I had to give a little damn there this morning. What a day. I'm tired, folks. Can you look into RTX and QCOM? I sure can. I sure can. I'll write them on the back of this sheet right here. RTX and QCOM. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're here with Catfish Tyler. It's the morning segment of the show. And we are talking here about the stock Sofi. And it's become very apparent to me anyway that there's simply an all-out effort by whom, I'm not sure, to hold Sofi back here. And quite frankly, my belief is because of institutional increases lately that it is the institutions that are keeping the price in check. until they can accumulate enough shares that where they're ready to let it really fly. And I'm of the same thinking of Uncle Bruce, who some of you are familiar with, and there are others that believe that SoFi has the potential to go far higher, and that all of those institutions that just purchased all of those, why am I with class? Don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I can't tell that. But before SoFi gets opened up, let's take a look at two stocks real quick. RTX has been mentioned, so we're going to take a brief look at RTX. There we go. RTX, 108 per share. 1 hour ago, they were just awarded a $677 million U.S. Navy contract for SPY-6 family of radars. Okay, so why in the world aren't they moving? That'd be the first question I have on news like that. What's the pre-market showing? Nothing. I'm a little puzzled by that. But let's go over here and look at their longer-term chart, 1 year. Well, sheesh. Why isn't this thing up 15%? Yeah. That's big news, man. 677 million U.S. Navy contract. Let's look a little deeper. They beat the street, beat the street, beat the street, beat the street. Revenue's gone up and up and up and up every year. Earnings are positive, positive, positive. It's got freaking 26 analysts, 7 with strong buy, 16 hold, and 2 David Chiaverinis. What the world? Wells Fargo maintains, Barclays maintains, Citigroup maintains, Bank of America maintains, maintaining, everyone maintaining. I have no idea why this stock isn't. Well, I guess you know what? For that reason alone, that on that big of a news, nothing happening, I would have to say, maybe not. Maybe not what I want to get into. Wow, that's insane. Why no movement in the price this morning on news like that? Well, folks, there you go. It just goes to show you how crazy the market is, doesn't it? Right? I just don't know what to tell you on that. The 1 year chart looks phenomenal. I mean, it really does. And this one seems to be kind of just riding under the radar. I don't know, man. It's a little steep in price. But so was Google 25 years ago, some would say. All right? So was Apple, some would say, 25 years ago. And so was SoFi, some would say now. It's a little steep, I think, right now. I'd like to get it down in the 650 range. It'd be nice if it dropped back down into the 5s, 4s even, where it was a year ago. Jeff Presley, welcome to the tank. Next, we just got through looking at this one here. Someone mentioned it, RTX. And Jeff, it's a little puzzling, I have to say. There's a company's 1 year chart that's just been gaining and gaining and gaining. It's 107 a share. And they get news this morning, 4 hours ago, that they just settled a $677 million U.S. Navy contract. They were just awarded this $677 million Navy contract. And in the pre-market, they're only up 0.5%. It's a mystery to me. But if, as I was just saying to the person who suggested it to me, if it's not moving on that kind of news, man, Angelo, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome, Angelo S. Sahi. Welcome, Sahi. Hi there. Welcome to the tank. Folks, we are talking about Sofi, but we're looking at a few other stocks before the market opens, and the market is open now, ladies and gentlemen. The market is open. We ring the bell, the market opens. Let's see where we go to right here today. Let's go see what happens with Sofi. Now, folks, we already all know Friday's low was 685, which was an increase over Thursday's low, and Thursday's low was an increase over Wednesday's low. So that's good. And the volume is at 1 million shares, and they're going to go for 685. I have a buy order at 684 right now on Sofi. I have a 100 share buy order at 684, and I have a 200 share buy order at 685. And do not do what I'm doing. Just because you hear me, just write it down on paper, folks, and monitor whether I was right to put in a buy at 684 and 685. See, because I think they might be able to tie yesterday's low, but that's all. So I got my 200 share at 685, 100 shares at 684. And then I'm not going to put in any more there because, hell, they could drive it down to 677, couldn't they? Or even 666. So I'm not going in too heavy, folks. And that's the recipe for the way I trade here, folks. I go in when I think we're getting at the bottom, I like to go in shallow. I do not dive in. I wade into a stock and then wait and see. And if it makes it move back up, I'll start building in behind it as it rises. That's the method we use here on this channel, folks. NVIDIA has successfully split 10 for 1. All right. Thank you. Let's monitor that. Let's go monitor NVIDIA. Thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. Now's the best time to buy if anyone's interested. Well, I'm seeing NVIDIA at 120. So there you go, folks. You just saw a stock that went from $1,200 down to $120 a share. And I agree, right now would be probably the best time to buy. Have they halted it? It says 933. I don't know why in the world they would halt it. There's no reason for them to halt it there. That would be just plain stupid. That wouldn't happen. Huh. Yeah, that's right. It's time to ride the wave again. Yep, Angelo. What in the world is going on with this NVIDIA right now? I guess it's got too many damn windows open up here. Sofi's trading along. Yeah. Sofi's. Folks, this is so cool. Look at that, folks. 1.5 million shares already traded in 5 minutes. And yes, and Friday's low was 686. It's live on other platforms. Thank you for letting me know that. Figures Yahoo. They're probably shorting it. Yeah, it's trying to update now. There we go. All right, she's running. Okay. Will the market receive this split nicely or not? How will they react? I bought one share of NVIDIA at $1,000, and I bought it at $980 on the night that they did an earnings call and the price dropped. They beat the street, and Danny Dimes 10 called me back. He notified me on my channel and said, "Hey, Catfish, look, NVIDIA just beat the street and it's down 10%. And I went, "What?" So I went over, and sure enough, right after they had the announcement, while they were still on the call, it dropped 10%. So I bought it then, thanks to Danny, because I knew that he had told me already they beat the street. So I knew it was being flushed out real quick by people that wanted to get in on it lower. They can, folks, just because someone beats the street doesn't mean they're not going to run the price down a huge amount. It's been done to Sofi a year ago on May the 1st. We beat the street for the 7th out of 8th time, and the price was driven down 30%. And 10 days after that, they took it down to $4.55 on David Chiaverini Day with his downgrade. And then what happened? A month later, the price was $10.23, up 125%. And I've shown people on a piece of paper I keep over here that the price has gone down into the 7s and back over 10 5 times this year. In the last year alone, down in the 7s and back over. Well, I'm going to watch this NVIDIA. For sure. And right now, folks, we are looking at Sofi as well, because we want to see it have a higher high again today, a higher low again today than on Friday. And I'll make the 4th day in a row. And it's definitely going to do that, in my opinion. I see no way for them to drag this down to yesterday's, Friday's low. And I think it's very, very good sign to see Sofi have a new higher low for 4 days in a row. We went from the low went from 671 to 672 to 684 to 686 to 689. If we can just keep doing that every single day, we're good. I just got Sofi. Muhammad, good call. Hey guys, welcome. Yo man, thank you for the GME sulfur. Oh, good. You're welcome, Muhammad. That is really cool to hear that. Now, I don't know, Muhammad, where you're located, but I'm always happy to hear when people make money on this channel. And all I ask them to do is help promote the channel if you made money off the channel. All right? Help promote the channel. Tell your friends about the channel. Hit the like button down there. Share a little of what you made with me. Help the channel stay up, because if we don't keep money coming in on the channel, we're not going to keep the channel going. I can assure you it will be terminated. It has to make enough to be worthwhile to be here 9 hours a day, people. And if you're making money on this channel, I just ask for a small contribution. There's a little dollar bill thing down there below the chat, or you can send it right directly to my Cash App right there. Right there. So anyway, that way YouTube doesn't get any of it. They get money off the advertising, though. Just so you guys know who you're dealing with here, my name is Catfish Tyler. I am not a financial analyst. I am not making any guarantees on this channel. I simply like to try to buy stocks at the low of the day and sell them at their highs. And do you think GME would be a good buy right now today? Well, I'm not sure. I haven't even looked at it at all right now. You guys already know I sold it. I got out at the highs, and then I missed the high. I missed the high by quite a bit, but still, I made a lot. I doubled my money on it, and you guys know where I sold it, $38.88, and look at it, $28 this morning, $27 now. Woohoo! All right, now it went way higher than I sold it, but I made double my profit money, and that's all we want to do on this channel, folks. If you can double every time, you'll be pretty happy, wouldn't you? You'd be a happy camper. And there's a lot of people that have lately. MLGO, thank you for the alert. MLGO, I wanted to thank you for that. I might want to sell it. MLGO, you guys are so good here on this channel about keeping us informed on ones you know that we own, and that is so good of you to do that. GME is pump and dump gamble. Yep. I have a lot of money. Yeah, good. Send some to this channel and help promote it. MLGO up 20% this morning. Yes, guys and boys and girls. 535. Wow. Oh, yeah, yes. MLGO 535. Institutions buying in, holding it back to get in, accumulate. Well, in case you guys didn't know, this is what I was telling everybody back here. I was saying on June the 5th, buy MLGO. Hold on a second here. This is what I have written down here. You guys just hold on. I don't know what's happening here with my thing. That's fine. Put this back here, there. So I wrote down, buy on June the 5th, MLGO. Buy it Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. That's what I wrote down. Those of you that are on this channel, MLGO. If I take it back to this, and I'm looking at June the 5th at 10:30 a.m., let's go see what the price was. If I was right to get it there or not. Well, it doesn't look like it. Let's see, June the 5th, 10:30 a.m. That's when I said to buy it. June the 5th. So the price was right there, $6.92. And by the way, I didn't buy it at those prices. Here's where I bought it, $6.66. You can see these. So I'm down a little bit right now on it, but man, she's popping right now, and who knows how high she'll go. I did buy more of it when it ran down too, by the way. Yes, I averaged down on that for sure, which was a wise idea when they ran it down. Trying to find that buy sheet right now. Yeah, when you go in light on something and they run it down, you just get a lot more of it. This stock was up 500 something percent. I bought it at 657 also. I bought, you can see shares of it here that I was buying, 666, 657, 688. So I've got a lot to make up still back on this one, but it's moving good. Thank you for the heads up on that. I appreciate it. She's definitely moving. And but hey, a lot of these stocks, folks, this is why you do not go in on them in majorly heavy numbers, okay? You got to be reserved. I tell everyone on this channel, wade in on these. But MLGO looking good. Now up 28%. Holy smokes, I might get my money back and maybe even make some. All right, let's go look at some others. NVOS, you guys know about this stock. We've made a lot of money on it. She just went green. Whew. Nice. I want to get back over to Sofi. Got to keep an eye on our bread and butter, folks. This is our bread and butter right here. This is where our money is going to be made. And I mean in a big way. And I've got 2 buy orders in right now on Sofi at 684 and 685. I don't think they're going to get there, because the reason they want that number, though, is because yesterday or Friday, the low was 686. Okay? So I'm looking for, and really I should put one in here at 686 as well for 100 shares, because they might just tie it and be happy with that. But right now, they drove it down earlier and only 3 cents above yesterday, and that was 2 cents above the day before, and that was 8 cents above the day before, which was 1 cent above the day before, which I like a lot. I like seeing the lows going up and up and up and up. It means resistance is at each higher number, and that's all I want to see. Just let them come on in. The water's fine. Yep. And this number here, folks, this isn't going to keep us from going over 7. We're going to go over 7 from this 693. This is on my sheet of paper to buy back when it gets up to 697 or 698 and I sell it. That's the number I buy it back at, starting at 693. 693, 692, and 691 is where I buy it back. SOBR down 12%. Oh, that's a sobering experience. But you guys already know, those of you who have owned sober in the past, you already have seen how much we've made on that. I mean, come on. SOBR. It's down 9%. It was down 12. But you guys know how much we've made on this stock already. Look at those massive jumps that we made money on. I mean, we have killed it on this stock. You know, this is the day it took off. I said we'd buy it the next morning after they washed it out. So we bought it the next morning after they washed it out. Then they ran it back up here again and we sold it. Then they're washing it out again. Look at it. These charts look pretty similar to one another. It's got that big peak, and then you got that, and you got a big peak, and then you got that, and you got the wash down, then you got another big peak. Well, there's the wash down, the slow wash down, and repeat, and will it go boom up here again? Could be a good place to pick it up right there. As a matter of fact, it's really at a level right here where it's trading at that point right there, which was right in here twice before it popped even to that. Man, they're working this stock right now, folks, and they're washing them out right here. It's been a long time sideways, too, right there. You're talking a good duration there for at least a week, and they're trying to take it one step down and then pop it. I think this could be the pop and drop right here, to be honest with you. I like it at 29 cents, to be honest with you. Write it down on a piece of paper, everyone. You don't have to buy it there. You don't have to buy it there. But I do like it at that number, believe it or not. We're looking at MLGO. You can see that it was down big time on Friday, but today recovering very nice. It was down 20%. They washed it out completely on Friday, and now it's up 30%. All right. Go, baby. What's the news? See if they got any breaking news. Nope, 6 days ago news. See, it's just pure and simple manipulation, everybody. They got everyone out. They shook them out on Friday big time. This is just the way the market is, folks. You got to 612. Whoa, now we're getting into sell zone, folks. Hold on, because I bought this at 567, 597, 601, 587, 598. Whoa. I really do appreciate you for alerting me to MLGO, whoever that was that just told me. That's big time. Thank you. When you start seeing that kind of movement, man, whoa, look out. And there's a big time battle going on here. Let's get in on this one-day chart, folks. Come on, let's look at this thing close. Let's take a very good look at this. Wow, look at all that volume right there. What in the heck? This thing's going ballistic. They might halt it. So it's trickling along since the bell at 4,000 shares that minute, and 13,000, and 16,000, and 39,000, and 49, then 135, then 510, then 464, 510. Then 564. The volume is growing here, folks. This volume is growing. Let's see that happen with Sofi one day, folks. One day you're just going to see the same thing, all of you that are here on this channel with me now. You're going to see this on Sofi, and you're going to be so freaking happy. Why aren't you using TradingView? Because the number one most used resource for retail buyers in the United States is Yahoo. The number one source for more people in the United States than anywhere, and actually in the world, is Yahoo. Believe it or not. She got another leg, man. She's running, folks. Let's keep an eye on this volume per minute. GM, huh? Just let me look at this a minute, guys. Hold on. I got stock here in this. I got a lot, and I bought in the upper fives of this, and I bought in the sixes too, where I need to, get. This took quite a hit. I took quite a hit on this before when it dropped, and now I'm going to get my money back and make some, maybe. I'll look at that in a second. CCM up 9%. Yeah, baby. Well, this MLGO is not going to go down anymore. This thing could go right back up into the 7s and 8s, and so I'm watching it real close. But I thank you guys, all of you, for the heads ups. GM, huh? Well, I'll go look at them. Not GME, but I do want to look at GameStop, and then I'll go to GM. All right, GM. That's nice. What they announce? GM leverages Costco partnership in bid to boost EV sales in the U.S. Okay. Huh. Well, be careful, folks, because this is the time you can get some over buying, and then they'll attack it down because they want to buy it cheaper before it does really go off. So look for a drawback before it just keeps running up. Of course, then again, this could get carried across the coast to the West Coast and then push it even higher, and it could just keep climbing. But I'm not sure I want to get in right there yet. Oh, yeah, they're already going to come back to 46.88 right there. Okay. But thank you. That's a good one to have an eye on. If it can break 46.88 and go on up, it'll break over 47. If it gets away from 46.88, there's a good chance it'll get to at least 46.97. And if you own this stock and you day trade in, you might want to take a little off the table there at 46.97, 98, 99, and then look for a pullback to 46.93 or 46.88 if you're day trading it. That's what I would suggest. They're going to hold it 46.88 if they can. Oh, look at that. Well, there's your, look at all the CCM up 17% now. What is going on with these stocks we own? What is happening here today, everybody? Ching, ching. CCM. Wow. See, here's the deal with these things, folks. When something runs up 700%, like these stocks have been doing, or up 500%, and they just halted this thing, it looks like. When something runs up like that much, and we're going to go over here and show you the 1 month chart. See, when something runs up that much, there was a lot of enthusiasm, folks. Tata Motors share price. There was a lot of enthusiasm behind this move. And so they had to, the next day, wash it out good. So they've washed this out now for a whole week. And I've held it the whole time. I just said, well, they're just really, really washing this out. And I even said to people at the time, listen, if you're buying this with me right now, please be very, very cautious, because I don't know what the damn thing is going to do. It's been up 700%. It could easily go back 500 to 600%, is what I told you. And man, did it do that. And I want you to see here, this CCM was up majorly. And even when it dropped, I want you to see, I got $2,000 in this. But look where I came in. All right? So even I came in too early. The price had gone all the way up to how much? $2.03. So at a 30% drop, I thought we'd see some stop losses triggered at 30%. So that's why I bought right there. But folks, man, I got my butt spanked on that one. Yeah. Oh, I show people when I make mistakes too. I don't mind showing people. But the darn thing was up from, where was the price? It was 50 cents to $2. It was up 4 times, right? It was a four bagger. So I figured, okay, I'm all right to buy back somewhere right around here. That's what I thought. Well, I thought wrong, didn't I? Catfish was wrong. So there you go. There are times when I am wrong. And I was wrong on several stocks in the past, but fortunately, we had already made so much money on them in the first time run up that it didn't matter that we missed it the second time, because we were up so much on the first run. So the second time was a minimal loss compared to the maximal gains that we got on the run ups. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Back to SoFi, folks. Back to SoFi. Okay, well, will they get to my numbers, 685 and 684, or will they not? I'm going to go ahead and put in a 686 here, too. I'll just put in a 686 just to piss them off. Put in a 686 right here. Like I said, just to make them mad. And I will do 200 at 686. Just to try to keep that support there above that 1 penny above where we went for the low yesterday. So we're going to put in a buy order here at 684, 685, 686. I've already got 100 at 684, 200 at 685, and 200 686. And doggone it, they just can't even do it. They can't do it. They can't muscle it down. Well, I'm glad to see that. If I don't get those orders, I'll be fine with it. All right. We got to look at QCOM. Somebody mentioned this one earlier. I'm not worried about Sofi now. Matter of fact, now would be the time to put your buy orders in at 689, and then as soon as it hits 692, go to 690. All right. I see it. What's the news? ARM's courtroom battle with Qualcomm risks halting wave of AI-powered PCs. Oh boy, 3 hours ago. The thing doesn't even hesitate to keep rising in the news, in the face of that adverse news. Taking a look at them over the 1 year chart, looks very good. And that's a nice, what I call a shoulder. This is not a spike stock, folks. This is good here. Every one of, what I mean by that, it's not a spike stock. I'll show you. I'll show you a difference. Let's look at Sofi's chart just to get a comparison. Hold on a second here. And look at Sofi's 1 year chart. Look at the spikiness on this thing. Every one of these things is a spike. It's a spike. It's a spike. It's very spiky. See that spike? There's another spike right there. This thing is spiking all over the place. But compare that to this chart here. Much more moderated, okay? And right now, folks, that is a very nice looking little cup handle formation right there. This is a nice shoulder building on this. I thank you for telling me about it. I like that. Chart-wise, it looks fantastic. All right, let's take a look at this over here. Yeah, beat the street, beat the street, beat the street. Their revenues have dropped back a little bit, and their earnings over the last year, which is a little bit disheartening. You like to see them keep getting higher and higher, like Sofi's. And but this is quarter by quarter by quarter. A little drawback there on the last one. A little pullback on the earnings quarterly. As far as analysts, there are 8. Whoa, we've seen 16 analysts come away from this stock recently. Why? Why would 16 analysts stop doing coverage on it? Going from 6 saying long, 17, 6 saying strong buy, 17 buy, and then you've got 15 saying hold, and now you go to 3 strong buy. 10 of the buys went away, and the holds, 3 of them went away, or 2. So that's a little discouraging to see that, but at least they're not attacking it down. This one says buy to buy, 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 neutral to neutral. There's none of these David Chiaverinis in there on this one. That's for good. That's good. That's good too. I like it. I actually do like it. I'm a little disheartened by the late performance with revenues and earnings pulling back a little bit, but I do like the stock. And I think with a chart like that, man, wow, you could like to see that continue. That would be nice to see that. I like it, and it looks set up to make a nice move on up from there. To me, that's a shoulder. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Write it down, people. Qualcomm 207.89, 207.89. And SoFi holding up here good. They are not going to get to the number they want. They did hit 688. Yay. Congratulations, Shorty. 688. Wow, you muscled it up again. And by the way, folks, I've already told you, every single time I've bought this stock at $6.88 in the past, over the last year and a half, I've sold it over $10. Every single time. Now, I haven't sold all my shares, but I've sold a big chunk once at $11.66. And there were a lot of people on this channel with me on that day that we did it together. And we've been buying it through the 4s and the 5s and the 6s. And then it shot up to 11 and we sold it. Go back to July 31st video. You can see them all dated. All my videos are dated, except this one. And by the way, speaking of that, I'm glad I remembered. I need to go in here and make some changes to this video. Let's do this. Hold on a second here. You guys can watch me in action when it comes to the technical side of all this. So this is my channel today. Right now we're gonna watch our stream that we're streaming. That'll be cool. And but we're gonna change this stream as well. So just bear with me for a minute here, folks, while we do a little technical stuff. So we're gonna come over here. We're going to view your channel, and we're going to go to this live stream. Boom. And there it is. Now we're going to move this over to this other monitor here. All right. Boom. So we just moved it over here. And so you just give me a second here. And SoFi has bounced, folks. SoFi has bounced. There's no more 688. That went very quickly. That was all gobbled up by the institutions, most likely. I make no guarantees on this channel. I'm not a financial advisor. So now we're watching the live stream on the other monitor. And what we're going to do here is we're actually going to open up 2 windows for YouTube, because I want to show you something else here. At the same time, I show you this. All right, there we are, the way I started out this morning. And we are live. We are live. We are up and running live. And so, yeah, this 722. Oh, it's going to go beyond 722. I hope it does. Where is it now, man? What in the heck is that silly thing doing? MLGO. I got to get it moved over. Wow, look at that thing and fast forward. One day. Wow. That thing is erratic. Let's move it on over here. Near SoFi. Oh, I've got it 2 places opened up now. Boy, look at him come at it, man. Wow, I think it's going to bounce right here off 513. I think 513 is the bounce, folks, right? So all they wanted to do was get it there and say, look where we bought this at 513 and sold it at 8 today. So they can say they bought it at 513. That's what I'm saying. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. Right there, I think Muhammad is. At 513, I thought it was a good buy. Right here would be a good spot to pick some up, perhaps, because they wanted to get it back down. Oh, look at that. Whew. Big regression, man. They're trying to pull it down, man. They're trying to scare people out again. They didn't want it to get away from them. They want in here in the 5s. I would say a good spot right here to pick up 10 shares of it. 50 shares, not too much. Don't dive in. Don't tell me you bought 5,000, all your money. Don't tell me you did that. That would be silly. Use 10% of your money to get it here. Even 5%. Be conservative. Start conservatively every time you go in on a stock, folks. Be reserved. Wait and see what it's going to do. Feel it out. Watch it close. All right, I want to get back over here. Just give me a second here. GameStop would be a good spot right here, I think. GameStop looks good right there, starting to climb. Sober's down still 8%. I'm looking at the one-day chart on that. You guys just give me a minute as I look across this one. These. MLGO back down to 513, which is where they're going to try to hold it. Yep. I actually like it here. Man, that was a lot of volume pouring in on this thing, man. A lot of volume. Man, this thing could easily turn and go right back up, man, you guys. There's a lot of volume on this for some reason. I like it here at this number. Yep, the volume's even increasing right now as we speak, folks, on this. If you get in here, you can look at them coming in more. One-day chart. Let me get over here on this. So they suppressed it right down to the 45 and 50-day moving average lines here, folks. They got it right back down to that 45 and 50-day, and that's where you would want to see resistance there at that, and it did. It is resisted there. It looks good. This is the 45-day, the blue one, and the gold one is the 50-day moving average, folks. I have not looked at Ford. In your soul, thank you for letting me know about RCAT. No thanks says, hey, I have like $4 worth of some random crypto bonk, but it's always up or down about 5%. Is there a way to make profit on crypto? Hold long. UP lock, drop it. FCell. FCell has had some crazy history trading on it. I know. I used to own FCell at one time, and I've made some money on it because it was erratic back in the time. You could make money on it. 99 cents up 14%. Huh? Wonder what made them move up that much. They have an announcement again about the management being upset. No, it was Mullen that did that. MULN. Reports Q2 loss. Tops revenue estimates, though. Huh. Well, if they can hang over $1, good. But if they don't even touch them. How strong do you think this one could go? You look at Ford. I have not looked at Ford. FCell, though, looking over here, they have done well in performance. They beat the street. Their revenues are actually starting to get better. Looking at their quarterly, let's take a look. Yeah, their revenues are getting better, but their earnings are getting better, is what I mean. And losses, taking away the losses, but their revenues are dropping each quarter. I don't like them. I'm sorry. Even up 14% today, I'd just sell it here and walk away, wash my hands of that. And I could be wrong, but that's just not good to see that happening, in my opinion. So I'll avoid that one. Okay. Keep a lookout for Invos. Yep. I've already shown people it this morning. Right here. Yep. WISA. I'm watching this for some people that bought it some time ago and are hoping it goes back up. Looking at some stocks this morning, people have suggested RTX was one of them. And I do like this a long-term play. RTX. This stock looks good. And so I suggested, yeah, I like the way that looks. But the odd thing is about this stock today is they were just awarded a $677 million U.S. Navy contract for Spy 6 family of radars. And look at that price get just smashed out. And they're shaking it out even more now. Look at that. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. But I'm telling you about it, folks, because they might wash them out here right before they really pop this thing on that news. I can't believe it. And the volume is not all that high. I just don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. But someone brought it to my attention. I'm bringing it to yours. You can weigh it out. You can decide what you think. If you look at their long-term chart there over the last year, folks, that is one awesome looking chart right there. I mean, awesome over the last year. And they pay a dividend. This stock pays a dividend. Pays a dividend of 2.33%. RTX, I like it. Like dividend stocks. Well, Sofi is holding up strong here, rising now, and the volume is at almost 4.3 million shares in 40 minutes of trading. That is good. That is good. Stephen the Mountain says VS stock is spiky. Jack Grant, you think it'll hit 722? I have no idea. Would MLGO be a good buy at 532? Well, I just got through telling you that it looked like it was when they dropped it right back down to the 513 just a minute ago. And I did move it over here. I want to keep an eye on it. 533, so I was right. That 513 was a good spot there. I think this thing could go much higher. This volume is very interesting on this today. I like seeing the volume. We're going to refresh this page here. I want to look at these candlesticks. Stop. I want to look at these candlesticks. RCAD up 17%. Thank you for that knowledge. MLGO up 21.33%. And she has more. She's going to cross over right now. You can see she's about to cross the 10-day moving average, the 45-day and 50-day, a crossover of the 10-day moving average. And boy, howdy. Look at that thing break away right there. Why? Why did it do that? Of course, there's going to be a washout right there back down to the 50-day moving average. Then whoosh, here she goes. Ride the wave, people. Oh, my God. Look at that. 543 now. Ride the wave. Look at that thing. Well, they washed them out, folks. They had to wring them out the weekends. They just wrung them out. And now let's see what this thing does. Watch how fast it can go up to once they've wrung out the sleepers. Once they've wrung out the weekends. Watch. Look at that. A 9-cent jump. Watch how fast this might run back to $6, everybody. And beyond. Somebody wanted in before it really went off to the sky. And they got it down to 513 to get in there.
I'm going to my dentist appointment.
All right. All right. I love you. Oh, my goodness gracious. Now, our number one... No, I'll start sneezing like crazy, Punky. This looks good. This looks good. Stay right there, folks, and kill these shorts on the lows. Folks, this is what I'm trying to get at about this stock Sofi right now, in case you guys weren't aware of it. I'm looking at the historical data right now, and the historical data shows me one thing, and which is all I care about, and that is that the low 4 days ago was 671, and then the next day 672, and the next day 684, and the next day 686, and the next day 688. And people, that's all I care about. If this stock were to do this type of move every single day from now to earnings, you wouldn't believe where the price would be on earnings day. Just 2-3 cents a day, folks. It's going to make a big difference come earnings day. And some of these days, it's going to go up more than 2 and 3 cents, I believe. Once it really gets the momentum behind it and people see, man, they can't hold this thing below 7. Let's just get on in and ride it back over 10 again on the next earnings. That's what I think is going to happen. I could be wrong, but I think we'll go over 10 on the next earnings, and this time it's going to stick there because of institutions. I've been showing everybody lately here on this channel, institutional ownership on SoFi has risen now from 700 to 825 in 7 months. So you got like 15 institutions a month coming in, taking up long positions. Shorts have reduced from 33 to 25, and long and short has reduced from 33 to 24. And over here, the long share institutional ownership has come in for an increase over the last 90 days of 14.82%. I compare that to the biggest bank, digital bank in the world right now, which is Nubank, the biggest digital bank in the world right now. And what is their institutional gain in the last 90 days? 2.52%, people. There's the comparison. This is the number one digital bank. We are number two. SoFi is number two. And the number one digital bank is seeing institutions pulling away from it. Look at the chart, and you can clearly see they're leaving. They just reduced their position in the last 90 days. They dropped. Look at that. They're getting out here. They're actually reducing their position in the number one bank. Are they moving to SoFi? Because that's not happening with SoFi. In fact, this is what is happening with SoFi's chart to compare the two. Here's SoFi's chart. Holy smokes. And folks, I want to tell you something right now. This line that you see right here, I've been showing everybody this chart for a month now, and this line was never right there. This line was down here a fraction above. These were all a fraction above, and this line right here was a fraction above until today. So why all of a sudden have they changed this line that was sitting right here all last week? Go watch any of my videos. Why did now they're showing this big, this medium spot here in between there and there? See, this was an accented jump up to here from right there, and they've changed this now. Folks, you know me. This is Catfish you're talking about. I've been watching this stock a long, long time, and I've been watching this chart, and I've been showing the pictures to people. As a matter of fact, one of my latest videos shows that right there. I'm going to show you right now. Hold on a second. They've changed this chart. See, because I guess maybe they didn't want everybody to see this massive all of a sudden increase. You guys give me a second here. Hold on. I hope you like what I put up today. See? Look at this, folks. Look at this right here. That's what the chart has looked like. This has changed, folks. I posted this video. This was my thumbnail on the video 1 week ago about institutions buying in. And look at the chart. Look how much this one recently had jumped up. See that? See it? Now they've changed this line on the chart on the institutional and moved it up here in the middle. They've moved it up now. Huh. Well, how interesting is that? And I find that very interesting that they've decided to do that. Huh. Have all the reports been coming in and changed that now? I mean, are they that delayed coming in? I don't know. But I find that interesting. Look how this chart has changed. on institutional ownership of SoFi shares. As a matter of fact, I'm so going to prove this to you guys. And by the way, I want you to see something here. Look at my channel here. Now 10,617 subscribers, 4,000 more in the last 28 days. Wow. Thank you, everybody, for helping make this channel grow. But what I want to show you guys is going to be very interesting, I think. And we're going to go to your channel. Just give me a second here, folks. As we look at SoFi's chart, SoFi's main page. Oh, she's gone. She's gone. Forget about it. The washout's over. They cycled it 3, 4, 5 times. Look at that. They rinsed it 5 times out this morning. Look at that. Yeah, they rinsed it. They rinsed it once there. They rinsed it twice. They rinsed it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. They rinsed it 7 times, people, before they washed everybody out. Now I'm going to go to my live feeds. Okay. You see this? That chart was put up 6 days ago showing the picture that I took from Fintel. This was Fintel's chart. I took this image from the Fintel chart 6 days ago. Why has this line here, second to the last, now moved up to right there? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Why have they changed this chart right here? And it's interesting. This one here, if I zoom in on it, look, you can still see it. See, this is from this one. I haven't refreshed the page. This is from Friday. See how the chart was on Friday afternoon, everybody? That's what it looked like on Friday afternoon. I think this is interesting, so I'm just showing it to you. This is what Fintel's institutional ownership on SoFi looked like Friday afternoon. Look at that massive increase. And they didn't like you seeing that, see? I don't think they liked you making me that noticeable. And that now, if I refresh the page on it, which I'm going to do right now, I'm refreshing the screen, and let's see what happens now. Look at that. Look at that change. You see that change? What in the world? I don't get it. I don't understand that. All right. Well, folks, there you go. Another mystery surrounding this stock. There's so many strange things that go on around the numbers with this stock and just basically everything. What in the heck is going on? Why did they change that? Is it, like I said, folks, is it a delay? Yeah. Is it a delay in them reporting these? And so there's even more? Well, I'll tell you what. I know how to find out. I'll go down here and see how many came in here recently on the 29th, the 28th. That's the 24th, the 23rd, the 21st, the 20th, the 16th, the 15th. I'm not seeing it. I don't see any increase at all. I've been monitoring, guys. You know I've been monitoring this a long time, and I don't see any increase at all. I don't see it. I've looked at these already. I've looked at each one of these that's coming in to see who they were and what type of groups are coming in right now versus the old ETFs. And these are different people coming in on SoFi now. Index funds, like I said. Index funds. Yep, an equity fund right there. Another index fund right there. But folks, I'm telling you, they're changing the view. They're changing the view. They don't want you to see that massive spike and increase that I've been showing everybody lately. They've tried to make this look a little more. You see that? They don't want you to know what Catfish shows you guys on this channel, everybody. They just don't want you to see it. And so they will modify and change things to their liking to make this look more natural, okay? Because to see it jump from here up to there, they don't like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they don't want everyone to see this sudden surge of institutions coming in, and I guess I'm starting to get to them and make them mad here on this channel. They don't like me pointing these things out, so they got to change them now, huh? What do you know? I'm just saying I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, the Earth is flat. I have a song on YouTube about it. Go listen to it. Is the Earth really flat? It's one of my songs on YouTube. Go check it out. I think you'll like it. It's got some very interesting words to it, and it is on YouTube. I'm not professing that I believe the Earth is flat, but I sing a song about it. And there's a line in the song says, "Be careful if you go down this rabbit hole because it's deep." Okay, it's a very deep, deep, deep rabbit hole about the Earth being flat and so forth. And to give you a little bit, just quickly, a deviation from the stocks for a moment, one of the things that people talked about was the reason that there was a proof that the Earth was flat because when they build these bridges and these highways, these grades that they're pitching these things on go for miles and miles without changing grades when they should actually be deviating to make up for the curve. See, but they go for stretches all the way across the United States using the same. They're using, as you know, what the instruments that they use for making sure that the road remains level. And when they got all those transits set up and they're measuring that, they don't deviate on, and even on bridges too. It's the same thing. There's no these longest ones like down in Florida. There's supposed to be a curvature because the Earth is curving, right? But they're using these transoms and they're using, and the word is escaping me right now for, you know what I know, I know what I'm talking about here. But folks, transits, when they set them up and they set them up, it's interesting that they don't allow, and I didn't know that either, but also there's other things going on with looking across Lake Michigan and being able to see Chicago skyline, which you shouldn't be able to see. They're showing buildings from halfway up, and because of the curvature, if you're standing in Michigan, you should not be able to see 3/4 of the buildings. You should see just the tips of them. But you can see much of the skyline of Chicago from this side on the Lake Michigan. And so there's a lot of things going on there. They aren't long enough to matter. There is a curve. I live in Florida. Yeah, I grew up in Florida. I believe that I grew up in Haiti too. I was down in Haiti along the equator. So, but anyway, there's a theory that the Earth is flat. They aren't long enough to matter. The Earth is, and the highways that go all the way from New York to California are long enough to matter. And the grades that they're pitching them at remain constant is all I'm trying to say, and they shouldn't. And that's just one argument. But there's many, many, many people out there that profess that the Earth is, well, listen, here, let me explain one other thing. Hilarious, they aren't long enough to matter. Let me explain one other thing. There is an absolutely undeniable fact that the southern hemisphere of the world is larger than the northern hemisphere. Okay, that cannot be denied. And why do you think that the United Nations, the League of Nations, or whatever it is, it's the United Nations, I'm trying to think of it, the other one, uses the flat map, the flat Earth map? Anyway, there's a lot of interesting things going on there. The grades are constant, but the elevation is not. Mr. Metzger, fish. Let me just. This topic of conversation is definitely going to get people interested, but I want you to know that it has been proven. And if you don't believe me, go back over and you'll see Mr. MB333, who is very much knowledgeable about weather and the Earth and what's going on with solar flares and water levels in Lake Powell and so forth. And he monitors what's going on at Hoover Dam and so forth and the lake levels and the volcanic activity around the super super volcano over there in Yellowstone, and he monitors a lot of stuff going on around the world. But one of the things that he found out, which he found was very interesting information, was by monitoring sunrise and sunset times in the northern hemisphere at a certain latitude and versus the southern hemisphere at a certain latitude. And if you compare the time the sun rises and the sun sets, it's an absolute undeniable fact that in the southern hemisphere, there's an extra amount of seconds in a day's length, proving that the southern hemisphere of the world is, in fact, larger than the northern hemisphere. Now, it's not huge, but there is a difference. So hundreds of thousands of people know things, but are able to convince billions of the opposite. Let's remain in reality. You will get more sleep, I promise. No, I never said I believe the earth is flat. I just wrote a song about it. It's on YouTube right now. Go look at it. It's Tyler Self, Is the Earth Really Flat? Click on my playlist down there, and it's one of them on the playlist. You can pick it out and play it. And by the way, I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but when you click on my music playlist, I've got 140 original songs on YouTube, and I have videos with many of them. And when you click on my playlist, for some reason it says videos not available. But if you look down there they all are. You just click on one of the videos, boom, it starts playing. So I don't know what's going on with my playlist link. I don't know why it tells people this video is not available. But just look down below there, and there they all are, all my songs. You just hit the top one, and then they'll all play. And but you can find that one song on there called Is the Earth Really Flat? And it's an interesting song. NASA 2 with the flat map. Yes, NASA 2. NASA has a flat map. Yes. Yep. Yeah. David Westbrook says, Chris said the same thing. Chris Levy, highest is number 10. The grades are constant, but the elevation is not. Yep. Count the bar lines. There is extra one from where it starts to look. 1 8 bar. Back. Count, please. But that's what I see. The last one. That is the highest. Well, thank you. If you put 2 people in a room and gave them a secret to keep, it would be impossible for one of them not to tell. Conspiracies aren't real. I like it. You cannot protect any buy that you buy in from going lower. That's why I tell people to go in very, very gently when you come in first, and then monitor it as it rises. There is a curve. I live in Florida. Yep. See, it's definitely not flat. I have circumnavigated the world due to the U.S. military. Yeah, I'm not a proponent that I believe it. I just wrote a song about it because there's so many people that are talking about it, and they keep, I thought it was a very good controversial topic to write about. Not that I believe it, but a lot of people do. And they have all these arguments that I'm giving to you right here and now. They use lasers and they shoot them across great distances. And, there's all types of people on YouTube trying to prove to you that the earth is not round. And they've shot these things up into space, and they look around, and, but I will tell you one thing that I found very, very interesting. Have you guys ever heard of Longines watches? Longines, Longines, I believe is how it's spelled. There's an interview on YouTube by Longines watches about a gentleman that led a group of the military down to the South Pole, where he's describing vast amounts of land, vegetation, more land than you could ever find in the United States. I mean, more land than you could imagine that he was describing. And look it up. It's a video. His name is Admiral Baird. Hold on. Yeah. It's almost as if he's describing some place that doesn't exist. And he says that We're going to be making many more trips down there, he said. When did we go back? He said, we're going to go back, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm going to show you this, guys. And you'll if you listen to this, you'll be scratching your head about what in the world is this guy talking about, okay? Just give me a second here. Admiral Byrd, BYRD interview, Longines watches. I'm gonna show it to you now. Longine watches. Admiral Byrd, BYRD interview. I think that's his name. There it is, right here. Yep. So, folks, you got to go and you got to watch this video right here. All right. It's a 14-minute video. And you tell me what the hell this guy is talking about. Okay. I'm not kidding you, folks. It's time for the Launching Chronoscope, a television journal of the important issues of the hour, brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So this is a TV show that was on back in the, I guess, in the 50s or 60s. And they're talking to this gentleman in the military, a very established, very high-ranking member of the military, and he's describing what's going on down there in South America. And folks, I'm telling you, it is almost hard to believe what you're hearing him talk about. And you can see the look on these guys' faces that are in it. Why couldn't they fake it? I don't know, but I'm telling you, he said this is the North Pole used to be a no man's land, but these are the days when buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. And only 60 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight, it says, here is Admiral Byrd, found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent that made the first discovery flight. And I must say that Admiral Byrd is here tonight, not only a guest living, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, welcome to the show. Been to the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal? Yes, to adventurous young Americans. Yes, there is, he says. And not up around the North Pole because it's getting crowded up there now because they found out it's really usable not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being, and that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And it's, I think it's quite astonishing, he says, that there should be an area as big as that, unexplored. That's a tremendous, there's a lot of adventure left down there. The bottom of the world, he says. See this, well, Admiral, would you say that since you've been to both extremities of the earth, are there expeditions to such far off places and getting easier because of modern techniques or skill? Is danger still close at hand? Well, it's a little bit risky, but nothing like it used to be with old slow planes, he says. In the small cruising radius where we had to put down bases, we replaced the dog teams. And of course, that was a big improvement. He says, but now the planes go much faster and they are safer and they have a much bigger cruising radius. You have to terribly heavily load. Admiral, an expedition to which I believe you're the advisor is now en route. Yeah, that expedition is going to go and back down to South. Well, it's the icebreaker, etc. It's the reconnaissance expedition, it's called, has gone down to the South Pole area to make certain observations. And folks, just listen to the rest of this interview, and I can assure you, you'll be wondering what in the hell is he talking about. Balkan and the Bennett had confessed to him months after the flight that Byrd and he had not reached the pole. If we can see Uranus, why can't we see the flag on the moon? Yeah, exactly. If man went to the moon in 69, why not go back? Yep. We've made a few advancements and discoveries since then for your information. Yep. Why couldn't they fake it? Yep. Broke says he remembers reading about Bird in middle school in the 80s. All the rich folk playing games with all the poor people. They can't go there. Yep. Only thing that's flat is Sofi. It's called propaganda. Anyway, this is a very, very interesting interview, folks, that I think you might want to give your attention to for 14 minutes. And then you'll be wondering, why is the Admiral of the United States military, and he's talking about later on in here how much it has military significance, and all these countries want to get down there. But, folks, he describes stuff that just seems totally unbelievable and unreal. Like, is this possible? It is just so interesting what he describes. Mini player, theater mode, full screen. There it is, closed caption. This is where it gets the most interesting. Yes, that the governments, he says, you might ask, is there a great difference between the top of the world and the bottom of the world? And he says, yes, there is. The bottom of the world, there is now, the North Pole is the center of an ocean 10,000 feet deep. The South Pole, the center of a plateau 10,000 feet high. The North Pole of the sea is surrounded by continents that are slightly frozen. The Antarctic continent is surrounded by a belt of ice, frozen seas of at least 1,200 miles thick. Now, the South is a plateau. It gets some places 14,000 feet up. I've been over areas about 15,000, and it's a little bit chilly up there, he says. So there's big differences between the top and bottom of the world. I don't think the North really is very cold up there on Arctic Ocean, not compared to the South. Federal Bird, Admiral Byrd, we've often heard that the Americans now aren't as hardly the forethought. Anyway, this is all just, I thought, the most interesting parts of it. I wanted to share it with you. Go check it out. Admiral Byrd discussing a land area down below South Pole that is bigger than the land area of the United States. What is all that about? Oh my gosh. Anyway, there you go. I just wanted to share it with you. You can either love it or leave it. Just interesting stuff, folks. Interesting topics that I thought I'd share with you. Meanwhile, we're going to watch SoFi go green and back up over $7. The institutions that wanted it at the low price of the day got it. But unfortunately for them, the lowest they were able to achieve today was higher than yesterday's low. And unfortunately, the higher Friday, was higher than Thursday's low. And unfortunately for the shorts, the higher on Thursday was higher than on Wednesday's low. So unfortunately for the shorts, now SoFi has seen an increase of the low every single day the last 4 days in a row. And I think the high is going to continue to rise. And I'm just saying, it makes logical sense. If you're going to get the low, get support at higher numbers, then eventually the highs are going to break away too. It's just that simple, folks. It's a matter of time. It's just a matter of time and attrition. And watch, we're going to go back over 7. We're going to go to 750. We're going to go back over 8. We're going to go back to 850. And mysteriously, it'll go back over 10, probably within, well, between now and the next earnings call, because everybody's starting to know this is going to be the third profitable earnings call for SoFi. It's as simple as that. Everyone knows. Can you look at HOVR? Sure, I'll look at it. HOVR. CCM up 9% today. By the way, look at GM. So the news of GM is doing good, and congratulations, GM. NVIDIA, oh, yeah, back to 120 again. Man, did they knock that thing down to 113? Did they get it? No, 117. Shows the low today was 117 and change. Well, NVIDIA, folks, they're going to try and pull it back here again at 120. This is where it was when I looked at it last. This is after the split, folks. This is after the split. They've made the split, 10 for 1. And here we go. Now we're going to RTX. I like the stock. Someone asked me about it earlier to take a look at it. That's the 1-year chart on RTX. And I do like it there. That chart 1 year looks fantastic. And this company's been making money, folks. And they've been beating the street. All right. They do good, all right? And they just got awarded a $677 million U.S. Navy contract, and I don't know why the price isn't even higher than it is right now, to be honest with you, on that news 2 hours ago. That's big news, folks, and they're red right now. It's insane. Well, somebody wanted in on that news and they got in. So I think it's a good spot right there. RTX at 107.46. Write it on a piece of paper. Don't buy it necessarily. Write it down. RTX 107.46. And the stock pays a dividend of 2.33%, just so you know. So I like that for that reason too. And it's at the bottom, folks. I think it could turn. NVIDIA, there she goes, folks. Looks good. I would be picking up some NVIDIA here right now. That looks good. She's barely red still, but she's going to go green. That chart looks very good right there. Back to Sofi. She probably looks the same. She's going to go off, folks. Sofi's not going to be deterred here. There you go. That looks very good. Looking at the Sofi one-day chart right now. Let's go take a look at it and get in on the one day. Got a lot of stocks being thrown out there my way. Everybody wants to analyze some other ones, and I don't mind taking a look at them. Oh, guys, I want to show you a little trick I've learned recently. If you've got a bunch of tabs opened up across here, I used to go over here to this button right here, and I used to have to hold this down to get across to the other tabs that I had open, or I could get over here and I could push right here on that arrow there and see how you can move across the tabs like that. Well, let me show you something I just learned. Click on this right here and then scroll with your scroll button, and the thing goes all the way over with the scroll button to the last one. See that? Cool. And so here we are on CCM, which made a nice pop this morning. CCM made a nice jump up there. And next, here we are. GM is still looking strong. We're looking at NVIDIA. I do like it at that number right there. RTX has been beaten down and starting to recover. Hold on a second here. We are going to look at GERN right now. Come on, cat. GERN. Someone wrote me about GERN. I don't see anything when I search GERN. That doesn't show a stock. That's not showing a stock. Sorry, GERN. You'll have to look at the symbols. You must have the wrong letters because I don't see anything under that. Under GERN stock. GERN stock. Yahoo. There it is. New drug approval 2 days ago. Wow, that chart's really popping year to date right now. This would be a good one maybe to buy tomorrow morning at 9:15. I would not get in on now. I'm sorry. I don't get in on stocks when they've run up. My name is Catfish because I buy them when they get run down. So I appreciate you bringing this one to my attention, but this would be the one to buy tomorrow morning. Buy tomorrow morning. GERN. Okay. GERN. Buy. Buy 611, 945 to 10:30 a.m. GERN. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention, but I would not buy it right here, folks. I just wouldn't. I like to catch pullbacks off of these over exuberant buyers. Okay. And they're coming in heavy on it right now. And you could get in, but I'd sell it at $4.99. So what's the point to go up 7 cents on it? Because they're going to run it down from $4.99 back to $4.88, maybe $4.66 even, or $4.77. So that's what I think. I could be wrong, but you watch what happens. Write it down. Sell it if you own it. Sell it at $4.97 and $4.98 and $4.99, even $5. Put in sell orders all right there. Tink, 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 little ones. You don't have to sell your whole position. Just takes them off the table because they're going to run it back down from those numbers. Most likely, they almost always do, to try to break that resistance and force people back out. You'll see. We'll see what happens. But thanks for bringing that to my attention. I like it. Sofi, in the meantime, continues to just rise and go right on up. Those of you that are here with me, I appreciate you being here on this channel with me while we talk about the stock Sofi and what all's been going on with it lately. And when you try to determine who's been holding it back, it's sort of hard to tell. Look at that. There she goes, folks. So now on Sofi, folks, just the most critical thing for you to know is this. This is the most important part of us to take away from today. For those of you that are wondering if you should buy Sofi, I want to show you that the low here recently was 671. And then the next day, 672, 684, 686. Today, 688. And that's all that we should really care about. Right there. This is the proof of the pudding, folks, and it's in the eating. And who's eating it right now? Everybody's eating some Sofi pie. Everybody's eating it at a higher price. They're paying more for each slice, people. You see that? The price of Sofi pie keeps going up every day now. 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4. Get yourself some Sofi and pay a little more. All right? 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4. You want to buy some Sofi, pay a little more. That's right, folks. Sofi. I scalped GERN last week. Good. Yep. RUM. Somebody was on my channel last week and they were telling me about a device I can get for my phone that'll allow me to make this a lot more smooth, okay, when I move things around. Does anybody know what the name of that thing's called? It's like a glider or a slider or something, someone said. Good afternoon, Mr. Captain Morgan. All right, I like that with rum. That's my rum of choice, Captain Morgan Spice Rum with my eggnog. Every winter, I buy a big old Captain Morgan Spice Rum, and I buy eggnog from Quality Dairy, where you get the best, which has gone up by $6 a quart. Gyroscope. Arnie Appel says, I have 10,000 shares at 1832. Wow. I appreciate you passing that along. It's the best rum, he says, with lime and cola company. All right. Arnie Appel, you have 10,000 shares at 1832 of what stock? GERM? Somebody says rum. I'm going to look at RUM. And I don't know if they need something about, since we got rum on the topic. It's kind of funny that someone would say RUM and then we get Captain Morgan come in right on the heels of that. He saw the word rum and jumped in. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. RUM. Looking at the 1 year chart, no, I don't like the look of it. It's dropping right now and it's tailing away. So if you were asking me about RUM, the stock, no, I say no. All right, I'm back over here. I try to catch everybody. Milo Cheney Rosen, it's the best rum with lemon. You're not serious, right? CELH is crashing, Catfish. Good time to buy more? Huh. Might be. No. We want to see the very bottom. 66.13, maybe 66.33, 66.3333. No, 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 no. By the way, you guys already know that we have made some good money on this dang stock here. Real good money. Look at that freaking 6-month chart right there. Look at that. Buy it here, boom, sell it up here. Buy it here, boom, sell it up here. Buy it down here. It's been killer, man. Meanwhile, we look at SoFi still holding up well. 6 million shares traded in 1.5 hours of trading today. It might be time to pick up a little bit now. That's a good spot right there. Rigidity. Yep, rigidity. I think that's a good spot. 66. 6601. 10:30. What do you know? Algorithms kicked in at 10:48 on SoFi. All right, I'll keep an eye on that. CELH. I say 66.14, my friend. 66.14. 66.14. Call it. And I pick up some at 66.13 too. That's where you need to put your orders in. Raise them. It doesn't matter. 14 cents won't matter. At a price of 66, 14 won't matter. Raise it to 6614, at least a quarter of your order. Rigidity, I would suggest. 6614. And I don't even know it's going to get to that. Oh, goodness gracious. Folks, hold on. I hope you guys like my thumbnail today. You guys like that thumbnail right there? It's a struggle, right? SoFi, the struggle. Ah. All right, let me go get some more coffee, people. I'm going to put this up here for a minute. You can guys see all the people who have donated to the channel lately to keep it alive, keep it thriving, keep us making money. These are the folks right here. JP Panek, BP, Inya Soul, Skitterman 1, Corey Johnson, Good Time, Big J Big J Boogie. I said booty again. Notorious E88, Notorious G88, Maurice Martin, Luke Harris, Rick Lawrence, Mario Powell, Ludlow, Tracy 0133, Jeff Presley, Rusty Prater, Brew Tank Outdoors, Ascension 191, David Westbrook, Inept Enthusiast say Catfish will be back in 5 minutes with my cup of coffee. And I will be right back. Yep. Let me go get some coffee and I will return shortly. Don't go away, everybody. All right, everybody. Back we come. Welcome to the channel with the most exciting news we can come up with, a way to present great stocks at great low prices and buy them and then sell them when they go up to the highs. Probability gives me the thumbs up. How was the yard sale? It went fantastic. Sold a lot of items, got rid of some of the big stuff, got rid of a futon we needed to get out of our basement, and some other stuff. Still got some things that people are going to come back for. They have not returned. And I didn't sell my drum set. That's a good thing. I didn't sell the drum set. So I'm very pleased that I know my wife wants that bit sold, but I just didn't get, they wouldn't offer me enough. So I'm stuck with it, I guess. Great. But if it goes to 66, it makes me happy. I have another limit order in for 62 if it crashes more, because I can see it at 90, back at 90 this year. Okay. All right. It's good to know. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know that. We are going to go back to the Sofi screen now. So thank you all of you that have made donations, as I said, keeping this channel supported. And the one thing that I want to show to everybody that I like the most about today, and this is for everyone who's considering buying Sofi stock at this point in time, and many are, as I already can prove by my channel analytics, which have gone absolutely through the hysterical roof. And so I want you to know that it's been proven that there's people all over the world that are interested in this stock, Sofi. And I'm not sure if they even have access to buying this, but why are so many people coming to this channel every day? I'm not really sure, but I think it must be Sofi, because all my headlines, they're about Sofi, right? They're big old Sofis on every one of them. It starts out big words just like today. Who's trying to hold it back is what I want to know. Now, you guys know last week I went over 10,000 subscribers, and I want to thank each and every one of you, because this week we've jumped up to 10,629 subscribers, and that is an increase of 4,000 in the last 28 days. And I'm not being boastful or proud about that. I'm grateful to God that people are hearing about stocks that help people make money. All right. And so some stocks that we have a look at, and I want you to be aware, I've got some things to discuss here I haven't even brought up yet. But on Friday, Sober in the after hours was up 11.8%, just so you know. And PEGY was up 12% in the after hours on Friday. All right. And one more institution, Sofi. All right. I want you to see something here. I want you to see that the true word manipulation, and it involves this stock, NVOS. All right. I made a copy of this. This is manipulation 101. Okay. Hold on. Here it is, folks. I call this chart right here on this stock manipulation 101. All right, look right here. Holy smokes, people. Look at that. NVOS Friday afternoon. See, you guys don't know. I captured this image so you can see how manipulation is done. There's not supposed to be any manipulation going on. But folks, I got news for you. As this thing was drifting down right here, somebody saw that the bottom was going to fall out, and they created a fictitious spike. This is what big money can do, everyone. And the price ran up to, looks like about $1.10 there. But Lord have mercy. That, folks, right there is the definition of manipulation by somebody, by some entity, by some way or means. And man, oh man, look at that. I wanted you to see this so you can see why you have to wade in on these stocks, folks. You cannot see something like that taking off and thinking you're missing the boat and buy it with $5,000 and then have that happen to you. Yeah, this is absolute proof of right here, manipulation 101. Fear of missing out created by a massive influx of volume and the price suddenly skyrocketing from 94 cents to 95, 6, 7, 8, 9, over $1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wham! Yank out the rug right there. Golly. Oh my God. Man, that is just massive, 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 massive manipulation, people. And I'm here to tell you, this is exactly why you cannot dive into a stock in this market today. Don't go on your emotions. Don't get sucked into this type of fakery right here, people. Please be careful. All right. It happens every day. And the reason I captured this image is because I want you to be aware of it. I want you to be aware of it. What can happen? Now, I don't know what and how this happened, but this has happened but to me before, where I got in on one of these that started running up and it ran up, and then they did a freaking reverse or share offering. They did a share offering or a two or 1 for 20 split or some bull crap, and the thing just rocketed down. Somebody asked me, when did you lose the most money you ever lost? It was on a scenario just like this, where they had great news that came out. They hit a 52-week high, and then they did a public share offering when the price got right there and knocked the crap out of it down. And that's what, I'm guessing that's what happened here. They got, I don't know what the 52-week high on this thing is, but I'm just telling you, folks, in VOS. Interesting to see that right there, huh? And it gives you an idea of why I tell you, save 30% of your cash for days like that on the sidelines. Keep 30% of your cash in your total account value, always in cash. All right, so you can pick up on those types of maneuvers when they pull stunts like that and scare people out. I mean, good Lord, wow, that's manipulation. And then this one here, I wanted you to see. This was WISA. Somebody had bought back into WISA, and I captured that it was up 20% on Friday. So congratulations to whoever owned WISA. I'm not sure where it is this morning, but I saw that 20% gain on that. So congratulations. And this is what my channel is primarily about. This, what I put up on this message board, just letting everybody know what I share with you guys every day. That the chance of Sofi going over $10 is very high. And on this posting, it says right here, today I share info on Yahoo historical data at this time. May 15th, Sofi hit a low of 445. 1 month later, June 14th, 1023. Then it says about a month or so later, on July 19th, the price breaks over 10 because it was driven down to 771. It says by June 23rd, the price had driven back down to 771, only to see a month or so later back over 10 at 1013 for the high. And then 9 days later, it was down to 789, only to see 918 for a high, and 27 days later on September 14th. And then after that, it was driven down 66 days to a low of 641, the lowest it's been in a long time. And 29 days later, back over 10 to 1016. What amazing numbers. Then that same day, it dropped back down to 923, and 7 days later, 1049. I put this on the message board for Yahoo. From as low as 445 to back over $10, 4 times over a year. What could make SoFi jump back over $10 in just a month or so, is what I asked on here. I feel the catalyst will be the next and third profitable earnings call. And if rates are cut, it could compound the upward move. Let's see if I'm right. And that's what I put on the Yahoo message board. And anyway, I save all this information. I also want you to take a look at the last 3 days of Yahoo's closing. Look at that. Look at that closing. That's sweet, folks. This is what we're seeing on Friday afternoon going on with SoFi. Look at that. Do you see any red candlesticks? I mean, literally, folks. There's one, none there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's one red, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 1 out of 19 red green candlesticks there. That's beautiful. And the last on Friday afternoon. I'm not using full screen because I reach too many people using this streaming format, and yet YouTube will not allow you to stream from a phone. You cannot stream in the landscape. You can only stream in portrait and be on shorts and come in as a short. And I'm just trying to maximize. Now, I do full stream videos, and I have the capability to do that. But I'm trying to maximize the number of people I reach with my feed by doing it this way. That's why I use this, because it reaches so many more people. As a matter of fact, since I started doing it, you can see right here, my channel has seen 4,000 new subscribers in the last 28 days, okay? So it makes a very big difference to stream from a phone in this format, even though it isn't as cool to watch visually and it's kind of tough to watch it this way. I still get all the information to you about these stocks, and that's what's most important. And we don't just talk about SoFi either, by the way. We don't just talk about SoFi. All right, so here on this channel, we buy low and we sell high. And you can see, everybody, I told you every single time I have purchased this stock in the last year at $6.88 a share, which it was earlier today, I've always sold it for over $10. Yeah, tonight I have found 10 new live streaming people. Yep. The reason that this format works is because it comes in on a short format. Now, what I want you guys to see, I have some other very interesting information about this SoFi stock. And since you're here to learn about SoFi, I'll tell you a little bit about its history as briefly as I can, okay? For those of you that are interested in this very brief history, but it's an interesting history indeed. It is a very, very interesting history indeed. And to give it in a nutshell, 1 year ago, SoFi, on the month of May, just over 1 year ago and 1 month ago, SoFi was driven down on a horrible price target downgrade by this individual right here, David Chiaverini. And that happened on May the 15th, and SoFi went to $4.45 a share. Fireside chat this week, Mike calls to pump, the same as PayPal last week. Good. Bro, whatever is happening, it's a plus for you. Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Captain Morgan. I appreciate it. So this back made me poor. Virgin Galactic made me poor. Oh, God. And I know Double K was talking about that and telling people to check it out. And I did not come in on Virgin Galactic, but he mentioned it. So to get back on the topic with the SoFi, 1 year ago and 1 month ago, this guy came out and downgraded it. He's got a horrible performance record. His success rate is a negative 45. He's picked a winner 150 times out of 335 times. And this guy, a year ago on May the 15th, downgraded SoFi to $2.50 a share. Said the target price, $2.50 a share, sent the price plummeting down. And I can show you that going back in history to a year ago, the price was in fact all the way down to $4.45 a share. Now, the only way I can do that is to come all the way up to the top and change the parameters of the dates here. So just to quickly do that, I'm going to change this parameter of the date to 2023 to 2022, and I'm going to hit done, and then I'm going to hit over here, apply. Then I'm going to jump down here, and I'm going to show you last year. So here it was. The intricate history of this very complex manipulated stock, Sofi, everybody. I show you that thumbnail because you can see it is being held back. And these are the folks that do it and how they do it. So here's the history. On May the 15th, a year and a month ago, the price was driven down to a low of $4.45 based by that downgrade by the guy I just showed you, this guy here, David Chiaverini, a 0-star rated analyst. He's got a half a star now because he raised his target price on SoFi recently to $3. So he earned a half a star for raising, I believe that's why he got the half a star instead of just the tip that he had before. But now he's got a half a star because he's raised. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But at any rate, so a year ago, he made the price on his target price estimate go to this price right here, and it had 103 million shares traded on it. The thing was bashed down because just 10 days before, the high was 654, folks. It was 654. He had made the price fall frickin' 33% or so, 35%. So, but here's the catch. On that day that they decided to do that, on May the 15th, and attack SoFi with a downgrade and make the price fall to that 445, on that day, I want you to see how many shares were available to borrow on that day back then for them to borrow. And you can see on May the 15th, here's the dates up at the top if you look, and these I'm showing you this is number of shares available to borrow, all right? And this was May the 15th, and they had on that day, starting out the day before, 6.2 million. So on the day of the downgrade, they borrowed 3 million shares to short the stock, short sell with, and they started selling those shares, and they sold them that day on May the 15th. As you can see, by May the 16th, they were only down to 2.9, so they'd sold about 4.5 million shares of SoFi, and this is just at this one brokerage. From one brokerage, they borrowed that many shares. They were borrowing from many other brokerages at the same time, not just this one. So anyway, what happened is this all backfired on them because then the price on SoFi from May the 15th, it started to go up and up and up and up and up and up and up, and it went higher and higher, and it went higher, and it went higher and higher and higher. And while all that was going on, they started borrowing more shares. See here, all this, they're borrowing more shares. They only had 3.2 million, then 2.9, then 2.5, then 1.4 million left on June the 7th. Come to June the 14th, how many shares did they have left on June the 14th to borrow? Well, they had what you can see right there on June the 14th, they only had at this brokerage, they had 350,000 shares left to borrow to short the price down. But unfortunately, the price had gone from $4.45 a share to $10.23 on this date, June the 14th. So I want you to know this history, folks, because it's important, all you new people here on the channel, that this is how it all unfolded. There was a downgrade by this guy, David Chiaverini, that came out on May the 15th, target price 250. The price was driven down on that day from 650 a few days earlier to 450 on May the 15th. Then they started seeing the price rise and rise as they borrowed more and more shares, and the price hit $10.23 on this day when they had 350,000 shares left. Now, what did they do when they were about to run completely out of shares and there weren't going to be any more to borrow at this brokerage, and probably all the others, the brokerages were out? This is just an indicator of what was going on at this one brokerage, but they had no shares left. They had no shares left to borrow. But conveniently, the next day, here came out the news on June the 15th, an article that SoFi Technologies was slashed with 3 downgrades. And folks, the headlines of that day were even worse because they said it was 5 big analyst cuts, which was an absolute lie because there weren't 5 involved in cutting SoFi. But they showed it this way. They showed it as 5 big analyst cuts coming out on SoFi, and the price is slashed with 3 downgrades. And what does it say? The shares plunge. What a coincidence that on the very day, on June the 14th, when they were down to 350,000 shares left to borrow, that they would have articles come out the very next day. And every one of this was a lie. All of this. First, there were not 5, there was only 3. And the second was them calling them downgrades because they were not downgrades. They were all upgrades, which I can prove here. You can see Piper Sandler, it says right here, it lowered its target to 8 from 650. See that? It went from $8 to, wait a minute, that's not a downgrade, that's an upgrade, people. And then here on Bank of America, they did the same thing. Bank of America downgrades the company price target to 10 from 950, raising the target price. It's an upgrade, people. But the headlines, yes, your thumbnail is nice, but why the narrow screen? I just explained that to another 10 minutes ago. It's all to reach more people. I reach way more people streaming in this format. And for shorts, they do not allow you to stream in the landscape format. You must be in this narrow streaming format for shorts. And you can see how it's increased my channel viewership. In the last 28 days, I've had 4,000 plus subscribers in the last 28 days. So anyway, and I recently just went over 10,000 about 4 days ago. So I'm getting a lot more reach, and that's why I use this limited format. I know it's not good. I'm sorry that visually it isn't really that good, but the information is more important. It's more important to broadcast to more people. I need to be a beacon standing out on the corner, showing people this manipulation, how it's all been done over such a long period. And the timing of each one of their downgrades comes when they're out of shares. So here, when they were completely out, they got the triple downgrade, everyone raising their target prices. Here, when they ran completely out of shares, they got a downgrade from KBW on January the 3rd. KBW downgrade the stock. There's the date. January 3rd, right there. They get a convenient little downgrade on January the 3rd. KBW making the price fall 20%. Because they had no shares here between December the 23rd and January 14th. Well, what does that do to the price from December? Let's go see. What did the price do on December the 23rd? Well, what do you know? On December the 20th, it was at $9.23. And by the 27th, it was at $10.49. It was running away, folks, and the volume was coming in. And they're like, "Sheesh, oh, Peach, we got to call for another downgrade." The thing had gone up from frickin' 2 weeks earlier at $7.17. It was up 30%. What did they need? A downgrade. And then they got it, and then they get this. It's up to 1049, and they got another downgrade right here. Boom, it came out from KBW. Timely downgrade because there were over here, as you can see, no shares left on January the 3rd to cut it short with anymore. And then they got another one over here from Morgan Stanley. What luck. They got another one from Morgan Stanley right there. You know, Morgan Stanley owns over $100 million worth of SoFi stock when they had 58 million last year. They had 58 million I showed to everybody back in June of last year in July. On July 13th, when Morgan Stanley downgraded the stock, and I know this so well, folks, because I'm studied on this history. I'm studied on it. I'll show you right here. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley downgrades, and I'm going to change this SoFi, and it's going to be July 13th. And this is the interesting thing about this downgrade when it came out. They downgraded this. This is Jeffrey Adelson. He's a fairly good rated analyst for once. Downgraded the price on July the 13th. But what do you know that on July 13th, after they downgraded, they jumped from $58 million worth of ownership to over $108 million today, I believe it is. Let's go see how much they've got right now, or the last time I looked. And here's how much Morgan Stanley, after having $58 million worth on that day, because I looked it up, I thought how odd that they downgrade the stock when they own 58 million and now they own $110 million worth of the stock. When on that day that they downgraded us, they owned 58 million and made the price fall from what did it fall to? The day before, it was at 1049, 3 days before, and they made it drop all the way down. After their downgrade on January the 3rd, the price dropped all the way down, and it kept falling, folks. It kept falling after January 3rd on that downgrade, and they worked it down and down and down to $7.21 right there. $7.21, milking that Morgan Stanley downgrade. And what do you know? What happened after that day, folks? What happened after it was there? Back up over 9 again to 945 on January 29th. Earnings day on 286 million shares traded. Isn't that cool? How good for them to downgrade the stock and make it fall to 721 so they could get in before it ran up to 945. Good job. Anyway, I show you all these numbers, folks. I know this stock. I've been down this road before. I've seen Sofi at 688, bought it there 4 times this year and sold it over $10. Not all of it. I haven't sold it all, but I'm selling nice sized chunks of this every time it goes over 10 to 1013. And then one of these days, I'm going to sell a chunk there, and it's just going to keep going up. And I think that'll be on this next earnings call. And I think it'll hold quite well after that. I really do believe it will because of institutional ownership coming in. Those of you guys that have been on this channel with me a long time, you've seen me track institutional ownership. And I showed back some people today. Man, they've been doing some changing of SoFi's chart. You guys know I've been bringing it to your attention of the massive increase from the last few slow, gradual months up, this big pop. And they changed this candlestick to move it up to in the middle because I have pictures of it. And that candlestick just moved today. They moved that candlestick up today. Why? Why? That's the question I have. Yep. Next earnings is July the 30th. Yep. Thank you for letting me know that. Clap my dog. Jeepers creepers, everybody. I'd like to thank everybody also who came and joined in on my garage sale videos on Friday. That was cool. And just so you're aware of it, folks, institutional long percentage has been coming in very rapidly. But I just wanted you to know they've changed this chart, everyone. They absolutely changed this chart. This has been a recent change that they made over the weekend, and they increased this candlestick right here because it was a fraction above these two, and they have moved this candlestick size. And interestingly enough, there hasn't been any more institutions coming in during that duration of that month, last month. I don't think they may. I might need to go back to, I don't know. May. It has to be during May there. They've moved this candlestick, folks. They've raised it. Listen, this is Catfish, man. I got my eyes on this thing too close to them to raise this without me noticing it. And I saw that this morning. I went, what in the world have they done to this candlesticks? Do you have long calls on SoFi, or do you not do options? I do not do options. There are many on this channel that do options, and but I do not do options. And now let's take a look at some other stocks, folks, that are on the radar here with us. But look, they've changed because I've been highlighting this very much so of the massive jump up in institutions, and they've moved this candlestick now. SoFi is 60% of my portfolio. The more I learn, the more I buy, but it's 2 years or more I expect to hold it. Yes, that's good. You are good, and I'm the same way. I could easily hold for 2 to 5 to 10 years this stock until it's about 100 a share, and it will be when they're top 10 bank in the U.S. And all we're doing here, folks, is a nice little plateau building here. And by the way, this this right here, this type of movement spells accumulation, okay? It smells of accumulation. It looks and smells and feels like accumulation. 670s, 670s. But you got to understand, my average cost doesn't really matter because I've been selling at these big highs over $10 and buying back in these sixes so many times over the last year that it doesn't matter about my average cost. It doesn't, because I come in and out. Here's the picture in a nutshell. I was buying in here on David Chiaverini's downgrade that I was just talking about at 445. Well, I didn't buy there. I bought at 459 was my very first and lowest price that I owned. 200 shares at 459 I went in. And then when the price went to 445 and it was rising, that's when I went in at 466 and 467. And I bought 5,000 shares there at those two prices. And then I sold it when it broke over 10 at 10.13, 10.14, 10.15, 10.16. I had sell orders in all the way up to 10.19. So I did not sell at the very high. But that day, go watch my video and you'll see me filling the orders. Boom, boom, boom. And back then, I used to show people my tablet and stuff. And they used to watch me right on my tablet trade. You can go back and watch these days and see me trading on my tablet and showing people my tablet. But I was told not to do that anymore. So anyway, I don't do that anymore. But go back to my previous days back in a year ago on May the 18th, May 19th, May 20th, any of those days, you'll see me trading on my tablet and showing everybody, oh, look here, here's what I did, and look here, I did it here. And so anyway, I just decided to write it on paper. It's a lot easier anyway. And so here's what I got now. Following day, 3 downgrades came out. I told you about that. Price went back down to the 7s. I picked up a bunch more here, and then I bought about 10,000 shares. And it went up, and we sold it here on this day, July the 19th. Go watch the video, and you'll see that we sold it there at 10.13. Definitely. And I had sell orders at 10.14, 10.15, 16, 17. It didn't go past it. My only ones that filled were 10.12 and 10.13. Then the dang thing dropped back down to 8.94. That was off after the downgrade from Morgan Stanley that I just talked to you about. And after it got down on that Morgan Stanley downgrade to that price, then 3 days later, we all sold it on this channel together at 11.64, 65, 66. I sold 30,000 shares of my stock of my 45,000 at the time at that number, 11.64, 65, and 66. And I told everybody to have your sell orders in there. And on that day, we did sell there. 19 days later, it went back down to 789. And then 27 days after that, it's at 918. And during this duration, folks, when it was at this number, I sold it 4 times during the week at that number and bought it back at 888. 4 times during the week. And sometimes I sold at that number and bought it back during the week at 874 and 75. 4 times. It just would not go over this number. So you better be aware, folks. There's going to be a wall at that number right there. There's going to be a wall there. When we get there, there's going to be a wall. I promise you. Okay? Then 66 days later, we bought it back at 641, down 40%. And then 29 days later, bam, you're getting out again over $10. How do you like that, man? This is why this stock has been such a fun stock to own and sell all year long. 30 and 40, and over here this was from 445 to 1023. That's 125% gain, folks, 1 year ago and 1 month. 1 year and 1 month ago. I love this stock. I'm absolutely in love with buying it in the sixes and selling it over 10, and that's what I'm going to do again. And I already told you, if you bought it at 688, you'd make money. So right now, you could cash out right now, and you make some money off of SoFi. Now, it'd be ridiculous to do it, but still, I'm telling you, 688 is just a great place to buy this stock. That's right, Clap My Dog. Madison Wolf, I don't care, IDC. That's why everything is so, yeah. Well, let me tell you. We talked about the earth being flat earlier, and I'm not a proponent that I believe it is, but I have a song about it on YouTube. It says, Tyler Self, is the earth really flat? So, yeah, S&P is good. The S&P has outperformed and done very well, and everybody said it would get to 5,000.
That was easy.
All right, SoFi. All right. I wanted to look at tomorrow on the list of our buys is going to be GERN. Tomorrow morning, GERN will be on our list of buys. In case you didn't realize this, GameStop that you all watched me sell last week at $38 is now at $24.85. Cha-ching! And you all know that I bought this at $19.77. I sold it too early, but then again, I doubled my money almost. And you guys know that. But that looks like a bottom on it right there. Boom. She just hit it. What was it? 24.66, 24.13? Where'd they take it to? Just now. 24.33. Well, there's one of my numbers to buy and sell. If it's going up, sell there. If it's going down, buy there. 33. It's on my list. I like that number. Now at 50 cents and rising, GME. There she goes, folks. Get on board if you want to. 60 million shares traded, and she's going to make a nice play. And look at that. If you can buy at 88, folks, I like that number. It's one of my favorite numbers. But they like to try to stop 88, and they couldn't do it. It just went over that, and that's a good spot to come on in and maybe pick up. Oh, man, she's moving quick now, folks. GME, folks, just broke 25. Let's see if it can hold. I think it will. SOBR. That's a sobering experience. That was up on Friday afternoon in the after hours, big time, folks. I wrote it down. SOBR Friday afternoon was up 11.8% in the after hours. And Peggy, PEGY, was up 12% in the after hours on Friday. MLGO taking a big hit. Wow. It was up so much this morning. Yeah, it's not. They just want in. That's all. They want in. See, the thing, it started to escape on them, and they've had it. There's been several times people want to get away from this. They just want in. They're getting in right now. I like it right there. I actually like it there. 467 would be a great place to try to get it, because they're trying for 466, folks. I'm telling you. 467, 468, 469. Pop in a few orders there on MLGO. 466, 467, 468. MLGO. They're going for it. Meanwhile, let's get back to SoFi. And look at that baby building a shoulder right there. That's a nice shoulder building. I like it, man. Oh, I do like that. SoFi. Okay, let's go look at some others across the top of this screen. We got a lot up here. POFCY. Someone talked to us about this last week. POFCY now down, but it was up. But man, POFCY was up, now down. About to break into green, possibly. The volume is starting to come in. There's a big green spike on that. You would not be alone, it looks to me like, unless that's a red one trying to stop it. Let me see this. Yeah, see, that's a red candlestick trying to stop that breakover. That's the shorts working right there. That's hedgies operating right there, folks, trying to stop that breakover on it. And you would expect to see it there. Yep. They came at it with 72,088 shares right there to try to stop that crossover right there from happening. Good one to keep an eye on, POFCY. It could go on up. Someone told me about this one on Friday, and this was by Maurice Martin. Told me Riot acquired 12% stake in BITF. So you can see Riot is up today. That's good. Thank you for that alert on that one, Maurice Martin. And Matt Myers, if you happen to be here, thank you very much, Steve Hayes. Brought my average down on it, Maurice Martin. Hope all is well, brother. Thank you, Steve Hayes. I hope for you as well, the same thing. Jake Grant thinking about selling mine. MLGO taking a big hit. I like your dog. Thanks. Oh my gosh, Vector, you bought some GME. Now it will tank to 19. Don't say that. This is the type of comment that needs to be removed from your vocabulary. You did well. It's already bouncing right now. And so don't worry. I don't know where you bought it, but don't worry. You'll be okay. She's recovering right now. And don't use that type of statement and mentality. This is exactly what I was talking about with some people feel that they're not entitled and that they're just not supposed to make a lot of money. Some people think that I just wasn't born into it. I just wasn't I just didn't get lucky. I wasn't born into it. I'm not going to, I can't attain those kinds of richness and I can't make those things happen because it just wasn't brought to me in my life. I didn't walk into that. I wasn't silver spoon. I didn't catch that train. Well, that's a wrong mentality to have, everyone. You need to be of the mentality, I am going to achieve great things in my life. And for me, to be honest, as a musician, it's more than about achieving great things. It's just accomplishing stuff in life that you think might leave your mark here indelibly. Okay, in other words, immortalize oneself. My father has a library named after him, the Charles Self Library in Garner Elementary School, where he was a principal for many years, and many other schools. My father was a principal. But see, in a way, and by doing that, he immortalized himself, and through my music as well, I think I'm immortalized because as long as there's internet and there's music being played on Apple Music and Google Music and things like that, and on Spotify, I'm going to be, even when I'm long gone, I'll be immortalized in that way. And so the things you can achieve in life, if you're doing things, for example, and you're benefiting, show those to other people on YouTube. And I would suggest you do that because it gives yourself a sense of more permanence. Okay. Some people, they look at their lives and think, well, I'm just here for a short time. I'm just in and out, flash in the pan. You know, you look at the millions of years that biology has been growing and things have been moving through time and space. I'm just here for just a brief moment in time, and then I'm on my way. And you know, of course, if you're of other belief and of other area of the world, you might think, well, there's reincarnation is something that you have to look to. But my point is this: is that you can make yourself more permanent on this earth by doing certain things to make you be immortalized, okay, in a certain way, where you can have an effect on this planet, indeed, for many years to come. And someday, Sofi may hit, $99 a share and bust over 100, and you guys will be showing your grandchildren, look at this crazy Catfish Tyler. Back when I first bought with this character here was the one that convinced me not to sell Sofi. And I'm glad I ran into this channel, honey, or son, or granddaughter, or whatever that's on your lap at the time. And it'll be neat to be there. I will be there, and you can revisit me. You won't have to come out to my tombstone or whatever they decide to do with me in Ashland, Asheville, which would be a beautiful place to be in Asheville, North Carolina. If you've ever been there, it's an absolutely cool place. It's overrun with tourists at this stage of the game. Don't go down there now. Clap my dog says, Vector, please don't buy S&P or the economy will crash. No, GME's going to be all right. You hold on to it. It'll go back up. It'll run. Just like SoFi's going to do, for sure, for sure. Listen, listen, there are no for sure's. I've already told everybody on this channel many, many times, there are no guarantees whatsoever. There are absolutely no guarantees. But one thing I can guarantee you is there are no guarantees. Holy cow, this channel, folks, has had an increase now of 1,183% more views than in the last 28 days. How do you like that? And is it my crazy guitar playing with my motorcycle helmet on that's just doing it? I don't know. You guys, when things get real crazy in the stock room, we get the helmet out. When things get really volatile, and we have to ride through some tough rides we've had here in the past. It's right here. We're ready. If it becomes necessary, we're ready to take this baby for another ride. We're going to take her for a spin. Yep. We're going to go for if it gets rough today, if things get rough on us. In case you folks didn't know it that are here with me, I'm Catfish Tyler. I pitch some other things that I do for a living, and one is write books. So I have a book that here is called Published The Cube. You can pick it up on Amazon. And it's a cool little 1 hour read. I think someone ordered this the other day and said, hey, yeah, I just ordered your book. And I think you'll enjoy the read. It's a cool thing, and it's about my invention. I have an invention called the Cube. I have one of them right here. And but here's basically what my patent is. I have a patent on this type of artwork, if you want to call it that. And I'll show you what I mean here. Just briefly, we're going to step away from the stocks to go into one other area of my life. And I make things like this, okay? And the way they work is, and by the way, these things can be made in a plethora of formations like you see right here. Just a quick, this is something I have a patent on. These are called hidden element puzzles. And the way they work is, if you hold these things up like so. Oh, hold on. I got to flip it around. So if you hold this up like this, it says, and God said, let there be light. Okay. This is called a hidden element puzzle, and I have a patent on the overlaying of words upon each other in elongated form to create artwork. And if you're interested in it, you can license this. I've already licensed it out to someone in Canada. But if you want to be the licensing to United States to make things I like to call speak owls, they would be something that a kid could like put on a surfboard or a skateboard, and they all say something, you know, like this. You don't know they say something, but these kids get on a skateboard and go, "Oh, check out my skateboard says, you know, skies are blue," you know, and so anyway. Just wanted you to see this. It's a little bit about me that you may not have known. That I have some more diversification. There are other things going on here besides just stock market. All right, there are other things that you could get involved in with Catfish if you wanted to be directly involved in licensing of what I call speak owls, speaking decals. And if that interests you, let me know. All right, Vector, please buy it. Let's see here. Good geocache puzzle. Ah, there you go. Cool. The yard sale went very well. Very well. Thank you, Net5. I appreciate you telling me that. Oh, you're going to make money on Sofi, and it's going to start right now. I'm going to call it, everybody. I'm going to call it right now. Let's get some Sofi music going here. How you guys doing? What do you think? We got to start singing this price up, give it a little boost. Give us some energy. Let's get Sofi some energy. Yeah, it's time to break it out. Yeah. We might lose some viewers real quick here, but I don't care. I do not have my pick. I don't know where my pick disappeared. Huh. It don't matter. Let's do it anyway. The garage sale went great, and I appreciate you asking me that. Let's see if we can get this price to go up. Man, where's my pick? We need to get some strength behind this song. I'll just use a credit card. I got a credit card here. I say flakes don't wait no. You guys hang on. We'll get this down right. I say folks don't wait no longer. It's time to buy Sofi. There is no hidden innuendo. This stock's about to fly. And like a thief that comes at midnight, this is gonna be insane. Now if the shorts all turn into longs, if they got half a brain. Yeah, it's time to buy Sofi. Listen to Catfish time. Cause if you don't, the shorts will fry. Buy Sofi. Buy Sofi. Buy Sofi. Buy Sofi. Substitution, disillusion, shorts they borrow shares. But Sofi keeps going higher. The shorts are in despair. With their eyes porcelain and the blue, they'll get shocked and they'll wince. They're about to lose a ton of cash. They got no defense. Yeah, you heard from Catfish tide. That's right, telling you no lie. You better buy before she flies. Buy so fine. Buy so fine. Buy so fine. Buy so fine. There you go. A little music to push this price a little higher. If you're a Sofi buyer, and my this wasn't a credit card, so it was just some demolishing as I went with it. And I don't know where my pick disappeared to, but there you go. Just something to wake things up a little bit on this channel a bit. Hello there, TJ Ellswick. Like use Max chart. Tigers too. Yes, Red Sox selling. Well, let's get this over here. I just had to play a little bit of music, wake things up. Hello, Tyler May, Joseph Grace. Welcome to the tank. To those of you that are here with me, I want to thank you for being here with me. There are many things that go on this channel, and other, not just Sofi. We're monitoring many other stocks that we're buying on the lows, selling on the highs. And so I got some information here. I want to let you know, this man is awesome, though. Thank you, Jason. Van Edwards, welcome. Do you have a... Hey, Joseph, you just got removed from the channel forever. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Bye-bye. You are the weakest link. There we go. That was quick and easy. Execution style. Everybody, if you come on here and say stuff like that on this channel, you definitely will be kicked out of the tank, and you will not be coming back. And just give me a second to check something here, folks. I'm not going to be gone for long. I'm going to try something. Thank you, Maurice Martin, for that donation I just saw come in on Cash App. Cheers to you. Someone asked me my favorite movie. My favorite movie is a movie called Somewhere in Time. My second favorite movie is probably, it's really hard to say, maybe the Great Escape. I really enjoyed that movie from way back when. My favorite show is The Wheel of Fortune that I was on back in the year 1999. It aired in 2000, beginning of the year. Thank you, Maurice Martin. I just saw that. And I gave you the big thank you for that. Thank you for your donation. I saw it come in, and that's what I had to take a break for. Hello there, Sahi. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for being here in the tank with us as we're going to watch Sofi slowly rise this afternoon based on the music I keep playing, if I must, to keep raising the price, making it go higher. But one thing I'm going to do, ask you to do me a favor, folks. We're going to take a quick break. And just give me a second here. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to turn this off so this can be seen better. And we'll be right back. You guys do not depart the scene. I will return in just a moment because I'm going to find my pick. Here we go.
see here. You guys give me a second here. I'm almost ready to get back in the tank with you guys. And all those people's names you see up there, oh man, the donations just keep flowing from you guys, and you keep this channel going. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't be here. This channel would not be here anymore. We got to have donations keep coming to keep the channel going. It will not be permitted to just thrive on its own without income. It has to merit itself. This channel has to prove itself. It has to be profitable for everyone to be selling on these highs and buying on these lows, and for everyone to succeed. And then the channel will succeed on its own merit. It will just do it, or it'll fail, one way or the other. Movie night tonight, Tyler. And how do you doing today? I'm doing very good. Thank you for asking. I'm doing very well. Today, I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. I might have just some leftovers from yesterday. We had some absolutely delicious baked chicken, and we try to eat good. What is the biggest fish you have ever caught in your life? I'll show you right now. Yeah. The biggest fish I ever caught in my life. Well, I may not have a picture of it here, right here. It's downstairs in the basement, but I have a picture of one big fish I caught for sure. It's just a matter of me digging it up, which I thought was sitting right here close by. Let's see if we can locate that photograph for your viewing pleasure. And there's so much stuff stacked over right here right now to my side. Where is it? Nope. We keep it right here close by usually for viewing pleasures, because people have often asked me that question. What was the biggest fish you ever caught? And of course it's not here now to be seen right here close by, very close. Aha! Discovery. The moment of discovery. Here you go. That's me, probably about 13 years old. And that is a Florida largemouth bass that I caught. And there's a major story behind that fish. I had seen that fish down in the canal, and I tried to throw a worm out for it first, and it was so tired it couldn't even get the thing off the bottom. Yep. I love fried catfish. Yep. If it's done right. Yeah, that's a bass. And get this. So my cousin and I had been walking along there. That's my cousin next to me right there, standing there. That's John. This in Houston, Texas, has this fish mounted. Well, it's mounted at my uncle's right now because they took the fish and mounted it. And this thing makes my fish look like guppies. I could not afford at the time to get it mounted or anything. So they took the fish and they iced it all up on dry ice and sent it away to this place. And you should see that thing on the wall right now. The mouth on it is bigger than the gill flares on my bass that I have downstairs. Jeez. I walked into their house that day. I could not believe that fish was hanging there. I asked them, who caught that? And my aunt says, you don't remember that fish? I said, oh my God, is that the one I caught in the canal that day? And she goes, yep. I went, oh my gosh, oh my God. The thing just makes makes my fish look like minnows that I have mounted. That is a monster. That's a big old bass. Yep. And get this. I had spotted the fish over there in the canal's edge in the little group of reeds, a pocket there. So I got the worm. I threw it out there. It could not get the worm off the bottom of the sand. It couldn't get stuck in it. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the heck? So I run back up to the trailer. I come back down as my grandmother's trailer park, and I tied on this other lure I knew would float, and I threw it out there, and it didn't float. It was a semi-submersible, and it went down to the bottom. And the fish could not get that thing off the bottom either. It saw it, and it was trying, but it was just so weathered, because I think it had been on the bed, for quite some time. And that was the biggest fish in that lake, though, I think, that I caught that day. And the news spread very quickly after they saw. But let me finish this up. So I ran back up to the trailer and I grabbed another lure that was one of my favorites, and I didn't really want to use it because this fish was so big. I thought, man, this thing could break the line. So sure enough, I get it tied on there good and I throw it out there. And as soon as I hit the water surface and popped it once, she came up and hit that thing. And man, I started reeling, and sure enough, the dang line broke. And I'm not kidding. My cousin would stay in here and tell you to this day, every word I'm telling you is down huge. Don't worry, you'll make it all back. You're not down until you sell. Okay, so here's the thing. I want to finish this story up. When it comes to that fish, once I set the hook, it started swimming for the deeper part of the lake, out of the canal's mouth and out, and the line snapped. And I watched the line feed out through the rod, all through the eyelets, and then went whoop, and it dropped down, and it went down the shoreline, and I'm watching it. And shit, I dropped that pole, and I ran down the shoreline, and I dove in after it. It was going out, and I dove right into the canal, and I swam out there about 10 feet, got the line, and I pulled that around my wrist, and I'm not joking, I'm not kidding you one bit, and then I pulled that fish to shore, swam back over, and this old guy, this old timer that was there up on the little ledge came down, and he helped me pull it over and get it by the jaw, and we got it up, we landed it. And oh my God, then the word spread all through the doggone park that biggest, and people came down there to see that fish, and they just couldn't believe that 12-year-old kid caught it out of the canal. And I swam out there to get the line too. And they just, it was just a story that was just like some sort of something out of make-believe, something that doesn't happen in real life, like a dream. It was like a dream. Isn't that crazy? But anyway, that's how I caught it. I swam out there and grabbed the dang line, wrapped it around my wrist, and swum him back to shore. And I didn't want to lose that lure. I didn't want to lose that lure. That was my favorite lure, man. So I went after it. Yeah. You know how it is. You got that favorite lure, you know. You don't want to lose that thing. And I was determined, man. And I'm glad I had that. I'm glad I used that lure. Anyway, it's just a story I'm telling you. It's about fishing. Let's get back to stocks, everybody. All right, here we go. And thank you for experiencing that with me. That was a fun memory. There's no doubt about it. That was a fun memory. I hope you guys like my thumbnail today. I thought it was so appropriate. This is Sofi right here, really, for us, right? For so many of us, it just seems like, something's got it by the ankle and just, but folks, I think what has it here is institutions. Institutions are still accumulating this. And I show you this because this is the biggest difference between then and now with Sofi is institutional ownership. Uh-oh, what is going on here? Anybody want to venture to guess what's happening here? I think someone's coming in. What in the world? Whoa, is it time for one more Sofi song? I see I scared off about 40 people when I started singing that last song, but if they can't hang the heat in the kitchen, man, they got to get on down the road. Well, let me tell you what it looks to me like right here, folks. All right, folks. We're going to talk about stocks, but at the same time, we're going to play some nice little background music. And we're watching this chart right now. This is Sofi's one-day chart right now. And we're going to refresh this screen so you can see it. And we're going to just do some... Oh, I got a little surprise for you guys. Does anyone here like surprises? All right. We're going to watch. You guys have heard this song, but not on one of these before. You haven't heard this. Hold on, folks. I got to turn off this low power mode. We gotta plug this in. We got to plug our phone in, or it's going to go dead on us. Yeah, I picked up a little 12 string I got here. And let's see if we can make this thing charge. I'm sorry, we got to turn it the other way, maybe, I guess. Huh. Is my charger not plugged in? What the heck's going on with my charger? Hold on. Why isn't it working? Aha! It's working now. There we go. This is actually an Alvarez, and this is an Alvarez. The model is an AD60S. It is not the typical AD60 12 string, but the AD60S, which I'm led to believe is a signature series. The S stands for signature. This all right. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Same old song. Thank you, JP. Nice little 12 string here, Alvarez. Yeah, they make a good guitar. It's got good tone, beautiful. Yeah, just another one of the family. Thought I'd introduce you to another member of the Catfish Tyler family. Got a nice little divider down there on the rear, and then a really nice little touch of class right there on the neck there with that little pearl inlay on that. For those of you that are musicians out there, yeah, nice little guitar. It's fun to have around. You guys will probably be most familiar with this one. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, saw a shimmering light. As I had even sight grew dim, I had to stop for the night. Jason, I'm gonna miss you. And there she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell. Thanks for being around. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven, oh, this could be hell. And she lit up her candle, and she showed me the way. And there were voices down the corridor, thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Hello there, CR7. At the Hotel California. What a night, any time of year, you can find it here. Mine's Tiffany Twisted. Hey there, Steel Toe Morning Show, that's right. That she calls friends, how they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. You got it. So I called up the captain, please bring me my wine. And he said, we haven't had that prison here since 1969. And still those voices calling from far away make you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. What a lively place. Come be on my face. I'm at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your out of the bars. You guys waiting for more? Or we should stop right there. It is the Eagles. Yes, thank you for being here with me, all you patronage people who are here interested about SoFi stocks, but other things are more important sometimes. I need some of what he's smoking, LOL. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. You know the song, right? So we are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stabbed it with their stealing knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Oh no! Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find a passage back to the place I was before. Relax in the night, man. We are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. Oh, my fingers are too sore right now to go into doing that kind of stuff. There won't be any lead for you guys today from me on a 12 string anyway. I won't be playing lead on a 12. More, please. Doing the lead guitar with my voice. JP Panek comes in the tank and boom, splashes in with my favorite numbers in series 888. Man, love that, JP Panek. Have you ever heard a Sound of Silence. Yes. But I can't sing it. I shouldn't even have done that whole song just then because I could get copyright violated for just now this video. They probably have demonetized me for doing that whole thing. I didn't even think about it. I shouldn't have done that way. I should have put some Sofi in there because usually I do songs in parody and I can get in copyright vision. Yes, I have. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Oh, I gotta tune this. That's the one. That's it. Ah, that sounds better. I am 63 years old. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Let me think about this. I've made almost well, around 117,000 on Sofi in the last year. I buy low and I sell high. That's what we do on this channel. And I'm just doing a little music today to kind of deviate because while we wait, oh, by the way, I'm playing because the prices rise when I play. People have seen that before on this channel many times. When I start playing the guitar for some silly, crazy reason, the price starts doing something like that. I don't know how to explain it. So, I like to dream. You're right between the sound machine. That's right, jump on the Sofi bike. Hold on, folks. We got to get this going. Yeah, we're just going to play a little rock and roll while the price of Sofi keeps rising. I like to dream. I like to see my dreams come true. That's right, jump on my Sofi bike. I'm telling you, she feels so right. Fine, seems clear. Pretty soon she's out of here. You don't know, you don't buy. Why don't you go, little girl? How do you like that? You don't know how I will be. Why don't you buy Sofi with me? Sofi could set our dreams free. Can you play Darkness, Smile, Evil Free? No, don't do other songs. I have to put in Sofi words to these songs. Let's try another key to do this in. to dream. To see my dreams come true. That's right, jump on my Sofi bike. I'm telling you, she feels so right. Seems clear, right here. Pretty soon she's out of here. You don't know if you don't mind. Why don't you come with me, little girl, on a magic Sofi ride? You don't know how I should be. Why don't you come with me, little girl? Our Sofi dreams could set us free. My Sofi girl, don't be surprised, girl. You all can fly, take her away. A little buy Sofi for you, please, please, please. Okay, not like us, and I will donate 1,000. I know, man. I know you'd probably like to hear that song, but I have to be careful. I have to put in, and I don't even know that one. I'm an old school man. I'm back in rock and roll from the 70s and 80s, folks. You're listening to here on this guitar right now, and even though we're normally talking about Sofi, all I'm doing is playing music, and the price keeps going up. So as long as I'm playing music and the price keeps going up, I'm going to keep playing music, and the price will keep going up. If you don't believe me, you can look right here. That's a very nice plateau, and we got a 45 and 50 day moving average down here that's just about to cross right over that green 200. And when that happens, you're going to see some increase in these green candlesticks. They're going to shove this thing right up Shorty's booty. And that's all I got to tell you. Lionel's Messi's retirement has aged him overnight. Oh, you guys, thank you for that wonderful commentation. I appreciate it, everyone. We have 10,655 people on this channel subscribed now because of the crazy antics of me and my stock picks today. I think I should do this song. I think I should do this song for you guys. All right, this is for you city people. Stuck again in city traffic, another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I look inside my rear view mirror, oh, that guy, he's riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. That's what he needs the most. Why is he in such a hurry? Why is everybody else? We live our lives in such a flurry. Why do we always push ourselves? I think of living in the country. Oh, I think of living on a farm. No need to lock my doors and windows. No need to have a car alarm. If I left the city, no need for a car alarm. No, no. 'Cause when you leave the city, everything slows down. Yeah, when you leave the city, you can get unwound. But if you never leave the city, then you'll never know. Oh, no, no, what it's like to leave the city and let your problems go away. Push and shove and stand in line almost everywhere you go. You feel you're wasting so much time. Where did another day they just go. I think of living in the country. I think of living on a farm. No need to have our doors and windows locked. No need to have a car alarm. Oh no, if I had a place on a farm, no need for a car alarm. No, no. But even if I left the city and traveled somewhere far away, I know somehow I'd miss this city and not be coming back one day. If I left the city, I know I'd be back one day. If I left the city, I know that I'd be back one day. One of my songs available on Spotify right there for you if you want to check out some of my music on Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play. That's just one of my many songs on there. So I like to do originals on here once in a while so you guys can hear some of my original stuff. Thank you. Go over. Do you take song recommendations? Unfortunately, I cannot do cover songs on here with the problem is I run into violations of copyright, and Sofi will tag it and say not monetized, and they'll take away my monetization from when I do. If you guys want to pay me money to compensate for that, then you send me a song request and first ask for the song request and then give me I'll let you know if I can play it, and after that, then we'll have to negotiate on a price. But until then, yeah.
So now I'm letting I brought Willis back, got my teeth cleaned, made you an appointment. That crown is covered. I took him the paperwork and they said, this is 0. This means it's covered. So you have an appointment to get the crown. And that's in July sometime on a Friday at 3. And I'm leaving Willis. The gate was open, so I'm going to go shut that. I don't know if he needs to go out and go potty. And then I'm meeting Chelsea at my store.
All right. Wow, you got your work cut out for you. Woo! Did you guys catch all that? Doing. Thank you very much. I'm gonna keep singing as the price keeps rising. All right, you guys ready for one? Well, she picked up the phone, said, hello, how are you? Didn't know her at all, but she sure. Oh, I'll have to hold off on this. Hang on. We'll play that in a moment. We'll get back to that one. Let's do this cool little whistling tune. See you, TJ. Thank you for being here and listening to this craziness. So there you go, folks. A little bit of 12 string for you. And I know it's a little bit out of tune. I'm sorry for a little bit of that, but you know, it gives you a feel. One of my songs online called Mary's Tears. And the tip bucket is down below. Right there is one of the places it can be found right there. And another place the tip bucket is down here at the stream, at the bottom of the stream where people are commenting. And you can see down here, there's a place for a dollar bill. If you don't have this, you can click on the 3 dots that are on your iPhone. There might be 3 small dots that you can click on to give you this option to fill the tip jar. To add tip after the song, go over here, click on that dollar bill sign, and click on Super Sticker. And you can put in one for as much as you like, folks. Just choose how much you want to pay and how much you'd like to contribute to this channel and keep it going with... Uh-oh, look what's happened here on Sofi's chart. Whoa, we got the world going sideways. Look at that. It's shaky, shaky, shaky. She's going to boil off, folks. She's going to explode. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at her right here, and she looks very doggone good for all of you folks over here from Australia. I want to say thank you for being here with me today as we proceed with Sofi going higher and higher and higher. I'd like to thank each and every one of you blokes who are here today and are hitting that lovely heart button for us all. Look at that beautiful chart there by Sofi. She's a mother snake about to bite someone right up their batootie. I'd say they better be looking out their bungalows, or what do they call that? Mate, she's gonna run. She's a viper. Stay back from this stingray. You can see the spine on it there. There she is, farming right there. She laid low on the bottom, but there's the stingray popping up now. You insane people here on this channel with me, Catfish Tyler, typing like the Australians a bit anyway. I can't do it perfectly, obviously, but I'm doing okay, I do believe. And they're laughing their asses, or they're crying right now. And anyone here from Australia, I'm sorry. I know I sound a bit like the people from South Africa, which are similar in sound. South Africa fooled me from Australians before. The South Africans sound quite the same and almost there. Did you make it all me friends? You don't want me talking in Jamaican, you guys have to understand, it takes an immersion into the role. I have to think about it. Let me talk. I've been thinking about just give me. as I said, so I'll have to listen like I'm around the people from Jamaica. Uh, I have to really. It would take a long time to get into that character because I don't do that. I don't visit that one enough. But sometimes it's interesting. I can jump right into these things, and just for some reason they pop into my head, and I can start talking like Jamaican, mate. We look. One of the things about Jamaicans is they do. Oh man. I mean, that's just horrible. I can't even come close. I'm not even coming close. I'm not even gonna wade into that. That's just horrible. I can't do the Jamaican man. I try. I wouldn't do them justice. Let's put it that way. I can do the ganja with the Jamaican, but I am not. No, I can't do any Jamaican. Let's just say that. I'll just come right out and say it. No Jamaican from Catfish, Tyler. In that way, I won't offend any Jamaicans. Now, if I can talk a language and I do good, I can talk. I'm not afraid. Step right in, Tanya, man, come in right out of nowhere. I not have a single quabba dog Chinese. But when it comes Jamaica, their people are they different. Batty different. But Jamaica, come to Jamaica, the land of the coconut and the papaya, the land of the guava and the fruit from Jamaica. Come to Jamaica. That would be my best Jamaican talker there. So, people always, they like to hear me try to talk in languages from other around the world. Read live CHST. Oh, okay. Okay, I saw it. See. All right, I see. I'm caught up on all of the. I'm caught up on all of the chat for once. There's been so many days here lately. I have not been able to catch up on the chat at all. But hey, guys and gals, welcome to the channel where I'm here to accent the positive. And what I can accent today about Sofi for all of you looking for positives is this one right here, and it's very, very good. And that is this right here. And there's no question about it. When you see the low go from 671 to 672 to 684 to 686, that is what you want to see on a stock you're holding long. This is support rising at every single day to a higher level. It may not be in massive increments, folks, but it starts like this. This is how it starts. And interestingly enough, 1 year and 1 month ago, it started out like this. And I get to show you this beautiful thing that happened 1 year ago. And it was in January, February, March, April, May. And the beautiful thing that happened to the shorts was May the 1st, Sofi hit $6.52 a share on great earnings. They beat the street. They went massively higher to 652 from down in the fives here earlier, and they went to 652. And then this stock got completely assassinated on that very day. And the high went from 654, and the close was at 547. Look at that, folks. From the high of 654, they came at it with massive volume. They had borrowed a bunch of shares that day. I've shown everyone. Here are the shares that were borrowed on May the 1st, so you can see what I'm talking about right here. This was May the 1st, and on May the 1st, they had 6.6 million shares to borrow on April the 30th. So May the 1st, folks, they came in hard and borrowed a bunch of shares. May the 1st went from 6.3 million down to 5.2 and then 4.6. So they borrowed a bunch of shares on May the 1st to short sell down to one another. And they made SoFi's price fall from 654 to the price where I first bought it ever, right here. 459, folks, is where I bought this stock the very first time. And I'm not even sure I'll be able to show you. Yeah, I should be able to be here. And there it is right there on May the 4th. And it says in my SoFi song, was a long, long time ago, May the 4th, just so you know, when Catfish bought his first SoFi. Yeah, on that day, I took a chance and started my SoFi romance. Yeah, that's the day I got in SoFi's pants, the day I bought SoFi. And that's when I start that song. Now we're singing bye-bye, time to buy some SoFi. But what happened was, after it went to 459 on May the 15th, out comes Gia Pansy with his $2.50 price target range, and the price falls to 445. But then, folks, this is how it started climbing, just like it's doing now. Okay? Look at the climb. There's an 8-cent climb. Then there's a 20-cent climb. Then there's a pullback, and then there's a 1 penny climb. Do you see that? This is what we're starting to see right now, folks. And then after that, folks, they had to go up a little, then 2 days down to go down from 522 to 509, which is exactly 13 cents. That was on this day, May the 25th. And on May the 25th, how many shares did they have to borrow on May the 25th? They had 9 million shares on May the 25th. You see that? Look at that. May the 25th. Boom. There it is. Oops, sorry, I'm off the screen. On May the 25th, they had 9 million shares, 9.1 million shares on May the 24th. But they had to borrow them all because suddenly SoFi's price started to go from 445 up and up and up, like I'm showing you right here. The daggone thing absolutely exploded on them. It went to 524, then 581, then 702, 726, up to 760, 775, $8. And this is in the same time frame we're in right now, folks. Look, June the 8th. Thing kept going up and up. My God, 961. Holy crap. From down here in the 445 range just weeks earlier, May the 15th. And the coincidental thing about this is this year on May the 15th, almost like an anniversary to this date, look who buys SoFi on David Chiavarini's downgrade day on May the 15th. I want you to see this. I want you to see who buys SoFi on, I'm going to put here, I'm going to do Control F on my screen, Control F on my keyboard, and then I can put in Wedbush. And there they are. On May the 15th, folks, this year, on the anniversary of their target man, Wedbush, David Chiavarini, on the 1-year anniversary of him downgrading SoFi, who comes in this year on the 15th and buys SoFi? Lo and behold, May the 15th this year, 2024, there they are stepping in with a position to buy 10,700 shares of SoFi. On the anniversary day of that washout, saying the stock price was only worth $250 a share, they bought shares of SoFi, people. How ironic is that? How freaking ironic is that? I mean, it's just hard to believe that you could even see that it's just, you couldn't write a story any more interesting than what's surrounded this stock and the people that downgraded. And by the way, I want you to know something. On this day, May the 15th, well, first of all, I'm going to back up here. Let me get up to the top. I want to show you guys something very interesting here about this stock. To me, it was astounding to see this. I went over here and I said, let's check the file dates of this. What was going on with SoFi just months back? I just was curious. Were the institutions buying SoFi a long time ago, just even 5 or 6 months ago? Were there institutions buying? So I went to this and I looked at file date. And I went to December the 20th, and I saw one institution. And then I saw on the 21st, one institution. And then I saw no institutions buying SoFi from December 21st to December 27th. I know it was closed Christmas, but still, folks, there's a big gap with no one buying. And from November 27th, there was one on the 28th, only one institution buying on the 28th. There were only two institutions that bought on the 29th, and then no institutions bought until January the 10th. From December the 29th, not a single institution. But what mysteriously just happened here recently? What happened on the anniversary of SoFi getting bashed down by Chiaverini last year? What happened on May the 15th this year? Well, look at this massive number of institutions that suddenly on the anniversary day of that downgrade and the lowest price of the year, look how many institutions got in on SoFi on the 15th. And you can just see there's Wedbush right there. The guy David Chiaverini works for that downgraded and made SoFi go to the lowest price it's been in a year. And there they are a year later buying into SoFi, picking up 10,700 shares of it. I just bring that to your attention for the, just interest of it. But holy smokes, all the institutions that started coming in on the anniversary of that day. I call it D-Day, David Day, Chiaverini Day, D-Day. May the 15th this year, 2024, there's 10 institutions. Now, there are some that are puts here. There's 2 puts, but there's 8 calls, and then there's 10 more for 18, and then there's 9 more for 28, and then there's 7 more for 35, and then there's 10 more for 45, and there's 5 more for 50. There's 10 more there for 60. There's 4 more for 64. There's 9 more for 74. All on the 15th, folks, they came in. The year after David Chiaverini's downgrade, they just swarmed onto this stock, and they were all dollar cost averaging down. They did not come in with 100 new institutions that day. It was just 100 institutions adding to their portfolios on May the 15th. And the coincidence of that is if you look at the stock price on May the 15th, where was it a year later? It was at $445 a year ago. Where was it on this day, May the 15th? Curiously, here it is, right here. Look where the price was. From $763 to $721, that was the price on SoFi when over 100 institutions decided to dollar cost average down. And by the way, look where the price closed. The exact number of those convertible notes that were acquired at $7.27, and the next 2 days later, $7.28. You see how they wanted to stay below that convertible note. They don't want to entice those institutions to get this thing up over this number and entice them to run it to $12.29. Because if they can get it to $12.29, they could convert all those shares at a price of $9.45. All right. So there's a big number at $12.29, and they're going to try to dissuade this from getting up over this number right there. That's going to be resistance again. All right. Because they want to keep it, those in the convertible notes people disinterested in this stock and running it up to $12.29 and then converting those notes at $9.54. I think it's $9.54 a share. And then if they convert them, then they could run it on up to $14.54. But they've got to get the price to $12.29 right now. The institutions that got all those convertible notes, and you're talking $652 million worth of convertible notes, will not be able to be converted to stock until SoFi's price hits $12.29. And you need to be aware of that. That's a lot of institutions. You're talking a lot of cash there they've got on the line just to make 1.5% interest. because the loan rate that they gave, the interest rate that SoFi has to pay is 1.5. Another genius idea that they do that to save them 6% in annual interest right there, because they were going to be paying 7. 5.5% interest saved. Puts $60 million to the bottom line for that great move that they made. And folks, they're going to push this thing. I think they're going to get it to 1229. And I think it's going to break on the next one. I keep showing people, man, look at this gorgeous chart right here. That's stair stepping, folks. Look at that very, very big long barcode, which is nothing more than a capitulation, which always favors longs. 99 times out of 100, a bar chart that long goes to the longs. And there's another one. Half the length is the one before. And this one's going to be half the duration of the one before it jumps up here. And this is called bulls in full freaking control. And this is also called stair stepping, everyone. Stair stepping on this 1-day chart. And I see a big green candlestick that just came in. Holy Toledo, folks. That chart looks good. Just give me a moment to look. It looks bad, but it should be double. Look at that. Broke Todd said SoFi has 622,000 new accounts. It's up 80 million over estimates. Oh my God. Yeah. They are just growing like crazy. Dang, Anthony Noto owns 8 million shares. Yes, he does. And he just bought again all during May. The beginning of May, the first week of May, he was buying more. Yeah, 1.4 million he's bought in the last year, 1.4 million more shares of SoFi. Michael Wellner, good afternoon. Welcome to the tank. Broke Todd. SoFi has, yep, it looks bad, but it should be double. Yep. Please draw on the trend lines up and down and see that something huge is going to happen with SoFi stock. Just not sure which way. Oh, she's bound to go up, man. She's seeing these resistance levels each and every day higher and higher. It may be minimal amounts that we're seeing it go up, but there's no question. It's an undeniable fact that every day, the last 4 days, the low has been higher. And I guarantee you that the shorts do not like seeing that. And this is going to go up over 7. She's about to go up over 7 here pretty soon. Yep. I know it always barcodes. That's the way the algorithms work. But I sure like the fact that each one of them's higher and higher. And now I see it jumping even more. And I see it going off right now. Right now. And you're not going to be alone right here, folks. You're not coming in alone, I don't think. Let's see if we can see a big candlestick here. Invest in AMC. I owned it. I own it already. I bought AMC. Look at that, people. Do you see that? Look at that move up. Look at that move up, and look at that attempt to strike it back. But look at it continue to gain off of these moderate green buys. Look at the 200-day pitch level change completely. And now that this thing has turned, folks, look at that 200-day moving average. Look at this line right here. And look at the 200 creeping on up. Nice. And she's coming off RSI. She's not even hot right here. I like this a lot. Oh, folks, you know what this is? This is the formation of a short-eating porpoise. This is a short-eating porpoise. Watch, there's its body. Watch this blue 45-day upper hinge of the mouth, the roof of the mouth. Watch it open here. Watch it start swallowing shorts right here. $464 on AMC, huh? Well, it's certainly been beat down just now, shook out, rinsed, washed, laundered. Does look like a bottom spot. Yep, I agree. That looks like a good spot right there. Oversold. And they waited till 12:45, lunchtime low, folks. They hit it, and they're going to try and hold it at 466. 466, folks. That's the number. They got it all the way down here to $4.57. 456 was the low today. 456. I agree. I like AMC right there. I'm interested in my Sofi today, folks. This is where all my bread and butter is. Oh my God, look at that thing now. Whew. She gone. Short eating porpoise, folks. The formation is there. Watch the blue line here. Watch the blue 45-day bounce off that 50-day right here. This is the trend setter, the short-term trend. Come on, show me the chart. Well, I did this last week, so I'm going to do this again right here, dadgummit. I'm going to take a picture of this right here. And I'm going to get a picture of that. Because one of these days, I'm going to have a picture of the last time it was below 7 and never looked back. And the cool thing is, I'll have a picture of the whole thing to show what all the markets were doing when SoFi really, right before it took off. Yeah, I'll have pictures of it. I can't wait. Yeah, we invest in crypto. My wife is the crypto queen. Well, there she blows, folks. No recession on this thing anymore. You can see the thumbnail I used today. This has been an effort on their parts. Who keeps holding it back? And the question might be even more important: for how long will they do it until they just decide, okay, let's let it go? The public demand is just getting too high. We're getting too much volume to keep trying to suppress this. Just let it go. Let's go in long and run it up to 1170 again. Let's just do it again like we've done before. Let's make a boatload, make everybody fear of missing out. We'll make all that happen. We'll wait for a good news story to come out on SoFi, and then we'll run with that thing and get it back up in the 11s and 12s and make everyone think it's going to that $25 price that Anthony Noto wants to get this bonus, and the 35 and the 45. And why wouldn't they just do it? That's the question I always wonder. Why don't they just do that? They've been doing it all year long. They had it down to 445, then 29 days later, 1023. They had it down to 71, and then 27 days later, 1013. They had it down to 894, and 3 days later, 1170. They had it down to 19 days later to 789, and this a month later, 918. They've had it down to 641, and then 29 days later at 1016. They've had it down in the 9s and had it at 1049. Why wouldn't they do it again? Why would they stop? That's the question I have to ask. Sometimes I wonder, am I hurting SoFi's price actually by bringing this to everyone's attention, how often they've done it? And so people now have been buying all down here because now they're just kind of waiting for it to go back over 10, which is done 5 times in the last year. And I don't blame them, but I can understand how you can get impatient with it. But folks, one of these days, we're going to be sitting here together on this channel, and this thing's going to explode, and they're going to halt it. Okay? One of these days this year, there's going to be an announcement made of a partnership that is going to halt this stock. And you hope you've already got your sell orders in at very high prices for that day. You should have your sell orders at $14.99. You should have some sell orders at $19.88. You should have some sell orders in at $19.87. You should have sell orders in at $19.97 and $98 and $99. You should have sell orders in at $24.99 if that's what's allowed on your account. Sell all of your shares, put them in good till canceled so they cannot be borrowed. We do not want the shorts to be able to borrow shares to use against us. And $6.95 is the price right now. We're fixing to go green. And when we do, I got a song coming to you guys, and I think you know what song it is here when we go green. And we're 3 cents away from it right now. You guys know what's coming. You guys all know what's coming down the pike. Look at that beautiful chart. And here's the thing I want you to know. I just got through talking about those convertible notes that need to be pushed up to $12.29 a share, SoFi's price, before they can be cashed. The reason I see $12.29 is very doable is because of this chart I'm going to show you right now. And by the way, this is the 1-day chart right now. And oh my goodness. Look at that mouth starting to open up on that porpoise body. See it? There's his mouth getting bigger already. Watch this right here. Watch this. We want to see, and man, I've seen this type of chart before with SoFi, and this is when Kathy Wood buys a lot. She likes this formation with what I call the short-eating porpoise. And there's the body of the porpoise, there's the attempt to drive it to it, and then the mouth starts opening up. And let's see how hard their resistance level, or are we back up here? Where are we? Let's see if they come in with a big red strike, which I would almost expect right here from them, because I know how they operate. And they're going to try to dissuade this breakaway of the 45 from the 50-day moving average. But folks, I'm telling you, if this thing right now breaks off of this 50-day right here after that porpoise's body was formed and the mouth starts forming and those green candlesticks start coming, you can bet your butt this thing's going over $7. Well, let's just say there are no guarantees. I have to remind myself and everyone else, there are no guarantees. There's your attack effort with 122,000 shares dumped out right there to try to stop this run up. But I see the mouth getting bigger. I see the mouth getting bigger. I see this 200-day moving average going only one direction right here, right now. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice. Come on. Come on in. Come on in. The water's fine. Look at the 45 now getting bigger. We want to see this thing come up to right here now. And we want to see this happen. We want to see this 10-day moving average go from right here to right there next. That's what we want to see happen right now on this SoFi chart. We want to see right where my crosshairs are. That's where we want to see this one when I refresh this screen. Oh, see them there trying to take it the other way. That's the 10-day. I'm looking at this, though. Whoa, here's where we come with it right here. Right where my cursor is. Come on, right over here. Boom. Let's refresh the page and see if it'll jump up to that. Let's see if the 10-day comes right here. Right about there. Refreshing this page now. I want to see it there. I hear you. SBEV. Show me a nice, big, fat, tall, green candlestick right now. Look at that blue 45. Whoa, she's leaving that gold line. She's running from it, folks. There she is. There will be an attempt to suppress this. There will be an effort here to drop in a couple of red spikers, I think, right here. And if they don't, then this is going to run right here. This is most likely going to run. If they don't drop in a couple here to suppress this even more, she's going to pop. And this 10-day moving average is going to come up to this point. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Man, that looks good, folks. 10,745,000 shares traded. Very, very low volume today. And she is about to go green, folks. This thing looks very good here. They've made some big efforts here too. 695 down to 694, 695 down to 694. They're trying so hard to halt it here. But under such low volume, why can't they just shove this thing down like the days of old is the question. What's going on there? I'm enthused to see this. Really, I'm encouraged by it, to be honest with you. When I see the volume level this low and I see them even having trouble holding it down in the reds, and she looks to me like she's about to go on off. They're just waiting and making sure that they get in as low as they can to accumulate it. Wow. So those of you that just joined in with me here later this afternoon today, I want you to know they have changed. I would think so. Yeah. Hello, sir. Yeah, I like it here. I like Sofi here at this price. Now, I want you to know something, folks, that they come at this thing every single morning. So you might as well just wait until tomorrow morning to buy it at 9:45 to 10:30. They do it every day pretty much. But does anybody see the difference that they've changed and altered this Sofi institutional ownership chart? They've altered it. Over here, we were seeing a little tiny increase and a tiny, tiny pullback, then a little tiny increase, a little tiny increase, a little tiny increase, a little tiny increase, a little tiny increase. And then they've changed this candlestick now. Because this candlestick was down here with a little tiny increase just Friday. And as a matter of fact, I took a picture of it 1 week ago. And then I was showing everyone the massive jump and spike up over the last, but they've moved this candlestick up now to there. And I don't know for the life of me why they changed it. And I actually have photographic proof of this because there is a picture of the chart that I showed everybody. Hold on just a second. From one of my earlier videos, I'll show you the chart picture I took. They've changed this chart, folks. They have made a change and an alteration to eliminate that massive spike in the last 90 days. They're trying to make it look more of a curve up, which is still not bad. But why did they change this and make it jump up here into the midway point? Why did they do that? And for you guys to understand what I'm talking about, I'm going to go to one of my live videos over here. And I'm going to show you that one of my recent videos 1 week ago had a picture of the chart. And there it is, right there. This video has a picture of the chart. And I show everybody that day the chart very clearly. And you can see a massive, massive gain on this chart that I'm about to show everybody right now. Skip ad. And here we are. And I'll be showing everybody the chart at some point here. So I'm going to move over to where it is. Just give me a second here. And you can see Inya Soul gave me a donation during that time. So thank you, Inya Soul. And right here, I'm going to be showing people in a second. There it is. Right there. There. So I was showing everybody right here in you, and I was showing them their institutional ownership. And then I showed them a comparison to Sofi. And look at that. See? This was 1 week ago. So my question is, why did this candlestick that was way down here, barely higher than that one, we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why was the 8th candlestick this low? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why was it barely above number 7? And why has it now suddenly changed to there? Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 9 and 10 now. Okay. But gosh dang, everybody, doesn't that look awesome? And look at it just starting to escalate here like crazy lately. April and May. Man, she's starting to eclipse the highest it ever was. Right now, she's going to go over the highest level there's ever been. She's going to go over. Follow the money, people. Follow the darn money. Don't be shook out by the daily BS. Go long and strong and follow the money is what I say. Institutions are coming in like crazy, like May the 15th for a reason, people. They know. They know what's about to happen. They're very, very aware of it. And I mean, even here, folks, look at this chart. There's Sofi. Look at it. This is before I refresh the screen on this page. This was, when was this? 824 total long. So I don't know when this was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now 9. Jeez, oh Pete's, man, that is a big jump. All right, let me refresh this. This is on Fintel, F-I-N-T-E-L. All right, let's get back to this. So this is the picture of my posting 1 week ago, just so people can see the big exaggeration and institutional jumping there. That's a great picture right there, folks. If you don't mind me saying so. Man, look at that spike in institutional ownership. But now, folks, that somehow or another has sort of faded away from a big, massive spike, hasn't it? It just doesn't look as big of a spike as it is. You can't really tell, folks, but it's spiking, folks. This thing is going to eclipse this number right here. It is going to do it any day now. And it might have already even done it. It's just waiting for the filings. There we go, folks. There we go. I told you she wasn't going to stay red today. This is getting worse and worse. Higher lows every day and now higher highs. Are you kidding me? What was the high yesterday? What was yesterday's high? Friday, 709? What? Woo. Let's go look at this chart one day. Refresh the screen. I told you we had a short eating porpoise. Nailed it. Short eating porpoise has now started to consume. Short eating porpoise looks fantastic, everyone. Look at the mouth. Look at that 10-day. I told you it was going to do that. I told you it was coming up here. And there's the mouth. Look at how big it's getting. Swallowing him. Look at the green. Look at that. Oh my gosh, everyone. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You know, I show you that thumbnail that I put up today, folks, for a reason. I show you that thumbnail because it's an evil, dark entity that's trying to hold Sofi back with a lot of fake headlines about downgrades that are really upgrades, and the timeliness of each downgrade that they get right when they must have it, when they're completely out of shares to borrow. Recently, the shorts have been in deep trouble, failing to even return SoFi shares and naked shorting the crap out of it. If you don't believe me, I'll go over here to short interest and show you failures to deliver. And you'll see they're in a situation now where they cannot deliver shares of SoFi that they're supposed to be delivering. And I'm going to show you right now. SoFi fails to deliver. I'm going to show you right now. Short interest. What in the world is it doing? Fails to deliver. Let's try it one more time. They don't want you to see this, people. They'd rather you remain in the dark and not aware of what's going on and how they manipulate. 697, and she's headed for heaven, everyone. Just like my carving out in my backyard you guys saw on Friday. Gosh, dang it, man. She's gone, man. She's out of here. She's lifted off. She's left the pad. Ground control to Major Sofi listening. You're gonna fly. Can you hear me, Major So? Can you hear me, Major Fi? Can you hear me, Major So? Can you hear me, Major Fi? 'Cause here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Oh yeah. Oh, you guys know that guitar solo. Man, we had the best music back then, didn't we? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to please return to your seats right now. The captain has put on the return to your seatbelt sign and fasten it up. I think things might get a little interesting up ahead, and we might have to rise to we've got ourselves a big thunderstorm ahead of us and a big old head growing on that thing. I mean, talk about head. We got to get up over the top of that, so we're going to be asking you to return to your seats right now, buckle in, and please be prepared for a little bit of choppiness as we break through this. We're going to get through the ceiling of this and move right on up through and into, maybe if necessary, leave the atmosphere of the Earth, the planet Earth. We're going to be using the new jet engine from the College of University of Central Florida, licensed out, that'll get us across the entire United States in less than 5 minutes. If you haven't looked into that lately, check into UCF, new propulsion system, and you will discover that they have figured out how to increase the not supersonic speed of 795 miles an hour, but hypersonic and a speed of 10,000 miles an hour will be achieved with their new invented engine, UCF, University of Central Florida, the newest invention that's going to speed up time travel and distance. Like, it's a matter of fact, the trouble we're going to have now, ladies and gentlemen, is making a material that can withstand the outside forces of that much G-forces. And don't get me wrong, because they can slowly accelerate this now. And in case you haven't heard about this, the way they're doing it is through not constant fuel streaming like a fuel injection system works, where you've got that fuel being sprayed in as a mist, and then the combustion, and then the firing, and the pistons being driven up and down. But this is a flow of energy that comes in flame sporadically, and it's done in jet pulses. So they're saving a lot of fuel by not going steady with fuel flow, but using little bursts. But each burst propels this thing faster and faster, folks. What I'm telling you about, it's the truth. It's going to change travel as we know it. It's the biggest invention in flight and aeronautics, and it happened at UCF, University of Central Florida. Go look it up. We had a link to it on the other day. If you want to link to that and find out about it, it's a fascinating new discovery about travel that's going to be sped up to 10,000 miles per hour. And so the point is, it's not going to be. I have a little bit of background because of someone I worked with one time when I used to install satellite systems way back in the day in Houston, Texas. And I used to install satellite television systems and antennas all over Texas. I put hundreds of them in. And during that time when satellite TV was, people just bought a receiver and put their dish out and free television. And I was putting systems in everywhere. One of the company I worked for, the guy that ran the whole thing was very much connected with UFOs. I had worked out in Area 51 and so forth, and I had a lot of knowledge. And he shared with me that they had discovered and knew how to actually make this thing move, but the problem they were having is they didn't have a way to control its speed. They could not make it variable. It would be in one point, and then they could have it move to here without. And it would be there, and then it would show up here. There was no seeing it move. It would disappear from here, and it would appear here. But they were having trouble because there was no what good would that do to be able to make something move at that propulsion and that speed if anything inside just got disintegrated because it couldn't handle the G-force. So the trouble they were having, from my understanding and what he passed on to me, was that they could in fact make these UFOs move from point A to point B, and he witnessed it, but they could not control any speed variable. Okay, so that wasn't going to work for them. It would kill any human that would try to be moved at that rate of speed. But with this new propulsion that University of Central Florida has just discovered, this is going to change things so that the vessel can be moved forward at incremental speeds. And it's just like anything. If you move along with the speed of it, if you've got 50 cars on a racetrack traveling at 180 miles an hour and they all start to bump each other, they kind of bounce off each other and all because they're all moving together in the same speed. And so it's a little bit like that. Okay, I'm just trying to share this as an analogy. It's not necessarily the best analogy, but it gives you an idea that if everything's moving through at the same time, it's just if they can keep accelerating it faster and faster by little increments, then the human bodies can just get to where they're flying along with it. So anyway, I'm just sharing this with you. It's a little bit of new news about aeronautics, that planes are going to be able to, if they can withstand the pressure, can fly at 10,000 miles per hour. Okay, that's what the new discovery is at University of Central Florida. Look into it, Jet Propulsion Lab, University of Central Florida, and you'll discover the news. My friend just broadcast it because he's from, and I told him about it last week, and he put it all over Facebook. So you might be able to find it if you look up the name David Sunday. I think that's what he goes by on Facebook. But I think he put some links up to it. And it's pretty fascinating what's going to happen with this engine. And not only, two things. One, it saves fuel. And number two, it speeds flight up incredibly. It speeds. It's going to be. And I was surprised that I even stumbled on it on a public forum, because you'd think they want to keep something like that under wraps. Maybe the U.S. military. I mean, but maybe they've already had it for a while. They say that the things that we get exposed to on a daily basis that we're allowed to be part of is about 50 years behind what they're really at, the rate they're at, 50 to 60 years behind. In other words, the technology level that's being released out to us at this stage is old school. It is. They trickle it out to us when they're through it, if you will, and move on to the next thing. Then it comes over to us, and then we get to experience it and benefit from the advancement. And then they've got another one that they let out to us every once in a while that makes something even more advanced. And maybe this type of propulsion engine is something that they finally decide, let's now introduce it through UCF and let it get out to the... Because there's been many, I understand from what I've been told, again, from this same source I spoke of earlier, is that they've had this technology they've been getting from the advancements of other civilizations, and they've had to leach it into the public. The chips is the perfect example of microchips and chips that they've apparently gotten that information, and they decided, well, let's not just throw it out there. Let's just let it leach in like people invented it. Let's make it let's make it something we all invented, the humans invented, rather than getting it from the outside. And let's make it a huge advancements for human beings. And that's the tactic they decided to use to release these things that they are discovering from these other beings and advanced civilizations. And by the way, folks, if you don't think there's a possibility in this massive mass of galaxies that there are in the universe that someone else might have some life going on somewhere, you'd have to be extremely naive to believe that. You would have to just be very, very, very naive. In fact, we already have found another Earth-like place here recently where we found some traces of certain types of gases that can only exist with biological breakdown and processes. So we know there's life out there in other places. That as far as I'm concerned, we've been using the help of these other people to help advance our society, and I don't think they're very happy with what's going on in the world right now with all of this war bullshit. I think they're starting to make themselves visible even more right now to people through things in the skies. And if you haven't noticed, go over to Mr. MB333 and watch some of the things that are going on up above us right now. Pretty interesting stuff. Yep, Earth is flat and we live in a closed system, my friend. I've already got a song about it. You can hear it on YouTube. It's called Is the Earth Really Flat? You can go over and listen to it if you want to. And we already talked about Admiral Byrd this morning traveling down to below South America, where South Pole, where he says there's a landmass larger than the United States of America that we know today. And that was an interview that was done on YouTube, and I showed it to everybody this morning about half an hour into my show. It's presented by Longines Watches, which is Longines, an interview with Admiral Beard was his name. And go up and put it in, BYRD is his last name, Admiral Beard, Longines Watches, and you'll see his interview astounding the world with an announcement about a landmass down below the South Pole that they were going to go back with another expedition to. They already had been on one, and they were going to go back. They discovered a whole new place that the world needs to know about, he said. And then we didn't hear another thing about it. We haven't heard another thing about it, but he was describing the place, and he said the altitude of it and the heights of it, 14,000 feet, and it was just had all kinds of, he's talked about flying over it and looking down and seeing everything and the mining potentials and everything that was down there, and then it just went off the map. Go watch the video. I think it's 14 minutes long on YouTube by Longines Watches, and it's Admiral Byrd, okay? He was a top military person talking about this discovery of this whole new landmass down in below the South Pole. Go read it, go listen, go watch, and you make up your own mind when you hear what he's talking about. Because to me, it was astounding. I just could not believe. I was like, what is this guy talking about? Yeah, wait, do people really think the Earth is flat? Yeah. And there's reason to believe also that the Earth is larger on the bottom than it is on the top, and others believe it's larger on the top than the bottom. But Mr. MBB33 that's on YouTube is pretty much proven by doing the time sequences between sundown and sunset in the northern hemisphere and sundown and sunset at the southern hemisphere on the solstice. By the way, when the Earth is at its equilibrium, he measures the distance, the time between the sundown and sunset in the North and South Pole, and there's a deviation. There's a difference in the amount of time. It's smaller in the South Pole than it is in the North Pole. Well, that's what he came up with. I don't know whether you want to believe it or not. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of people that believe the Earth is really flat, and they're on there talking about all these reasons that they can prove that it is, including flight plans and flight paths that just don't make sense. Why they wouldn't fly just straight across, but they can't, because if on a flat Earth it doesn't work out. It's a shorter distance, so they fly different routes to reach people on the flat Earth. And also, in case you didn't know it, go look at the League of Nations, or I think it's the United Nations. They don't have a symbol of the Earth round. They have a flat Earth map on the United Nations. And there are others that use it too. NASA has a flat Earth map. And so these are the reasons people think that there really is the existence of a flat Earth. And some people have video of areas that look like walls of ice. Okay. Anyway, I'm not a proponent either way. I just say there's a lot of people believe in flat Earth. SoFi is hitting 705 today. Yeah, I see it. It's busting open. I'm sitting here talking about it. It's about to go green. I'm ready to ring the bell as soon as it does. It's 1 penny away from going green. And I already told everyone today it was going to do that. And I told them the best thing of all is there's going to be another higher low today, and it was. So now we're on the 4th day in a row with a higher low. Now, small increments, but each day with a higher low is all we care about. That's all we care. Each and every day between now and the earnings call with a higher low would be phenomenal for this stock. And believe it or not, we've already seen it happen a year ago, so it could happen again now. Someone announced earlier, and they said SoFi was going to be announcing earnings. JP Panek, let me get up here and thank you so much for that donation today. Said SoFi was going to be announcing earnings. I believe they said January 29th. I believe is what they said. I'm trying to find it now. Okay. And we were already talking about the earth being flat about 2 hours ago. We were talking about CELH and some other things. Fireside chat is coming with SoFi CFO Chris LaPointe. June the 12th, folks. If he says AI lots, it might cause the stock to go up. This might be the fuse for the rocket, says Clap My Dog. But I am looking for right now. Hello, Camille Cinquionate. Camille Cinquionate, welcome, Dr. Mummy. Thank you for your chat addition. I'm going up here looking it all up. Welcome, Van Edwards. We've already talked about the biggest fish. I'm looking for that SoFi earnings call. Someone told me the date that it was going to be coming. You might still already be here. SoFi earnings call. On MACD looks kind of sad. I like the way it looks on the chart right now. It's going green. SoFi earnings call. Come on, help me out. You guys probably already posted it. I think it is going to be on the 29th. Wow, there she goes, folks. Look at that. Boom! Well, I do believe there she blows, ladies and gentlemen. There she blows. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look off in the distance. You can see the steam being released into the air just above the sea surface. There she blows. What we say? We're going to get ourselves some booty now. Yes, there she is. Oh my God. She gone green. There she blows. Man the starboard and the port. The aft and the bow. Get up there and start your harpooning. Arr, there she is. Stick a stick in her. And let's let her pull us down. There she goes. Take your pick, ladies and gentlemen. Pick out your harpoon and get you some of a SoFi whale. She's a fatty coming out. Blowing the steam, and look at the whole big massive pod swimming along together. Let's get ourselves some SoFi blubber. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new Sofi song. And ding dong, the shorts went long today. Har har. Ding dong, the shorts went long. They found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Har har. Sofi, he blows and blows, we know. And look at how she goes. And this is how we sing. And we ring that bell. Yeah, ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new Sofi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Har har har. Throw me back in the blue ocean below. There you go, everybody. King Cat coming to help the price rise. Look at this thing popping. Oh, baby, she's a popping, and I don't think she'll be stopping until she's mopping up the shorts. I'm here to tell you now, holy cow, she's going to flower. She can't be plowed. She's on the ground. She's got the seed. She's going to grieve. She's going to grow. You know, she's going to go. Let go. No, she's going to fly. She's going to... Oh, folks, welcome to Sofi Happy Days. Green, 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 green. Everybody, we got ourselves some booty. Today, we bought our booty down here. We went across town to the red light district, and we got ourselves some booty cheap over here. Look at that. We got her for $6.91. Right over there. And she was red, which was right, because she was in the red light district when we got ourselves some. And thank goodness we did when we got her down there. Ah, yes, we took her right down to her knees this morning early, and she dropped right on down there. Mateys, look at that. It's $6.88, I've told you every time. Buy it there and sell her over 10, by God. And there you go. She's at 702. What's a short's gonna do? Oh, my goodness gracious. Welcome to the channel, everybody, as we celebrate Sofi running mad now. She's got the wind in her sails, boys and girls. She's got the wind at her back. And she's gonna blow you right off the deck if you don't. Oh, did I say blow off the deck? Oh, my goodness gracious. Be careful while we're waiting. The water's getting choppy. It's getting rough on us, everybody. Hold on here. Let us get battened down the hatches. Batten down the hatches, boys and girls. I wish I had me a sea hat, too. Sea sailors. Oh, heck, I don't have one. 7:15. Someone's calling 7:15. 715. 715. Look at her exploding to the upside, everybody. She just going off there. You know, I've been trying to tell everybody over the long-term chart, you've been seeing a lot of herking and jerking going on. And I've been trying to tell everybody that for the last month. I said, me God, look at her here. I get into there and I'm taking a look at her, and I see her getting herself hurt down and then jerked and then herks, and then she jerks up there and she herks down and she jerks down up and she herks down and jerky herky jerky herky jerky herky jerky herky jerky herky down. And now is she going to jerky off? Now is this where she breaks free and just blows her top? That's what I want to know. Is this where the wind comes into the sails full force and shoves her right on up here? Oh, my goodness gracious. Is she going off? Sofi, right now, breaking back over 7. Good God almighty. I just got pictures of her just an hour ago at 695, ladies and gentlemen. What is she doing now? We're going to get another shot. Oh, I feel fantastic. Ah, oh, forget about the jibs and folks. We got to get out that mainsail now. Let her loose. Save the photos. Let's get the mainsail. Roll her out. These little jibs are not going to work for us. Let's let her ride. Wind full of her sails, everybody. And by the way, we're looking at some other stocks today, not just Sofi, but I'm having so much fun here watching this dang thing go green on these shortened suckers that have just gotten themselves in such a situation now they cannot stop this thing from going over 7, and they're just going to try. And folks, I got news for you. She's gone beyond 7 at a very interesting time of the day at 1:45. And I've seen this type of run after lunchtime before, and I like what can happen. And folks, it can really unwind on these guys. So watch closely what's going to happen here. I really, really, really like what I'm seeing happening here on this chart. And I told you we had ourselves a freaking porpoise. I told you it looked good 1 hour ago. It looked like a short eating porpoise was forming. And now I'm going to take you in on the 1 day, and look what that thing did. Wow. Nice call. Wow. Get on over here. What are you trying to do to mislead people? I'm showing them the 1 day chart. Don't go jump back over here on this freaking long term and try to deceive them. Look at that thing. She's gotten off the page, folks. I told you she was a short eating porpoise. Look at the mouth on that thing, how they tried to even close its mouth after it opened up. I told you, folks. There was the body of the porpoise's mouth, of the porpoise. There's where it opened its mouth the first time. They tried to close it, and the mouth has now opened again. And this porpoise has become a double P shorty eater, folks. This thing is springing off. Look at that 45-day, jumping away from the 50-day as we speak. It looks gorgeous. And this will be a time when Kathy would buy in, and I would highly suggest you do too. Now, I'm not trying to tell you to dive in and tell me you just spent every penny you had. I want you to use 2% or 1% of your capacity here to buy right now. You're using small increments and following it up. But man, does she look strong right there. Gosh dang. Look at them all coming in right there on this now. Look at all those green candlesticks right there. They said, we've had it with this $7. We got in before it broke over, and I took a picture of it today, folks, just a little bit ago, and I'm glad I did. Gosh dang it. Look at that board. Look at that beautiful thing. Congratulations, all of you longs. This is just the beginning, folks. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. And if you think the high today is going to be what they were showing us earlier, I think you would be mistaken. You can see right down here, they're trying to show earlier the day's range was 697 for the high and 688 for the low. That's what they were showing. Now, I know it went higher than that, but I'm just showing you right now what they were showing early. Now we're going to look now where it was. Days range 703. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness gracious. We're going to surpass the high. Oh, my goodness gracious, folks. I don't understand why they're not showing me to the 11th. So I'm going to change this date right here. Change this to the 11th. Done. And hit apply. They're not showing me the last day of the month right there. There it is. Oh, yeah. 671 for a low on the 4th, 672 on the 5th, Friday 684, Monday 686, today 688, 686 on Friday. So we're looking at Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then today 688. Nice. I'll take that. 60%. Are you insane? Market's due for a 60% correction, sure. Bought a lot more at 688 this morning. Good for you, man. Good. I bought this morning. Yeah, I bought Sofi this morning right here. There's my buys. 684, 685, 686. That's what I wanted anyway. I had put my orders in to buy them there, and they never did fill. They couldn't get to that low. I thought they would. I thought they'd have the strength to get below yesterday's low or the day before, but they couldn't even get there today. I had my orders there to buy it, but I didn't get any. Oh my gosh, folks. What are you shorts going to do now? Well, I'll tell you right now, if you were smart, I think you should be headed for the exits. That's what I'd do. There's no doubt about it. I'd get the heck out of this thing right now before she explodes to the upside. Now, why do I think she can do that? Well, because they've done it before this time of year. They made it go up 125% in 29 days last year. Between May the 15th and June the 14th, the price went up 125%. And now here we are on June the 10th, 4 days away from that anniversary of our high hitting $10.23. There it is, folks. 1 year ago, June the 14th, Sofi hits 1023. On that day, shorts had run completely out of shares to borrow, only had right here on shares available to borrow. That day, they had 350,000 shares left to borrow on June the 14th. And by God, the price had gone from $4.45 a share on the David Chiaverini downgrade up to $10.23 that day, June the 14th. And they only had that many shares left to borrow. And they had to rely on the savior of this right here. They had to have this the next day. They had to have downgrades the very next day, June the 15th. And they got them. And this is totally false because they did not have 5 big analyst cuts. There weren't. Sofi only had 3 downgrades, but they put 5 there. And if you click on it, it's interesting. The headline is just so deceiving because it says right there, 5 big analyst cuts. And it says Sofi right there. And it's totally a lie because there were only 3 to begin with. And then they were none of them downgrades. Every one of them raised their target price. This one raised their price to $8 from $6.50. So that's one of your quote unquote downgrades from Piper Sandler. And the other one came from Bank of America down here. And they raised their target price to $10 from $9.50. And notice how they put the bigger number first and then and try to just really make this as deceptive as they can. All right. They don't want you to see this, all right? They could put, if they were being real, like most people would logically think, from 9.50 to 10. Well, that would be obvious that they didn't do it, okay? But that's the way they presented it, and these were all upgrades of each and every one of these entities raising their target prices on Sofi, but them calling them downgrades because they had to. They were against, right, this is what they were up against. They didn't have any shares left to borrow from this brokerage on that day. They were all the way down to 350,000 shares. And so what do you know? What a coincidence. The very next day, 3 downgrades come to save them. And the same thing happened here. I've shown people this before. The same thing happened here on January the 30th when they got the KBW downgrade. The price had gone, by the way, up to $10.49 and was running wild when they got that downgrade. Yeah. Meanwhile, we look at Sofi just continuing to climb this afternoon. Green, as we've been seeing here lately. And I'm very, very encouraged by that. Show us where she's going. All right, here's where she's going. 2-year. All right. So this is where she's going. This is the 2-year chart. And one thing that I want you to see is I have 2 lines that are running here. One is down here and one is down here. And this is where, well, I'm a buyer at $20. Okay. So this line down here that you see, folks, right here, this price, look at the price that's there. 666 basically, okay? 6645. But I want you to know that number has been conquered as a low. One time there, once there, It visited, look, it visited it twice there. It visited it twice there. It visited it twice there. Visited it once there. And it has never visited it again. That's as low as it could get. And that is 7 where it is now. It is not going to go as low as it was here recently. It's not going to drop to below that line. And I don't believe that. But I see here, over here, a very large gap between this price and where we are now. I see a massive gap right there in the center of your screen that I believe is still there. And I think, well, I know it's there still, okay? And the price happens to be just where it needs to be, above the $9.29 mark. All right. So that is where I expect to see the next resistance, is at that number right there. And that's where we will be, I believe, on earnings day. Now, should we break past that, which has been, you can see right there, this was a point of resistance a long time ago where it traded sideways for a week right there. And folks, it's going to do it again. It's going to hit that number and be tough to get past that $9.33. But the next number is here, folks, right there. And that happens to be $12.40, 19 cents higher than they need to get the price to cash out at $12.29 a share. 11 cents. This is 11 cents higher than $12.29, where they need to convert those shares. That's why I think they're going to this number, because there's such gaps in between here on the way down. They ran it down so freaking fast. Folks, they ran it from that price right there. They ran it from $12.40 down in how many days? That was February 7th. And then by February 21st, they had it there at $10. They had it go down $2 in 2 weeks. It'll go up that fast too. It could easily go up that fast. If it came down that rapidly, it could go up that rapidly when it starts to make its ascent. That's my call. So I see a big gap there, and I see a very large gap in between these two spaces, right? Okay, that's what I think. I could be wrong, but I think that the reason they're trying to hold this down as long as they can here, but they're losing their grip on it, folks, and they're losing their grip today. She's starting to get away from them, and this is a very nice shoulder building on this right here. Very nice shoulder. I like the look of that shoulder right there. Hold on a second. Get a little bit of water here. My screen over here has stopped showing what I was showing, so I'm going to refresh it. All right, this one here, I don't need to be on playing on 2 of them at once. That'll be too much. Just give me a second here, folks. I got the playing video right there. What's your thoughts about the website traffic down this month? No, website traffic last month was higher than it's ever been. It was the highest it's ever been last month. If it was down a little bit, it doesn't matter, because it was already up last month, higher than even when Taylor Swift was on. So I'm not concerned about that at all. Website traffic's been very good for Sofi. Yep. Someone trying to talk to me. I can't understand. Gold Bay, ill I sell. Don't know what that means. There we go. I've almost got this done what I'm working on, folks. Give me a second. AAPL just announced their Sofi killer product. Yeah. They really coming after Sofi with that, I'm guessing. Yeah. Gonna kill Sofi. You can see how much it's killing it right now. Really putting a hurting on it. All right, I'm done. Oh, I see. Here's a massive shoulder building on this thing about to pop off of it, too. It's going to go higher. It's both. We trade it and invest in it. I hold over 50,000 shares permanently, and then I trade about 5,000 shares often per day. Not always. I have to see big swings in the price to move in and out of it, but I do it. And I have all my sell orders already in place. I've already bought this stock in the fours and sold when it hit here. I sold about 20%. I bought back when it got down here. I sold here another 20%. When it got down here, I bought back in. When it hit here, I sold 40. It was 30,000 shares that I sold on this day. And that was 2/3 of my position. Well, 3/4 of my position I sold that day at 1166, 1167, 1168. And there are many people that were on my channel that day on July 30th, first, if you want to go back, who were with me and sold it right along with me when it hit that on this channel. Thank you, Red Digity. I appreciate it. So we've taken advantage of these massive swings all year long, buying in the 641, selling here at 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016 on that day. We bought back in and we sold over here. We've sold all these highs. We've sold that. And we've bought in the sevens and over 10 and sixes and over 10 and the fours and over 10 and the nines and over 10. And we've just sold over 10 so many times. We're getting kind of used to this and expect it again. That's all. Everybody expects to see it again. We're just being patient right here, just waiting on them to do it again. Because why wouldn't they do it again? They've done it so many times already. Why wouldn't they do it again? Why can't they just use the reason is because the third profitable earnings call pushes it back up over even 1170 wouldn't stop it on that maybe. Depends on how many institutions come in. I've already shown people how many institutions came in on PLTR on their third profitable earnings call. It was a massive number of institutions that came in on PLTR on their third one. It wasn't their first one, and it wasn't their second one. And as a matter of fact, after PLTR's, go track what I'm telling you, after PLTR's second earnings report, they were up and then they dropped down a little bit. They made a little move up and then they were attacked for 3 weeks straight before the third profitable earnings call. And then they went, whoa. And look at the number of institutions. You can see them if you go back and look and track it. I've shown people in the past here before what happened to PLTR before. This looked just like PLTR before the third earnings call, and then boom, and they didn't go back down like Sofi did. They've kept going up, PLTR. And you guys know that. You know it. You know it's true. So I see Sofi trailing right along behind PLTR, right in its footsteps. I'm trying to hold AMC at 466. PLTR we're talking about, folks. It's down 1.69%, but you know where we bought this. And take a look at the 1-year chart and how the gains have been on this stock. And we even sold at these highs and bought back at these lows here. Goodbye. little surprise for you guys and gals. A little 12 string. There we go. Haha. Daniel, my brother, you are older than me. Do you still feel the pain of the scars that won't heal your eyes at night? You see more than I. Daniel, I'm not gonna hit that note. Stop in the face of the sky. I'm singing Rocket Man, folks. This is Sofi. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kid. Cactus cold as hell, and there's no one there to raise them if you did. And all the science I don't understand, it's just my job 5 days a week. Sorry. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And sometimes thinking down, I guess you'll find I'm not the man you think at all. Oh, no, 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 I'm your rocket man. A rocket man, burning at his fuse, I'm here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think you need to buy some more Sofi. Sofi's not the kind of thing you wanna waste. You better get in before it's too late. And it's and I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings us down. I think you'll find that this Sofi is gonna fly oh to the sky. Oh, you better watch it fly. Everybody knows who's here alone. Watch it fly. Sofi. There you go, folks. A little 12-string action for you on a nice little we got a nice little guitar here, and it's an Alvarez. It's a AD60S signature series. Learn the lyrics? No, I can't. I can't sing the song in its original way, or I'll get a copyright violation on the channel. I know all the lyrics, believe me. I know all the lyrics to every Elton John song. I can promise you. He's one of my favorite artists. One of my second album that I ever owned. And you guys have seen my album collection. Some of you watched the one short that I did playing the drums. I put a short up about 3 weeks ago of me playing the drums, and you can see my album collection behind me there. Some of it. I still have 3 other cases that you don't even see in that video. But it's a short I put up with me playing the drums, if you want to hear me play the drums. And I do play the piano, and I play the sax more than anything else. That's my main instrument, saxophone. I need to know how many rocks you sold at the garage sale. Oh, whoosh. 20, 30 maybe? Some was born the other day, so much like I had to say. You know the words. When I was away, and he was talking before I knew it, and as he grew, he said, I'm gonna be like him. You know I'm gonna be like him. Yeah, this guitar really has a nice tone to it. A child arrived the other day, and it came to the world in the usual way, but there were to them and bills to play. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking before I know it, and as he grew, he said, I'm gonna be like you. You know I'm gonna be like you. I can't do any more of it. If I do any more, I'll get in trouble. Rush called. They want you back in the band. I'm going to play you a song of mine. It has words, but I'm not going to say the words. I'm just going to whistle it. Oh, let me figure this out. Can you play? No, I cannot play anybody else's music. I'm not allowed to do other people's music. Anyway, that's just one of my songs. It's called Any Moment Now. That's on YouTube. You can listen to. You can hear it. Having just struck my guitar fret. If you don't like the music, you can go on your way. You have not been retained. Gonna climb a mountain, highest mountain, no one. Gonna jump off, ain't nobody gonna know. Gonna climb a mountain, I gotta know these words. And can't you see? Can't you see what that woman, she done to me? All right. A little bit of everything coming your way today. Yeah, this new guitar kind of brings out some different ideas for different types of songs that, you know, you can hear that 12 string in them. Gangsta rap, I have some gangsta rap on YouTube. Go listen to a song called The Nagging Song. Yeah, I do. But like I said, unfortunately, I cannot play other people's music. The reason I'm playing music right now, folks, is because as I play, sometimes I don't know why, but Sofi goes up and I like to just keep playing while it's going up, and then we'll look at it in a little bit and it'll be higher. What do you call okay, Noah? I'm sorry, but that one will not be responded to and you will be eliminated from the tank. Bye-bye. Not to be heard of. There's no timeout. You're hidden for good. Yeah. Hidden for good. Warm smell of your feet rising up through the air. I have to be careful what I sing. Up in the head in the distance, saw a Sofi by. I placed my order, got it. 700 was my buy. I'm sorry, folks. I have to make up words. The forbidden song. That's right. Don't go in a guitar shop and try to play this. You will be thrown out. Yeah, you will get tossed if you go in a guitar shop and start playing that song, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. You will be glad you didn't do it. Okay? They will instantly unplug your amplifier and tell you to exit the building or what have you. If you didn't know that about that song, if you don't play it publicly, and even now I'm, yeah. The only reason I'm playing it is because it sounds cool on a 12 string. You just hear that sound and I just wanted to give it to you. And I'd rather just do one of my own original songs. Let's see. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, thinking of squeezing and holding you tight. The telephone is so close, but you are so far away. talk, what would I say? I'm sure by now you probably forgotten my name, but that doesn't really bother me. Couldn't hold you to blame, 'cause it was just one night, and it was such a long time ago. And I don't think you know how bad I wanna drive to you. I said, babe, I wanna see you again, drive to you. I wanna take your hand and drive to you. Will this feeling never end, to fly to you? Listen, babe, I wanna drive to you, fly to you. But I need to get back to reality, 'cause I'll never see her again. It's just my fantasy that I can keep you dreaming, wishing that my dreams could all come true. And don't think that I'll ever lose the urge to drive to you. Babe, I wanna see you again, drive to you. I wanna take your hand, drive to you. Babe, I wanna see you again, drive to you. So babe, I wanna drive to you. Babe, I wanna drive to you. Said, babe, I wanna drive to you. Said, babe, I wanna drive to you. That's a Catfish Tyler original. Although if you hear it online, it won't be Catfish Tyler. It's Tyler Self. TYLERSELPH. You can hear me on all the music venues. That's one of my songs, Drive to You. Thank you. Thank you, Carl Ashmore. You should listen to Christy Moore, okay? CHRISTYMOORE. Irish singer. I do have a St. Patrick's Day song. And the Irish love my St. Patrick's Day song. It is on YouTube. You can put Tyler Self, SELPH, and put St. Patrick's Day song. And it is a song that talks about the origin of St. Patrick's Day, how it all got started and where it all began. It talks about St. Patrick himself and where he was born. And his story is one tale, a tall tale, I'm telling you. That story of that man, St. Patrick, was unbelievable. And he was once held in chains in Ireland, and he ended up going back there after fate. He had a dream about catching a ship, so he got himself up one morning. And talk about just like making your dreams. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Drive to You, that song. When I play these, I don't do them, unfortunately. I can't play. It's been such a long time since I've played them. And believe me, right now, my fingers are feeling it, man. Because I haven't really played enough lately. Not like playing out when you play out every night. Your fingers get strong. It's hard to play on a 12. All right, I'm done. Little bit of guitar for you today. I thought you'd like the 12 string we brought to the table. And it certainly does give a different sound, that Alvarez, and thank you. So, all right, let's go look at our Sofi now. What in the world has happened to this stock? Where's it ignited? Has the flame been lit finally? Are we on our way? Can we push this thing right on up here past these 7s and get on up into the 8s and 9s within 3 weeks? Can we do it? Can we do it by the next earnings call? Will this be back over 10 at this rate if we just keep gaining every day, this little tiny bit every day? Can it just do that? Or do we need it to leap upwards on some sort of a catalyst right here? Or will it just happen of its own with enough people believing that it can actually get there? And it's been the problem for retailers that they've always caved. But man, this is something I keep saying. Why would they stop running it back over $10 like they've done so frequently? Why? You have to question, why would they stop doing that? They're making so much off of retailers by doing it repeatedly over the last year and a half. Why would they stop now? I love this latest headline down here, folks. How you like that? Sofi is a bad stock, so why do I own it? Oh, it's a bad stock, all right. It's going to be bad to the bone. I should have played that song. Let me talk about Sofi. All the things are going to fly. You better get some Sofi. Better get some Sofi pie. I want to be yours and you own it. You got to own a few. You got to grab a few shells here now. Oh, yeah, that's what you're going to do. Sofi. 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 Oh, yeah. Sofi to the sky. Yeah, I'm having fun, folks. I'm watching the price rise, too. Don't you like it? We sing a song and the price goes up. Let's keep pushing it. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, woman, Catfish, Tyler. Boom, boom, boom. Gets to singing a song. Boom, boom, boom. The shorts can't stand to hear it. All the words sound so wrong. But you can see Sofi's rising. You can see it's going much higher. Because you can see as I'm singing, it inspires all the buyers. Sofi. 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 You guys hanging in there? Are you all right? Are you all right with me? Did your parents sing or play instruments? Yes. My father was the conductor of our music at our choir at the church. My mom was a pianist, plays by ear, and she sings like a bird too, and the two of them sang together we sang on many stages all over the state of Florida, and we raised money for the Haitian people that we went to Haiti to help. And we lived in Haiti together, me and my mom and dad. Ça, c'est la raison que je parle français avec toi maintenant ici. Et c'est parce que I'm capable de parler créole avec tout, mon cher. So I'm speaking two languages from you, from French and Creole. So you come from a musical family. That's right. I come from a family from Irish, and then the Irish comes even previous to that from England. So my family name, Self, goes all the way back with the spelling S-E-L-P-H to the English, Old English. And Self is a very common name, and all selves, whether they're S-E-L-P-H or S-E-L-F or S-E-L-F-E, which is another spelling, they're all related in some way or another. They have little changes. We are now going to inspire the price to go up higher by keep singing the Sofi song. So now I want you all to pay attention to what I gotta say. You can see we got the short's attention. And now they're all gonna have to pay. Because there's only one way out. And that's if they're a higher buyer. You can see right now. You hear from Catfish Tyler. Sofi. Yeah, we're having fun. Sofi. Sofi. Yeah, stay with me, folks. You got to be able to hang in there because you never know what's going to come at you from Catfish Tyler on a daily basis. I'm going to bring it. I'm going to sing it. I'm going to watch that rise in price as I keep singing. And I know that you guys have been here with me before with this type of energy that we're tapping into to perpetuate it to a higher high. Let's run it on up past 709. Come on, folks. We want to see this thing flying. Everybody needs to start up a buying right now. Come on, everybody. Holy cow. Let's get it running. You see that she's gunning. You can see how much fun we're having here. Everybody, you don't need to disappear. You can hang in here if you can handle. If you can't, then I guess it's time to find another channel. Oh, the channel, the handle, you got to get on. You got to get on the bus. Everybody, there's no discussing it. There's no tussing it. You got to get on and ride. Get on and ride the camel like Clyde. You all know the song I'm talking about. If you're old enough, give me a shout. Shout it out. Sofi. Most financial services are down except for Sofi. That's very right. And I've been expressing this to everybody that all of the institutions have been moving away from the legacy banks. I have shown people all the big legacy banks. I've shown them on FinTel. I've done the comparison directly, and the institutions are getting away, getting out. And on Sofi, they're going up, and they're going up and up and up. And this channel is doing the same thing with now 10,674 subscribers, about to go over 10,700. And we just crossed 10,000 last week, I think was Wednesday, whether we crossed 10,000. So we've got another 700 subscribers to the channel who want to hear this great stuff about Sofi. I'm telling you all, she's going to fly. She's going to go. She's going to go. She's going to let loose on them. There she blows. I told you there was her fin right there. She broke the water. You guys got to know. She come up there and she blowed right there. And she gave her first indication that she was there. That's when I said, there she blows, everybody. Now you can see her fin coming clearly out of the water, and she's about to blow her spout again. Watch this baby rocket, ladies and gentlemen, as they all start coming in. I'm showing you here, there's a very large gap over here, ladies and gentlemen, a very large gap that exists there to this price. There's a massive gap they created on the way down, and it's still there now, and it's coming to this price, folks. This is the next stop for Sofi, if you ask me, right here. $9.33. That's it. Put your sell orders in at 9.28 and 29, 9.30, 31, 32, and 33. Just put them all up there. Put them there now because she's going to feel when the next time she pops, that's the number where they're going to try to stop it because that's a big number for them. They had it here, they had it here, they had it there, they've had it here for quite some time. So, folks, I'm telling you, when there's a line like this and you get that right there, you better just know, put your sell order there. Some of them, I'm not telling you to sell them all. Just put, 15% of them or something, or 20% right there at that number. Put your sell orders in so they can't borrow your shares, people. Put your sell orders in on your stock so they cannot borrow the shares. Please do that. Don't let them borrow shares and use them against us. And by the way, how do you like a look of that? Does anybody have any inspiration from seeing that happening right now? It's beautiful. Now, what I want to see is I want to see this number get eclipsed right here. I want to see this number right here getting eclipsed. Right there, 709. I want to see that fall. Then the next number is going to be 713, people. And if it gets past that, 720. And these are very, very key areas, and they're all on my number sheet, every one of them, coincidentally, just about every one of those numbers. So once again, if you bought SoFi down in the sixes and the upper sixes today, you bought it for higher than yesterday's yesterday's price, or day before yesterday, or 2 days ago, 3 days ago now, Friday. You got in higher. And congratulations on being a SoFi buyer. One day you'll be part of the SoFi jet flyer. Because this thing is leaving Earth, folks. It's going to leave the tarmac. It's pulling out onto the, you just envision it now, man. My next picture should be out the cockpit of a big old jet getting ready, right at the end of the runway, just ready to go. Because she is right there. She looks like she's just sitting there ready to just freaking go completely knock right out of the park here. I love what I'm seeing here on this one day. Let's go take a quick look at the one day again. So I've shown you that big gap that's there, and she's breaking away. She's left the doggone page. You know what? SoFi's song's going to be worked in for Rocket Man, and it's going to say in the next version, and I think it's going to be a long, long time till SoFi ever drops back below 9. Yep, I'm going to have those words. I think it's going to be a long, long time if SoFi ever breaks back. I'm trying to work it out, Yeah. Or I think it will not be a long, long time until SoFi soon breaks back above 9. And on her way to 10 and oh much more. Oh. How do you like that, folks? We're going to get us a SoFi song for Rocket Man, I promise you. Because, folks, this chart looks rocketish. JP Panek, oh my gosh. You are as constant as Jenner, or whatever they call that stuff that people use to take for stability. Geritol JP remains in the very top position on the tank and will probably for forever, I would guess. He's such a reliable donator who keeps this channel alive for everyone else's benefit. This guy, if it was not for him, this channel, I would have shut it down already if it wasn't for that guy, folks. You need to make him King Cat. And he is, man. He's as good as gold to come to this channel and keep me on here entertaining people and doing what I do every day of the week. And folks, she's breaking free. 706. Go on with yourself, you bad self, SoFi. Go on with your bad self, SoFi. She is really starting to get impressive looking here, folks. And we're only at 15.3. How? Why? Folks, I don't know. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. I do know why. I know why. I've been telling everyone why for freaking 8 months on this channel, why this thing's going to go. I've been telling them that one of these days we're going to be looking at this thing and she's just going to concede to all that upward pressure from all the shares that aren't there to short anymore. And this is going to cause what I call a breakdown. Go ahead and watch it dropping. How many shares have they got to short today? Breakdown. 500,000, 31st of May. Breakdown. Oh my, we got a breakdown situation here, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking down. She's breaking down. Breaking apart. She's getting dashed upon the shoreline, folks. The seas, the rough seas have blown her in. This is where the water depth used to be, where she was riding along. And then they came up on a sandbar coral reef right here. Boom, look at that. They took a little bit of hit, and then the water started to gain, and they got their bilge pumps going, and they pumped out some water, and it went back up. More water's filling. Uh-oh, kick it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. They're pumping it. But, folks, they're running out now. The shares, there's no water. There's going to be no water to even pump to put out this flame, this fire. I know that's the silliest analogy you've ever heard, but, folks, I'm working with it, okay? I'm flowing. I'm going with the flow, all right? A timeout occurred on the FinTel page. Holy smokes, look at that thing rocket. Whoa! What on earth? Well, it left Earth. Its Rocket Man song was played, and then off she went, didn't she? Jiminy Christmas, folks. How in the world? What? See, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Look at the closing chart on Friday on Sofi. See that? This is Sofi's closing Friday closing chart. Look at all those green candlesticks coming in. They knew. There it is, man. 708 was the price that they were flying in here at the closing yesterday. I'm glad I can show you that in case you weren't paying attention to it, and I hope that you'll consider hitting the like button together at the same time with me. As the time now is set. Oh, 2:48. Oh, 2:49. We missed it. I thought we were going to get 2:48:48, but look at this thing. All right, when this thing hits 7:08, then let's all hit the like button together, okay? As soon as you guys see the number 708, my favorite number, I'd like to ask you to please hit the like button, all right? Let's help make this thing go even higher, because it's going to go to 708. It's just a matter of time, because all the shares are now gone that were at 695 and 696 and 697. They're gone. 698's gone. 699 said bye-bye. 7 said toodles. 8 said hasta luego. 701 said Afrita Zane. That was terrible. I should have said that better. Afrita Zane. There you go. Afrita Zane. That's even better, I think. I don't know for sure. Yep, here comes 708. Get ready to hit that like button, everybody. And by the way, if you've already hit the like button, then we're just going to hit the smiley faces, the balloons, or whatever you feel like donating to the cause. And we've already got contributions up to $13.88, and let's see if we can get some more. If you guys will make some money off this Sofi right now. So let's get this thing to just bust loose on them and go right on up to 708, and then we're all going to hit the like button and surge the channel to even more people in outer space and on beyond and other places and other planes and other atmospheres and other zones. We're going to let this thing, because that's where Sofi is going. We got to get it out there in advance and clear the way for Sofi's path. So we're going to broadcast this out in outer space right now, 708. We're going to all hit that, and you're going to, energy boost will just fly out of here, right out into the zone, right, everybody? It'll just, and that will attract others. It's almost like gravity. Sofi, we need to improve its density and mass. Everybody who's here on this channel with me right now, JB Panik is just Gonzo. Hi there. We're waiting for the Sofi price to hit 708, and we're all going to hit the like button together when it hits that number. 708. David Westbrook, man, and you're there in the top. You will be moved as well to next to JP Panek. We'll put you back up to the very top, next to JP. Nice. Thank you very much, David. I'm very grateful for that, and I'll be the first to like it too. You guys are the reasons that this channel is even still here. It wasn't for you, be gone. This channel would be gone. Long gone even already. It would have been gone. JP Panek is a major influencer of this channel, and I'm glad that he can help me keep it on here for other people to benefit from. And I'm the one that convinces people that you need to just keep the faith with this SoFi and don't let them monkey you around with it. Every time they drop it into those low vills, get it with Anthony Noto. When Anthony Noto's buying at his latest buys were at 690, 691, and 692. Anthony Noto is no dummy, people. He doesn't think the price is going to 650, or he would have waited till it got there to buy. He bought it at 690, 28,000, 691, 28,000, and 692, 26.5 or something. Folks, he's buying at that number because he knows that that's where they want to get it, and he's accumulating there. The guy he has made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars off of his SoFi investments so far, people. Go look at his investment portfolio of SoFi, and you see a chart that goes like this. That's what he's doing. He's smart, just like you and I, folks. He's being intelligent. And he's buying on these dips, and he's smelling those rips. And every one of these dips keeps getting higher and higher and higher, and this is very clearly evidenced by this 2-year chart. And folks, look at this short-eating porpoise's mouth right here forming again. Look at it once again, folks. We now have our third short-eating porpoise. Folks, we got a school of them. We've got a school of them. Look at them. Keep trying to close the mouth on the porpoises, but each time, folks, it gets bigger and bigger. I'm going to move this up. I've shown you every one since right here. Here was the first one that they formed. And I told you right there, this is a short-eating porpoise. And then they tried to down and boom. This is the first one. This is when I told you guys earlier. I said, this is a short-eating porpoise because the mouth of the blue started to go up right there. And I told you that right there. I pointed it out. And sure enough, it turned into a short-eating porpoise. And then it came up here. And then what did they try to do? They tried to flatten it out again. See that? They pulled that blue line right down along the gold, and then it just built and built and built that shoulder. And then look at this porpoise's mouth. Now you got the second porpoise here, and its mouth is opening as we speak. And look at the 200-day moving average that's just changed its pitch angle. Look at the rise of that 200 coming off of there. Folks, this type of technical analyst, the big whales can see this, folks. They're watching this too. They're looking at this very closely, and they see this is happening. They saw this first porpoise's mouth open and swallow up some shorts, and then this porpoise here and its mouth open, and they see this porpoise is formed, and it's going to swallow some more. Most likely. And folks, I know I'm using kind of a stupid analogy, but the fact of the matter is, I just like to call it that because it sounds fun. It's a short-eating porpoise, and it's eating shorts, and it's a porpoise. And it's just playfully riding along the wave, too, by the way. The wave is getting bigger, and the wave is getting taller, folks, that it's on behind it. Look at that wave. Look at the wave that the porpoise has been playing on all morning long. This was here at sunrise, folks. And then the porpoise got in on the first wave, and it rode along, and then it saw some bait shorts, and it ate some bait shorts right there, big time. And then it pooped them out, and afterwards, the waves got taller, and then they said, holy crap, and this porpoise formed right here. And now you can see it is forming even bigger. Look at its mouth right now, growing in size right there. Look at the 45-day moving off the 50-day, folks. Gosh dang, that looks beautiful. And all this green, look at this sea of green. This is greener than the doggone Mediterranean, folks. Man, that looks just gorgeous. Talk about a sea of green, everyone. What is going on here? Well, I'm loving it. I like seeing that blue 45 leaving that 50 again like it did right through here. And the price is, well, of course, it just keeps rising. Just keeps rising and rising. Now they're going to try and plateau it out again. It's going to bounce off that 50-day and keep going right on up, I think. That's what I see happening. I could be wrong, but I sure don't think so. Dang thing looks strong. Has she hit 708 yet? She's going to right now, folks. I'm going to call it. I'm going to be looking at a 708 right here. When I'm going to get a 707 is when I'm looking at 708, babe, 708. Let's go over here and see if we've seen 708 already. I didn't even catch it. Let's go over here and check it out right now. We're going to see if we got a 708. 707, I'm going to 708 right here. We got a 708. You're not going to get a chance to get it any better than this right now, folks, ladies and gentlemen. You might as well get on in right now. Here we go, 708. GERN gets their approval potentially this week for their drug from FDA. Is it worth buying before some? Buy some. You put a pinch between your cheek and gum, okay? You just put a pinch there for flavor. If it starts to flow too strong, you got to spit a bit out. That's okay. But if you get in there and she starts tasting bitter, you got to spit that out too. Just put a little pinch there. Ah, man, do I like seeing this. Man, I love seeing this right now, everybody. Sofi is a testament of strength right here. Pushing to a higher high and a higher low for its fourth day in a row as we get closer and closer to earnings. And some of you saw my thumbnail from about a week ago saying, are earnings going to push this thing up? Is earnings going to be the catalyst? Can Sofi earnings catapult this thing unexpectedly? Wow. I mean, I'm looking across here, man, and to be honest with you, this chart right here just looks superb, okay? And I even see the half-hearted attempt they made here to try to shake everybody away from it, but man, they just fleeced it out right there, and then they came all coming in. They fleeced it. They fleeced it right there. Over a 5-minute period, thought they'd just take the stomach out of everyone for this stock, but their stomach, they just increased their appetite. It was like a little appetizer. They gave them all an appetizer there, everybody. All right, folks. This is the same thing. This is simply another shoulder. You guys already know that I told you when it got here that I really, really liked what I was seeing here with this shoulder building. And I liked it. I told you that. Then she made the spike, and then they said, oh, God, we can't let it get away from us. And then she came up here. But guess what this is, folks? She's building another shoulder right now. And how much did she jump the last time? Look at how much she moved. Once that shoulder gave way, the price was at 702, maybe even a little lower. Let's look right there. Yep, 702. And then she ran up, how much? She ran up 3 cents, and then she even went higher. 706. She jumped 4 cents, folks. And now you've got the same formation happening here. She's at 707, 706. She's going to 710 right now. And she might even tap 711 right here. We'll see that next. That's my call. Based on what I just saw right there. See, and I take advantage of these things. If I was selling, I would be selling at 711, folks. If I was buying in those low sixes or sixes. If I bought at 641 3 months ago, I'd consider taking some off the top right there. I surely would. I would. Just take a little bit and pack it away, because tomorrow morning, they'll probably take it back down one last time below 7 if they can. I don't know, though. Some people might go, why would you bother doing that? You know, you're not getting enough of a lower price. But you never know. Before, I've already said to people, before this thing really goes off, they could do anything they want with it, folks. And in case you guys want to know what manipulation's all about, let me show you a picture of what happened with NVOS last week, yesterday, or this recently. Okay. Here it is right here. This is NVOS 9303, but I want you to see what true manipulation looks like. Look at Friday's, look at the 1-day chart. Look what they did Friday afternoon on this thing. NVOS, look at that massive freaking head fake on NVOS to just bash it down. You don't think manipulation exists in this marketplace? when the price can jump from 95 cents or whatever all the way up that much and then fall that much. This is an example of the way market makers can make anything happen on a stock, folks, and why I tell you to go in cautiously and make small investments when you come in. It's because of this kind of action right here that I warn you about the market and how you can get burned. You cannot dive in heavy on a stock that starts to take off because you think you're missing the boat and you've got to put all your money in. You got to get in, got to get in. There she goes, got to get in. Nope. Uh-oh. What the? Yeah. Uh-huh. See, something like this can happen right here because a stock starts to go on news and it runs up to the 52-week high. And the company says, now let's do a share offering, public share offering right now. Let's get some cash out of this run up. And they do a public share offering there and collapses the price. And my guess is that's what happened right there. Now, I could be wrong, but let me go see. NVOS, did they just do a public share offering? Let's go look at it and investigate it. NVOS. I want to see what happened. There it is. NVOS up 14%, by the way, today, just in case you're aware of it. But 4 days ago, Novo Integrated Science Board of Director approves increase of maximum amount under stock repurchase program to 10 million. Oh, they bought some stock back 4 days ago. Huh. You know, wouldn't it have been cool since SoFi oversold? In case you don't know about it, on that last order that SoFi put out for the collectible, they gave convertible notes out, and they were going to sell 500 million, but they got instead so many people wanted in on those convertible notes that they sold $652 million worth. So they got an extra 152 million. And I say, why not? If you've got an extra 152 million, why don't you buy back some shares? What do you think that would do to SoFi's share price if he announced SoFi they were going to take that extra 152 billion that they got and buy back shares with it? Now, I know what they're doing instead. They're loaning it out, and that's a good thing. But anyway, there's NVOS right now, folks, in case you weren't aware of it. And it looks good right there. She looks like she's getting ready to springboard off there, even perhaps, maybe. But she's up nice today. Looking at some other ones, CCM. What a smash down. But today, recovering some. Totally flatlined, and that usually looks like accumulation. You can see that a lot, folks, before a big jump. That looks like accumulation to me, folks, right there. I'm just saying, watch this CCM. Watch it, watch it, watch it. WISA up 2% today. Congratulations if you're holding that still. I know some of you got in on that, and I'm glad to see it starting to rise. I hope it continues to do so, and I hope it takes off again like it did before. We made so much on it the first time. Oh my, GERN, folks. Look at that. That's the year-to-date chart, and here's the 1 day. She looks good. $5, just crossing 5 now. And if she can hold over 5, look out. She might be on her way. 10 million more shares traded today than usual. And GERN, I don't like their revenues. Their earnings are horrible. Losing. Can you imagine where SoFi's share price would be if it had earnings that looked like that, so much loss in money? Can you imagine where SoFi? And I don't like this, that they don't have that many covering it anymore. A lot of them dropped out of it as far as analysts. So anyway, gosh. Watch it. If it breaks over 5, folks, you might want to get a little bit of it. If it doesn't, then stay away. And it may not go any higher than 513 right now. And then tomorrow they'll pull it back down to 488 in the morning. All right, so just be aware of that. Might be a good one on the radar for tomorrow morning to get at 488, 489. Just write it down, GERN, tomorrow morning. You don't have to get in there, but if you want, it's just broke over 5. You saw it. SoFi is going to go to 708 here, folks, and then we're going to go to 713. And 708 is a big number for these guys. I know. CCLT. Wow, GameStop. I sold that at 38. Now you know why. Some people said I got out too soon. Well, I made double my money on it, so I don't know about that. CCLT. David Westbrook, thank you so much. Your name will be moved up in the tank. And we got to also add and move up. We've also got to add someone else and move up. David Westbrook. All right, we got David Westbrook's going to be moved up in the tank order for giving one of the donations, the latest donation. I want to thank you for doing that to help this channel prosper and go more worldwide than it is now. So thank you very much, David Westbrook. And JP Panek, you're just so fantastic. And I give you another like on that one for that one up earlier. And he gave 2 times also last week on Friday. JP Panek, I saw you give me 2 times, and 888 is, how much I like the number 8. So all those 888 donations are really showing some real respect, and I appreciate that. All right. All right. SoFi institutional ownership continues to gain. I am not a financial advisor, everyone. Please keep that in mind. I do want to look at some other stocks briefly right now. MLGO is one of them. Up 6.78% today. Okay. It was up much more this morning, folks. It really ran out of the gate, and it was up very nicely, I think about 20%. And they come at it after that. But now she starts to rebound here at the very end of the day. Still up 6.78, so not bad. This one was asked about last week. It's down 11% today. POFCY. And I just got my eyes on it, but it's down today. So I didn't pick it out that day when they mentioned it. I said, I just don't know, man. I'm not sure about that one. But I kept my eye on it for them, but it's definitely not doing well. So sorry about that if you own that one. And I didn't have any flips over it when I saw it then. So I'm still, as you can see, not impressed with it now. SOBR staying down here around 31 cents. Just watching that, keeping an eye on it. Looking for a major pullback to maybe buy a little bit more, but that isn't going to happen right now. And I don't see, SOBR, let's just write that one off. That's a sobering experience. By the way, don't complain about this kind of movement where we sold this thing up here. Don't complain about selling that thing at 66 cents and 67 cents with me. Sober. All right? Because you know where we bought the dang thing. We made a killing on that stock, you guys. And again, this is the kind you really just want to stay away from once you get that little pop. You don't go back. You just don't look back. I know some of you did. Armando, welcome. Ever check DSY? Holy smokes. Well, I sure wouldn't buy it today. I'll tell you that right now. I appreciate you bringing it up today, though, because I love stocks like this to catch the washout in the morning. 51 million shares, and it usually trades 403,000. This is a perfect example, folks. DSY, number 1 pick for tomorrow. DSY, thank you for sharing that with me. Number 1 pick for Tuesday, June the 11th. Yep. I've been streaming today for, I don't know, I've been streaming since May the 17th when David Chiaverini downgraded this stock, and I came to the defense of this company. And I wasn't the only one carrying the torch. We had a Hurricane Lopez with me trying to make sure everybody knew that that guy that did that downgrade that day with a price target of $2.50 was nothing more than a 2-bit player, a gamer, somebody who didn't have his worth his weight in gold. And we showed everybody what I'm still showing people to this day. This gentleman right here that made SoFi's price fall to the lowest it's ever been was a 0-star rated analyst who came out and said SoFi was only worth $2.50 a share, and he made this price fall to the lowest it's been 1 year and 1 month ago. This guy who's got a success rate of 150 picks out of 335, he's correct. Folks, you could do better with a quarter in your pocket than this right here rating. And as a Hurricane said, I don't think you could be this bad without trying to be. On purpose, he says. You couldn't be in this industry, in this business, and instructing on people like I'm trying to do to help them pick on the lows, buy on the lows, and sell on the highs. You couldn't be in this business if you had that kind of failure rate. You couldn't. I wouldn't. You think I'd have a website if all of mine were that bad and I was a negative 45% gainer here on this channel? You think I'd have an increase of 4,000 plus people this month if I was getting those kind of results that this loser did, David Chiaverini? But folks, he's the cause of the price hitting the lowest it ever was, $4.45 a share. And I'm here to show everybody who he was. And I want you to know that this year, on the anniversary of his doing that to this stock, Wedbush bought more shares. They bought shares of SoFi on the anniversary on May the 15th, folks. They bought shares of SoFi stock 1 year after the year they downgraded it and made the price fall to $4.55 a share. 1 year to the day of that debacle of a downgrade, Wedbush bought into Fintel SoFi stock. You can see it. They don't want you to know about it, but I'm here to show it and call them out for it. 1 year to the day that they downgraded SoFi stock and made the price fall to the lowest it's been in 1 year and a month now, folks. And what did they do? What did they do? SoFi institutional shares. Here we go. I'm going to find another way to it. See, they don't want you to see this. This is often happens. They don't like me to show you this kind of stuff. I'm going to find another way in on this. Drift in through another doorway, hopefully. They're still trying to keep me from showing it to you. That's okay. Fintel, SoFi, institutional ownership. We'll go in this door. There you go. Show the people. Don't hide them. Don't hide this from people. Let them see what I'm going to show them. Let them all see it. It's incredible. 3:15 p.m. and suddenly I got my chance to show you guys the anniversary of SoFi being beaten down by a loser named David Chiaverini, and they're not going to let me show it to you. AMD stock falls on Morgan Stanley downgrade. Yeah, they probably own shares of it. I'm sure they do. Every company that they downgrade, they own. How ironic that I cannot right now. How ironic that I cannot right now pull up Fintel's information about SoFi here on this channel and show it to you. But it's happening. Yeah, I know. She's going to go to 708. And when she hits 708, we're all going to hit the like button. We're waiting for that right now. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't know what's going on here, folks. Fintel goes down when Catfish tries to expose ridiculousness of it all. It's true. Fintel will not load. They don't want you to see it, folks. They just flat out don't think it's something that you wanted to see. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, what are you going to do when they don't want to supply the information? You close that out. You go over here and you try to do it on the new page. You come over to New Bank, which is losing institutions coming in right now, having a reduction of institutions coming in right now. And now I'm going to change this from New Bank to Fintel and try to jump over here to what's going on Fintel with Sofi. In case you didn't know, I already showed some people this before in the past, and you can certainly see if you go back to May 15th where Wedbush bought in this year. They bought over 10,000 shares on May the 15th, the anniversary of their downgrade. And that's what I'm trying to show you now, but they don't want you to see that. They don't want that, folks, coming out. Don't show people that. No, Catfish. That is unfair for you to do that to these shorts when you start exposing this stuff like this. Please don't. Please don't do it, Catfish. Don't be cruel to us. We are suffering enough, the shorts say. We don't need you exposing this in the way we play our game. They don't want any part of that. I'm going to try and load it again now. And the funny thing is, if I go over here to this page, I can go over to the 5-day chart and watch what happens. It jumps right over to it. I go to the 1 day, it jumps right over to it. No problem. Go to the 1 year, there it is, jumps right over to it. Page works fine. Go to historical data, thing loads right up. Here it is. Boom. She loaded up. No problem. Page works perfectly fine. No difficulty with GERN at all. It is still over 5 and a good place to maybe take a position. But get over here to this Fintel Sofi chart. No. Isn't that interesting? No, Catfish. Don't use our educational information to educate people. Doing good, Jason. I'm trying to show everybody some information on Sofi right now when it comes to institutional ownership, and it seems very strange that every one of my other channels that I go to, I can click on it and immediately it loads up at the page. I can click right now and load this up right now. This thing will load up if I click on it, I promise you. There it is right there. If I want to visit the page, I can click that, and there it is right there. It goes right to it. But I go over here to Fintel, and I try to pick up Fintel, and I get frickin' nothing. They won't load it up. They're not going to let me show Fintel Sofi, no matter any way I try to approach it. I go to Google, and I put in Fintel, and I hit search. And there it is there. Let's go right here to their webpage right now, everybody. Just hold on with me while we try to do this and see if Fintel will load up on my channel. Maybe they didn't like what I was showing this people this morning about the chart and how they just changed it. Maybe they got angry with Catfish today. Because I was showing people earlier that Fintel had changed Sofi's chart. They revised their chart so you won't see the massive spike as of late. And I showed that to everybody about 3 hours ago. And maybe they just didn't like me saying that because they didn't want you guys to know that they moved the chart and changed it. It didn't look the same anymore. To go over here, I can show you here. I can go to my downloads if you'll just give me a second. And I'll show you a download, and I can show you the chart when I downloaded it. And here it is right here. It says Sofi chart institutions. And this is the chart that I downloaded. And you're going to see it right now. 1 week ago, this was the chart. You see that? 1 week ago, that's what the chart looked like right there. And then now, all of a sudden, when you look at the chart on this Fintel today, they changed this and they raised this one up halfway to here. And they've got the chart today looking like this smooth progression up. It's still great that it's going up smoothly, but it seems as though they didn't want you to see this massive spike as of late. And I just pointed it out to everybody this morning. I said, this doesn't look anything like today's chart that they're showing on Fintel. They have changed the chart on Fintel. And that's what I told everybody about it earlier. And now I'm on here. And if they won't let me come in this way, I'll come in this way. Doggone it. Stinkers. Stinkers. Oh, yeah. We're going to come in another way. Coming in through Google Chrome now, trying to get in on this. All right, let me try something here. Just give me a second, folks. Maybe Fintel's crashed today. I know there's been a lot of solar activity coming our way, man. We've had some big-time blasts come this direction, in case you were not keeping track of that. Man, I'm not even able to get Fintel to come up here on Google Chrome. Nothing will load up either way. Nothing's loading, folks. What do you know? Huh? Well, I don't know. Jeepers creepers. Seems awful strange, the things that happen sometimes here on this channel. I just have to say it. Seems a little bit iffy sometimes. Just seems peculiar. Sofi green again with a new higher high today, a new higher low for the 4th day in a row, and that's all we should care about. Yo, yo, yo. A new higher high, a new higher low is all we should care about. Come on, Fintel, load up for everybody. I got things I want to show them here. I want to show them some stuff. Hey, GERN has broken above 5. So, folks, this is again one of my on the list tomorrow. GERN. Number 2 is GERN. Price I'm going to put down here is at 505. And DSY was at what price? DSY was at what price? I appreciate you guys telling me about these big runners today. 378. 378. And it's up 98%. And This GERN, how much is it up? Oh, sorry. GM made a nice move today. CCM's got some life. GER. How much is this up? Oh my God, come on, man. Jeez, oh Pete. Up 9.91%. Okay, 505 GERN. 378 on that one. Okay, we got them down. We got them written down. Ones to watch for pullbacks tomorrow morning. Thank you for the heads up on those. NVOS just broke $1, folks. If you're into NVOS, it's up 17% now. Just broke over $1. NVOS. NVOS. Just letting you know about it. You guys remember how much we made on that stock? Okay, well, I'm just letting you know about it. She's bouncing over 1 right now. CCM, as I said, coming to life. WISA has some life in her. GERN continues looking good. NVIDIA, I could have got this at 120 today, and they even ran it back down here at the late, right there again at 120. But this morning, man, they sure washed them out there at 117.30 a share. 117.30 was the low for NVIDIA today. They made it 117.01 is what they're showing for the low, 117.01. So I say buy it. I say buy NVIDIA. Put some in your pocket, buy 10 shares. And people say, do you own NVIDIA? And you can go, yeah. Yeah, I like it here. I'll buy some. And by the way, Matt Myers, if you're here, I saw that you mentioned that you were from Tampa, Florida. Welcome to the tank, and you're a local Florida boy like me. Good. You think Sofi will pull back to the 6s again? No, I do not. No, I don't. I don't think we may ever even see below 7, likely again, possibly after today. I think it might have seen the last visit to below 7 today. I took a picture of it. I was so convinced that it might be the case, I took a picture of it. When it got down to 695, I snapped a shot. I didn't get the low of the day at 688, but I should have. And I told everyone, every single time I've bought this stock at 688, I've made money on it. And big money. I've sold it for over $10 4 times after buying it at this price. This year, in the last year and 1 month, I've sold this time 4 times over $10 in the 1013 to 1020 range. I've sold it 4 times. Yep. No, I took a picture of it today. 695. You see where it is now? And Right now, it sort of looks like a little bit of a stampede to get the hell out of this thing, because they ought to be able to see what that looks like right there. Look at that barcoding there, barcoding there, barcoding there, barcoding there. These are just, folks, this is what it looks like when the bulls are in control. This is called a barcode. This is a higher barcode. This is a higher barcode. This is a higher barcode. A higher barcode. A shorter, higher one. And even another one higher. You see that? Now they try to come at it, and they've got a little barcode right here, even to where they were here, and they've held it for a long time. But still, folks, my point is, the bulls are in full control here. Man, this chart right here that's called stair stepping, in case you're not aware of it. And it happens all the time. You see on stocks when they're working it down, they'll barcode drop. When they're in control, they'll barcode it, drop it, barcode it, drop it, barcode it, drop it, barcode it, drop it, barcode it, drop it. And you can see right here, this is the first one in quite some time that they've been able to make it come back down a little bit and barcode here. But this is what I'm watching, man, because I see from this right here, we're going to see a strike at it right here, where chances are we're going to see him strike at it right here. And I'm going to move this up like this so I can see these. And I'm going to refresh this right here so I can see what's happening at the bottom of the page in candlesticks. I'm going to zoom in on it. And we're going to look at the last few minutes on SoFi. Look at that. Anthony Noto, 28,860 more shares he bought. May the 29th. What did he know? Why did he buy there? He has purchased 1.04 million of stock during the past year. He's purchased 600,000 worth of shares this month alone. SoFi CEO Anthony Noto. And I got news for you, folks. He making bank. Every one of his buys, he's profited on every single one. He now, inside of purchases, amounted to 14.68 million. And guess what? Noto hasn't sold a single share of SoFi on the open market since its special purpose acquisition, the SPAC company merger in 2021. He hasn't sold a freaking share. Since then, his insider purchases have amounted to 14.68 million. This is the CEO of the company, folks. You got to love somebody who stands behind this company. And look where he's been buying. $6.69 per share. You don't think he's making any money buying there? You don't think he's making money? God dang, man. He's making killer money on SoFi stock that he's been buying. He's getting paid by the company and making money off of its stock, and he just keeps buying it every time they run it down. It's as simple as that. God bless the man. I say cheers to him, and I raise my mug. That's right. I say cheers to Anthony. SoFi is running up because of him, partially. Because people understand when you got somebody with a vested interest like Anthony, he's got a vested interest in making this company fly, people. He's going to. He's working things right now. He's doing stuff you don't even know what his mind is wrapped around right now. As SoFi goes greener and greener. As the 2-year chart looks more and more delicious. This thing is looking gorgeous here. Look at that, man. Look at even the 5-day chart right now, folks. Good God, no wonder. Look at that short eating porpoise right there on the 5-day chart. Boom! Look at its mouth opening up, and they're trying to run it down to my trend line right now. Watch it bounce off of this and go right on off with this mouth on this fish opening here. Watch it. It's already crossed over, folks. You waited too late. You didn't come in with enough strength to push it down. That's not going to work. That 274,000 shares that you dump right there, 274,000 volume that minute, that's not enough. And over here, when you dump this, that's not enough. 741,000 shares that you dumped right there at 2:15 p.m. That didn't get it either. Look at the price go up after that, folks. Look at this 10-day moving, jumping off the 45 after they tried that massive dump to stop it. You understand what I'm showing you? This is a big effort to dissuade everyone, and it didn't do a damn bit of good. Look what happened on the heels of that. 741,000 shares I'm pointing out to you that they dumped right there to try to stop that thing from plateauing up. And she just rocketed right on up. God dang, that looks foul. Man. Yes, that's right. It could be a rise like Amazon, a generational occurrence. That's right. Jeez, oh, Pete, look at that gorgeous looking chart right there right now. Dang. There's the 45-day moving average and the 50-day moving average crossing over an uptrending green 200-day moving. It's a thing of beauty, folks. This right here, this is called a golden cross. When the current price, the 45-day and the 10-day move up over the 200-day moving average. It's the current price, the 10-day, the gold 50-day, crossing the 200-day. That is called a golden cross for a reason, people. There's a reason they call it that. I can assure you that for sure. There is a definite reason that this mouth is opening up on this fish and getting bigger by the second, folks. Let's go look at it on the 1 day. Wow. How do you shorts feel about that? Watching that annihilation of your dreams and hopes. How do you feel about seeing a massive, massive dump of shares and watch the price just keep rising beyond that? How do you like that? How'd that feel? How does it feel to have to dig deep and borrowed shares right there and dump another whole bunch right there? To dump right there. How many did you just throw away in your money right there? How much did you just throw into the pile? 182,000 shares. Price is right there, still just skyrocketing off the 200-day and going right on off, folks. Man, that's a gorgeous looking chart. Look at the change in the 200-day right there. It looks familiar to me, folks. I'm going to show you how familiar that looks to me. Let me show you where I've seen that before. Right here. I've seen that before. I've seen this 200-day moving average right here, and I don't know where it is on this chart now, but I've seen it move from here and turn up like that. And when I did, you can see what the price did after that. I've seen that 200-day make that kind of move right there. I don't know where it is on this chart. I don't know why it would disappear there. But at any rate, watch out, shorty. They're coming after you. Go ahead. Make my day. Short this thing right here. I dare you to short it. 3:40 p.m., 20 minutes left. Trying to bring in all their big guns and trying to scare people out because they got a triple upside crossover going on the chart right now, 5-day. I'd be doing whatever I could too if I saw that. You guys better dig deep, baby. You better pull out that billfold and start spending your money. No, you did fine buying it at $7.30. You're going to be selling it at over $10 very shortly here, within probably a month. See, here's what people are overlooking about the stock that they're not paying attention, and I do. The low 5 days ago was right here. The low was at 671 5 days ago. 4 days ago, it was there. 3 days ago, it was there. Friday, it was there, and today, it's there. Well, guess what? Every single day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, the low raising higher. Every single day, the low going higher. And just in case you're not keeping track of things here, you can see that now we've got Sofi's low going from 686 to 707 right now. And she's not done yet. This day is not over. This day is far from over. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ed, for your love of this channel too and support. You can support Catfish channel by liking the stream, tapping the hearts, buying a sticker. He does this daily for the market open and the market close. That's right. I'm here to show people why it's time to buy this stock right now. And the funny thing is, 1 year ago, I was trying to tell them to buy the daggum thing when the price was much less. You guys want to see where it was a year ago when I started talking to people about buying this? May the 15th. I started the 2 days after that. I can't even get back there on this anymore. I can't get back to May the 15th. Sorry, folks. But the price was $4.45 a share when I started this channel. And why I started telling everybody about Sofi, because it was $4.45 a share. And I knew it was worth a lot more. And it is. And it's even worth a lot more than where it is right now. It wouldn't even be where it is right now without total manipulation, which I've proven to people on this channel many, many times. And they understand it. They see how it's all been played out. And they have confidence, and they keep buying on the dips, and they keep making money. We are looking at some other stocks here today. I don't even know why I have that stock up there. I have no idea why that's there. GameStop. Making the move up a little this afternoon. SOBR has finally decided to try to recover a little bit this afternoon. MLGO up 6% today. Good for those of you who may have gotten some of that. DSY. This is going to be a big dropper tomorrow, folks. Watch for this thing to descend. All right, 366, 367 buy order on that, or maybe even more lower. Who knows? It could go to 313, believe it or not, or even lower. So don't dive in wherever you make your first entry on that for sure. Riot, we got news from one of our people about Riot who told us about this on Friday, saying that Riot was getting interest, buying an interest 12% into BITF. BITF got bought up by Riot. A big interest in it, BITF. So what's going on with BITF? 231. Okay, well, they had the offer from to be bought out, and they turned it down at 230 a share, 230 a share, and now they're just drifting over that, 231.50. Sofi 704. Ah, yeah, she's hit the afternoon floor. 15 minutes left, folks. 704. Come on through, because they're closing the door. How do you like this? Gonna close up over 7 today. And I'm suspecting that they'll try to have, if it closes at 7:03, they'll try to have the afternoon after hour at $7 and maybe even $6.99 they might go after. But I am very happy to see this right here at the very end of the day here, making a nice little pippity pop and going right up over on a crossover, a beautiful crossover. I'm very, very pleased to see that. This is the same ending we had. Folks, I want you to be aware of something. We're starting to see a sort of a pattern here daily at the close. And in case you're not aware of what happened with Sofi on Friday at the close, I'll show you right here. I'll show you Friday close Sofi's chart. I took a picture of it and I saved it so you could see what it did. Look at that. This is Friday, how we closed out Friday last week. So it should be no real surprise that it's green today after they tried to run down and accumulate more, just a little bit lower prices. They couldn't even get it down below Friday's price or Thursday's price or Wednesday's price. They couldn't get it down below any of those days. It's higher, higher, higher every day, folks. It's as simple as that. Usually, guys, you know how I do my likes. I'll time them out and we do them all at the same time. Today, I haven't been doing that as I regularly do. But the time is coming up on 3:48. So at 3:48 and 8 seconds, that's a minute from now at 3:48 and 8 seconds, we will be hitting the like button simultaneously to maximize our like effect. SMMT. Okay, Mary Wilson. All right. But we are going to hit the like button first together, and I will look at SMMT in just a second. All right, here we go, folks. Are you getting ready to count it down? 3:48 and 8 seconds. You know what? Let's make it 3:48 and 48 seconds. That's even more 8-ish. 3:48 and 48 seconds. I like that even more. So we're going to just hold off. I know that you guys were getting excited about that, but we're going to, tease you along a little bit, and then we're going to hit it in a little bit. At 3:48:48. So, guys, I know how hard it is to hold back, but don't do it. I didn't see anybody. And interestingly enough, today we've had donated to the channel 1888. 1888 donated to the channel. Okay, I had to step away for just a moment. Speaking of that number, it reminded me of something that I want to show you guys that I carry with me in my pocket because my favorite number is 8. Oh, here we come. Oh, I missed 3:48 and 48. All right, 3:49 and 8 seconds. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. And if you hit it, thank you anyway. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, like button right there at 3:49:08. And what I stepped away for, silly me, was to show you this coin that I keep in my pocket all the time. And you can see the date on it right there, 1888. And I keep this lovely silver dollar in my pocket. I keep it in a plastic sleeve thing. It stays with me. Yep. And I hope that you like it. I just want to show that to you guys. All right. Let's rise this thing. Come on, rise and shine, Sofi. Come and run right this time. Let's get on up here right now. Time now 3:49, 11 minutes left for the scumbags to try to get the price to close at $6.99, the previous close, and let them spend their money. Let them blow whatever they want to blow here, because I think she's going to do the dang same thing that she did Friday afternoon. And I think she's going to run up here during this last 10 minutes. Now, I could be completely wrong, but I have a feeling that there is going to be a different music, an ending to this movie today from Friday's movie. And I would, without any regret at all, I wouldn't give a damn if it did close at $6.99, and I'm going to tell you why. Because today was the 4th day of a higher low, and I know they know that too. So they keep trying to play their little deception game with you, thinking that they can make it close red. But the higher low for the 4th day in a row is what you all should know, everybody. She grows and she goes and goes and goes with higher lows, and that's all you need to know. Yeah, turn off share lending. Do not allow share lending on your account, everybody. And watch this thing, man. Come on, baby. Come on in here. I want to get in here where the water is. Let me get in here. Let me look at this. I want to see how they're trying and how much money they're blowing, trying to stop it from blowing up on them. You think they wanted to see a triple upside crossover at the last 20 minutes of the day today? They didn't want to see that. They had to attack it down. They cannot stand seeing this happen to them this afternoon. This is just too freaking unbelievable for them to even see this happening this afternoon. They could not stand it, and they're going to try with all their might to attack it. You can see them here dumping shares that they borrowed. They probably naked shorted again today. I was trying to show everybody today on FinTel how much they've naked shorted and the crap they've done. But FinTel's not going to load up anything for me anymore because I've been pointing out some things that were kind of strange about FinTel today. And if you want to go back to the beginning of this, you'll see what it's all about. FinTel done changed some things. They've made some interesting changes as of late, FinTel has. I don't know why they decided to do it, but they did. And FinTel has made the candlesticks look quite different from what I've been showing you over the last week. And you might want to go have a look at it if you want to and see exactly what I'm talking about as these scumbags try and shy people away, dumping 311,000 in the last minute, and the next minute 346,000. Folks, you're talking about $4.9 million that have just been spent in the last 2 minutes. 4.9 million by somebody trying to make people think the price isn't going up. And it's worth 4.9 million for them to make you think that, by the way. They're sure trying anyway. But others are not falling for it, and they're buying the crap out of it. As they throw it out, it's getting gobbled up and eaten by the big whales. And you can see that when you get over here to this chart right here, because with every sell, my folks, there's a buy. So every one of these dump efforts got bought up by somebody who wants this thing. And remember, these shares are now going from the hands of people who don't want SoFi to the hands of people that do. These shares that you just saw eliminated from the gene pool, from the share pool, and went from the short share side over to the long share side just then. Just then, that many shares, which amounts to 346,000 shares plus 311. 656,000 shares traded right there to try to keep people from buying this freaking stock, but they all went transferred from people who didn't want it to people who do. That's what I try to bring to people's attention all the time. And you shouldn't be surprised to see them try to close it out like this with 6 minutes left. But folks, I've been trying to show you this is what happened on Friday. That's what happened on Friday on the last 6 minutes of the day. Look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last 7 minutes of the day, folks. And they did not start coming in until 10 minutes till, folks. So let's just watch and see if this is a repeat right now. That's what I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that happen right now. Watch them. The next 5 minutes be green with massive green candlesticks would be the most beautiful thing we could see here, folks. A repeat of what we saw on Friday right now. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. I make no guarantees on this channel. You guys all know that. You think? Yes, I do think that 687 is a good dollar cost average. Good for you for being below 688, which look at, here they come. Here they come, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row now. The same as yesterday from 3:51, 9 minutes till they've started in. And I told you I thought it would happen. I want to see this right here now make an abrupt change and come up over this 50-day right here in the last. I would love to see this. Look at the 10-day snap right there. The falling ended right there on the 10-day. Sure, it's not a huge gain, but 4 days in a row with a higher low is fine with me. I'll take 5 days in a row and 6, and I'll take 7, I'll take 8, I'll take 9. And by the way, folks, there's a shitload of green, excuse my language down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 green, and there's 4 reds in there. They're outnumbered, folks, right now. 66% going long in the end of the day right now. 66% of them going in long. 20 million shares, less than 20 million shares traded. And green, disgusting for you shorts. You guys should have this thing down 5% today. That's absolutely miserable performance. And 4 days in a row with a higher low. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop this thing from going up doing that every day? Everybody's watching the low go up higher every day, then you can't stop it. Everybody's seeing what I'm showing them right here, and you can't stop it. Everybody's seeing this low right here that you had just weeks ago, and you can't make it go back down there. Yeah. Everybody's seeing it. The low was at 671, 672, 684, 686. Today's 688. It just keeps going up. 1, 2, got 1, 2, 3, fourth day in a row. Green, greener, greener. Time now, 3 minutes left in the day. And you guys are not going to get your $6.99 close today, I'm afraid. And that's just a shame. That's just a doggone shame. Because I know how hard you just tried and how much you just spent. I'm watching you spend it. I'm watching you waste your money throwing it away here at the end of this day. And I'm going to watch these candlesticks at the end of the day because I think Sofi is going to see this blue 45 shoot right back over the gold one. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But they've been doing it the last 3 days in a row. Every day. Look at all those greens. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last 6 minutes now trading green candlesticks. And look at the 200-day moving averages. It look like that's going down to you right now, everybody. Someone need to see his profit. His results will not be your results because everyone trades differently. That's right. Guys and gals, take a look at Sofi right now. Understand it's positioned perfectly with the lows going up every single day. And that's all you need to be concerned about. Look at the chart today in and of itself. And regardless of the manipulation efforts here at the end of the day with big red candlesticks, you can see how they started firing away at it right here. Boom, 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 boom. Look how much they had to spend right there. Look at all that money that they just had to spend right there. 304,000 right there that they threw out. And then on the heels of that, 167, that's 500,000. Then they dumped another right here, 182, so that's almost 700,000. Then they do two in a row of 311 and 349, 600. I mean, that's a lot of money to try to stop a triple upside crossover formation from going completely berserk at the close. And it did anyway. Look at the price. 703. And they were trying to drive it back down to 699, folks. It's not over yet. I see that. There's a minute left. Come on, shorty. Come on. Let's see what you're made of. Close it lower than yesterday if you can. You couldn't get the low any lower than yesterday. Or Friday. Come on, close this thing lower than Friday's close. You need to. You guys really need to prove something here. Look at the volume. It's horrible. It's only 19 million shares, and you guys are borrowing. You still can't stop it from being green in today? Come on. Come on. We can do 1%. Yep. Hey, listen, I don't give a darn. Let everybody sit on this channel and talk all they want. They just help the channel, every one of them. They magnify the growth of this channel every day. In case you guys weren't aware of it, Sofi is usually down 1 penny, 2 pennies, or 3 pennies right after the close. And we're going to just now refresh and see if it's green instead, or if it's down 1, 2, or 3 cents. And it is not down at all. Usually, they load them in there, folks. To those of you that are here with me right now, I want to say thank you, thank you. That's where the volatility is. I'm really not, I'm not trolling. I respect stocks. I have stocks. I don't trade them, though. I trade crypto. Yep, that's fine. And why are you here, though? What are you doing here? I guess that would be the biggest question. What are you doing here? Are you just trying to find out if this is a good one to buy instead of always buying crypto? And by the way, we're into crypto stocks. We're not against Mara and with BITF. I own a bunch of BITF. I own thousands of dollars of BITF that I bought 106. And I like Sofi a lot because right now the charts just look phenomenal on it. It just looks like she's just ready to just keep doing what it's doing. That looks good today. I'll take it all day long. Force them to spend a lot of money through the rest of the afternoon to try to drive it down, and it's going to go on up. That ain't going to work for them there. That program right there, that's a failing program. This is a failing 5-day program. There's your 5-day program, folks, and it's failure. There it is, the last 5 days. There's where the price was. Okay? There's where it was, and there's where it is now. You tell me how that looks with the triple upside crossover at the end of the day today, and you tell me how that looks. On the 5-day chart, folks, let's go to the 5-day 1 minute and take a look at that. Jeez, oh Pete's, look at that thing just turn and go run right back up over in their desperation. Tried to attack it and stop it. And look at all those green candles there in the last 5 minutes. Look at every one of them green, just the same as what we saw on Friday. There's Friday's chart right there, Friday. This is getting to be routine, folks, every single day. Sofi running up every afternoon like that at the close. This was Friday. Look at all those green candlesticks that came in at the end of the day, just like today. It's beautiful. I'm going to capture this picture, and I'm going to show everybody this on tomorrow. Yeah. I just go like this, control, print screen, and then I come over and paste it into my Word document. So you guys can all see this tomorrow. Uh-oh, I didn't want to do that. Enter. There we go. And now I'm going to pull up here and paste this. So this is starting to become a daily routine, and I'm going to show it to everybody on this channel. Look what's going on with this dang chart every day. Look what this stock is doing every single afternoon at the close. You might as well get you some, because this is starting to look very familiar, this type of pattern here. Okay? Very familiar. That's the 5-day. I need to change that. Let me get rid of that one. Delete. I'm going to come in on the 1 day instead. I want to make sure and give accurate information here for sure. But it looks the same as the 5-day, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I think it does. Yeah. Wow. I'm going to try and get in here on this. I want people to see this. Control print screen. There we go. Make sure we put it where it should be, the proper one. So this is starting to look pretty familiar every day with a lot of volume coming in here on Sofi, the end of each day, and the price starting to scale up. And so I'm just here to define that for people, that they can make sure they understand what's really going on with Sofi. Is each day there's a lot of interest in it, even at the very end of the day, as the shorts try to run it down and slap it down, they come in and they accumulate right there. Very good of them. I like seeing that. I like seeing that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green candlesticks at the very end of the day, the last 9 minutes. Buyers who want Sofi, folks, not trying to get rid of it, but that want it. Buying it from the hands that don't to the hands that do. Beautiful. Save. Next, put this down here. Oh, yeah. Back to Sofi. 1 penny down in the after hour. Not worried about that one teeny tiny bit. What I am concerned about is the shorts. And I feel sorry for you thinking that this thing is going to run down from here until the next earnings call, profitability, the third one. Now, I want to look at some other stocks today. And you guys all know I sold GME at $38 the other day. And I took a little flack for it because I sold early. But you see where it is now, so I don't feel so bad. I doubled my money almost buying that at $19.55 and sold it at 38 bucks. 38.60 something, I think it was. Now, SOBR is still down. We're looking at some others here. MLGO ended up flat at the end of the day. Was up nice this morning. DSY. Been asked to take a look at that. It was up 90% today. Watch for the washout in the morning. This is one of my big picks for tomorrow morning. DSY. I'm going to move it right over here so it takes up the #1 spot for possible manipulation. Riot made a nice move today. Congratulations. We were told about that. I got this information Friday. I want to say Matt Myers from Tampa, welcome for being here. I wanted to show you the manipulation on NVOS, which I did. Maurice Martin, thank you for telling us about Riot acquiring 12% of stake in BITF. Thank you. Raheem Neal, podcast, suggested I do a podcast. Well, I might just do that. JP Panic donated 2 times on Friday and 2 times today, folks. Ludlow, AEMD, I did not catch you ask me about that, Ludlow, and I don't know if you're here, but I do want to take a look at AEMD on his behalf. AEMD. And I'm sorry that I missed it when you talked about it, Ludlow, because you are a contributor to this channel. And it went down today. Oh, man. Well, I hope you didn't have it, and I'm kind of glad I missed it, because I might have said it looked good, and I'm glad I didn't, because it went down. So, TGA Gaming, AJR, times 100 year-to-date chart, bad. Oh, I looked at the year-to-date chart on AJR, and I did not like it. I said no to that. So you mentioned it to me. TGA Gaming, if you're here, I'm sorry, I do not like that. Bad 9 days ago. Reagan, there's something was complained. They had to regain compliance 9 days ago. They regained compliance, and they've just been going down. So I did not like AJR. Sofi trending. In case you didn't know it, on Friday, Thomas Cochran let us all know that Sofi was trending on StockWit. Okay, so that's something you may or may not have known about. But Sofi was trending last week on Friday on StockWit. Thank you, Thomas Cochran. Taymor Ali said, how about LBA on Friday? And I missed it, so we're going to look at LBA right now. I'm sorry that I missed that, but we're going to look now. If you happen to be here, thank you for mentioning it. And I do not see anything for stock symbol LBA. LBA USD, I don't know what this is, but no, I wouldn't mess with anything like that at all anyway. If that was it, I'm sorry, but I don't see anything there. RICEY made no move. Someone asked me about RYCEY. I didn't see any chance for it to really make a move. RYCEY, and that's FFIE. Someone mentioned it to me, and you can take a look at FFIE right now. And I had told people to stay away from this dang thing. And I'm glad I did, man. I'm glad I kept telling you to stay away from this, you guys. I told you it wasn't good. Let's go down here. 50 shares MLGO buys. Someone asked me, let's see, ELOC, Sofi isn't launching, man. Yeah, told me it wasn't launching at 11:30 in the morning. Well, it did launch from 11:30 in the morning. ELOC, it did indeed launch, and it went on, continued with this launch today. And so congratulations for that one. Whoever it was, ELOC said Sofi isn't launching. Mentioned CDs. By the way, we're going to, tomorrow we're going to introduce something new that you've never seen before on this channel, so I hope you'll come back for something totally new we're going to bring your way tomorrow on this channel. and I'm not going to bring it out today, but I will be tomorrow. Uh, would yesterday yeah, I was showing you on Friday my garage sale. I showed some of you my carvings in the backyard at my garage sale on Friday, and I showed you the carvings, and one of you mentioned, and your name that was talking about this was Frankie Joseph, and I missed what you had asked me on the wood carvings I have in the backyard. And number one, he said, "What's a megalodon tooth?" And I know you want to buy one of those, and I have two of them left. So if you want one of the two best ones I had, then Frankie Joseph, I still have the megalodon tooth if you want one. Asked, where did I start carving? He asked me also, Frankie Joseph, where I started carving, and I started on that tree you see in the backyard with the spiral on it. BENED is pretty low. I just bought 3,000 worth of shares. Okay. Zach. Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Zach. Hello there. Where you been, my friend? ASNS. I didn't like it too much recently when I took a look at it, but anyway, I'm trying to address everything I missed on Friday because I went back and saw a lot of chat that I missed during the day. By the way, Frankie Joseph, yes, you were correct in guessing the tree type that I carved. It was pine. Those were both pine trees. So you were correct, Frankie Joseph. William asked how long it took to make it. William, it took me about 2 weeks to do maybe a week and a half to do the spiraled one, and it took about 3 weeks to do the second one that I did that looks sort of like a camshaft. It took me longer to do that second one. That was a lot harder. Matt Johnson, thanks for the compliment on the yard on Friday. Matt Johnson, you were here and you made some very nice comments about my landscaping, and I appreciate that. I really do. I'm sorry I did not see your comments about it. So kind, and I appreciate that. But I'm sorry that I missed you, Matt Johnson. If you're here now, I'm saying thank you for being here now. And there's someone else I have to address right here before I go, and that is someone who was on my channel on Friday by the name of McKaylin. And McKaylin, see, people that subscribe to my channel, a lot of times I like to go and check them out and see a little bit about their channel. Some of you have seen me look at your channels and comment on your videos even. And I went to McKaylin's channel and I found out that, McKaylin, I'm sorry, but you are too young to be here on my channel. And I did enjoy going to your channel and seeing your wonderful videos. If anybody else wants to go see McKaylin, she was on the stream yesterday. She's a gymnast. She does some tumbling, and she's good at full cartwheels and back walkovers and all kinds of stuff. So, but I'm sorry, but this channel is for adults. And so for that reason, McKaylin, if you're tuning in, I'm sorry, but maybe when you get older, if I'm still alive 10 years from now, you can come on by. But right now, well, 5 years anyway. Wait at least 5 years, because this is not a place for kids, all right? And but I did, again, enjoy your video content, and I liked the ones that you put up some music, and you did some like singing where you spun the camera, which is a really cool idea. I liked that. And I did not comment on any of your videos or hit the thumbs up. I think I might have liked a few of them, but I just want to let you know I'm very happy to see you putting out things, and I know that your mom is apparently involved with you in, especially on the tumbling part. So that's very cool. But I'm sorry, but maybe come on back after you get older, and if I see you in here again, I want to say thank you for being here, but then again, I'm probably going to exclude your comments. But good time. Thank you. Good time. Very, very much. Yes. Oh, man, I like that. Thank you. And so anyway, yes, the stock manipulation is indeed very wild. There's no question. There has been tumble your way out. Yes, tumble on out of here. But yeah, I do. Often people here that are subscribed on my channel, they see that I come over. There was one guy here, another one who does music on here, and he's doing music, and I can't understand a word of his music, but I like his videos. And I think he's from over in the Saudi Arabia area or somewhere in the Middle East for sure. I can't be certain where he is, but he's put up pretty good stuff too, and he's got quite a few subscribers. So anyway. For those of you that don't know this about me, I am a musician. My music is being listened to now everywhere, including especially in the Philippines, and I do not know why. I don't know why I'm such an artist, especially in the Philippines, but as well as other places in the world. 50 Sofi, 10% volume compared to average. Yeah, it's interesting to see these increases with this minimal volume. And I just can't help but wonder what's going to happen when Sofi hits 60 million and 70 million and 90 million again. Yes, I do like the Guess Who. I actually went and saw the Who in concert in Orlando, Florida. And let me tell you about that concert. Joan Jett opened it up. It was at the Citrus Bowl in Orlando, Florida, this huge football stadium. Joan Jett came out about 7 in the evening, rock and rolled till 8:30, just laying it down, man, rocking out. And then she left the stage and out came, after a short setup, the B-52s. And folks, they started their performance, and I've never witnessed anything so horrible to a band occur. They got booed, and people started throwing objects, and it got really, really, really nasty. You might have saw her at the local casino, and she was trash, but I'm telling you, back then, she was rocking. And she was Pat Benatar level performance, and she rocked, and everybody was really into it. And then out came the B-52s, and they got a horrible response. Number one, I don't know why, but they did not have the right sound. They didn't have enough stage gear to get the volume up strong enough to fill the stadium with sound. And that was their biggest problem. Their keyboard was very laid. You could barely hear it. It was barely audible. And they just had a very bad sound engineer that didn't project them loud enough. And they just started getting boos, and things were being thrown at them. And everybody started in with chanting and go, "We want the Who. We want the Who." And it was a very, very, very wild experience to watch them. They played 2 songs, and then the B-52s quit playing. And they got on the center of the stage in a little huddle, and things were being tossed, and cups and drinks and stuff were flying at them. Poor group. I felt horrible because I'm a musician myself, and I can only imagine what it would be like to be in front of 30 or 40,000 people and have that kind of, it was more than that, more people than that. And to make a long story short, they said after their little huddle in the middle of the stage, they broke back up and they went to their positions and they took up their instruments and said, "Okay, we're gonna do this last song, whether you like it or not." And then they played the song Rock Lobster. They did not yet have the song that made them famous. They did not have Love Shack, but they played Rock Lobster. Now, the funny thing about this is that I had gone to college, and my roommate was a big fan of the B-52s before they ever became anything. He was in the room, and he was playing their first album. I thought it was pretty horrible for the most part. I mean, musically, I was not impressed with where it was going. And they had one song, I remember Enola Gay, that he thought was just genius. It was written about the name of the plane that flew the first atom bomb. It was called Enola Gay. And I told him, man, I thought that was, he said, man, this group's going to go somewhere. When I said, man, they're not going to make it. And he was right. But I was very surprised to see that at that concert that occurred to them. And my friend lived down the street from the B-52s in Athens, Georgia. Wow. Well, listen, after that night, the B-52s were so embarrassed by and so frustrated and so shamed by them. They said, we'll never play Orlando ever again, and they never have. Since that day, the B-52s have never played Orlando venue ever again because they were absolutely just completely booed right off the stage. And I will say that the Who was not then ready to get set up. They weren't ready. They were probably partying, doing what they were doing. They jumped backstage and says, "Man, you guys got to get out there, man. They're the crazy, the crowd's going crazy, and you got to jump on stage, you know." So I'll never forget the Who came out, and they started with that cool song that's just got the keyboard. Who are you? Who are you? Who? You know what I'm talking about. Yep. The Guess Who were a Canadian band. Oh, well, then I got them messed up with the Who. Well, my apologies then to the Guess Who. And I do know that, actually. And one of the songs that they did, I remember in the 70s, I really, really, really liked, and I'm trying to think of the name of it right now. The Guess Who. Okay, yeah, my apologies for missing that one. Man, I can't remember. My guitar that I have is a Canadian guitar. American Woman. Thank you. Yeah, that was cool music back then, man. We had the best music. I'm watching everybody here today. I appreciate all of your input on the channel. Today we are about to eclipse, oh my gosh, we're about to hit over 10,700 subscribers on this channel. And over the last 28 days, folks, we've seen an increase of viewership by 1,183% more views. And look at that, folks. We're at 10,696 views after we just hit 10,000 like 3 days ago, right? I think it was last week in the middle of, oh, thank you, whoever just subscribed there to push me one closer to 10,700. You see who you are, and you see how you affected the channel right there. 10,696. And by the way, yep, you will see the shorters who subscribe to my channel because they know I'm going to catch the first breaking news. And so they subscribe too because they don't want to get with their pants caught down. The shorts are here. And the one that just took off a like there to get the subscriber who left, someone just made up for it. So see, they're trying to run it down because they're here subscribed too. Even shorters subscribe to my channel. Believe me, they're subscribed, folks. And they're subscribed for a reason because they want the latest news. They want to know what's going on. Now, one of the things that was very odd today was I could not get Sofi Institutional come up here at all. So I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to put Sofi Institutional Ownership, and we're going to try and get a look at it here on Fintel. And today I just could not get this thing to load up. It was just like, forget about it. They weren't going to show it to me no matter what I tried. 825 institutions total, a big jump up from 700 to 825. And that's been very recent. And what I was trying to show everybody earlier here, he works for Sofi, or his family does. Sofi hasn't made any cash. So you guys, this is Sofi here. Their institutional ownership has suddenly gotten very interested in this thing and is about to push it to an all-time high. The highest level it's ever been is about to be achieved. The highest level we've ever seen achieved is about to be achieved on Sofi now. And the thing that I like to show people is the comparison between this SoFi stock and institutions. And SoFi is the number 2 digital bank in the world, but you should be aware that there is a number 1 digital bank in the world, and it goes by Nubank. And Nubank right here, institutional ownership, the number 1 digital bank in the world, which is located in South America, down in Brazil and Colombia and other places. I want you to be aware that Nubank has seen an institutional increase of 2.52% only in the last most recent quarter. That means over the last 90 days, that this stock, that's the number 1 digital bank, has seen an increase in long share value of 2.52. How does that belt up with SoFi? Well, there's SoFi. Its increase is 14.82% increase over the most recent quarter, folks. You see that massive jump up in institutions coming in on SoFi here compared to Nubank. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Nubank, some of them have started stepping away from it instead of getting more. And you can see that on the chart. See it drop down here recently? There it is. There's where it was. There's where it is now. Nubank's institutional ownership is diminishing while SoFi's increases. And I think SoFi is going to pass Nubank for the number 1 digital bank in the world because we're based in the United States with a much bigger pool of people to come in on the stock and buy and come in as customers. We just got so much more to choose from for people to come on in. So anyway, there you go. Goodness gracious. I want you guys to see something. We are approaching the middle of the month, and on about the 20th, that will be, as you can see today, is the 10th. On the 20th, I'd like to see a way to get this to be over $1,000, okay? Because I can show my wife over the last 28 days a $1,000 revenue for being on this channel. She's going to let me stay on. So you guys, we are now $372, $371.48 away from reaching what I need to for this month to keep this channel up. All right. So as SoFi prices rise and other stocks keep rising that we're buying on these lows and selling on these highs, hopefully we'll see more generated revenue from buying the lows and selling the highs. And if anybody was looking with me today, I told you to buy GERN if you were interested at just over $5. When I thought that I saw it break over that, it might be a good place to get into GERN. And I want you to know that we're also going to be watching this stock tomorrow in the morning. DSY, we'll watch it for a washout tomorrow morning. And GME did recover a little bit. Sober started to pull up. MLGO ends up flat even. FFIE is gone. We're going to close that. This is my music channel, and today I had music that was listened to all over the world. As always, and I want to encourage you to come over and listen to my music on my music channel that is being listened to on, as you can see, the artists, the people that are listening to these songs are on Apple Music. Many people are on Apple Music here listening to me, YouTube, Spotify, Amazon, YouTube ads. Anyway, so I'm just letting you know, if you happen to be on any of these channels or these music providers, come on over to my channel, Tyler Self. There's my name right there, TYLERSELPH. Subscribe and listen, stream, enjoy my over 70 songs of music here online. And I appreciate you supporting the channel by doing that. I really do. You'd be surprised how much, even though they're making pennies at a time, you'd be surprised how these pennies add up. And you can see the effect over time, what it adds up to. Right now, I'm up to 1,871.64. And and by the way, that's not the total. I've taken a lot out. I've probably taken 3,000 or 4,000 out of this account in the past. So thank you for helping with this channel. I appreciate it with my music and making some revenue that way too. I appreciate it. So you guys have been doing, and I know a lot of people have been listening and subscribing, so thank you. All right. Well, I think I'm done here. I think it's time to call this an evening, everybody. 14% in 3 months isn't much, LOL. Zach, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I do invest with your words. Sorry for being... Yeah, April Wine for sure. David, good music, man. Absolutely. All solid, great music. So we're going to take a look across here, guys and gals. You know, we bought this GME stock at $19.55 a share, and we sold it at 38 plus. And I'm glad we did, man, because it did not hold up, and I didn't think it would. And SOBR down 9% today. We're just tracking some of these old stocks that we got in at one time and made a lot of money off of them. NVOS, whoa. David Westbrook, here's my 10%. Dang. You done it, man. Look at that thing just skyrocket, man. Thank you. So, oh my gosh, look at that, folks. We get 100 a day, folks, and we're definitely going to eclipse. Merci beaucoup, David Westbrook. My gosh. And by the way, folks, we are going to change some things right now. So let's get over here to my timeout page, and we're going to have to definitely, for a donation like that, JP Panic, I know you've made some very, very large, made some very, very large donations, but we got Mr. Westbrook stepping in here next to you now. We got Mr. Westbrook coming in, DAVID. Holy smokes, Westbrook. And he has been down here donating already, folks. So look at this guy coming in. Man, oh man, thank you so much for helping me with this channel today and doing so. That is just absolutely gorgeous that you did that. And I've got to find where your other name is. There it is. We'll take this one out. Not that one. We got to get down here where it is. We don't want to double up too much. There we go. There we go. Delete. So there you go. Wow, everybody. David Westbrook just showed you how it's done to help keep this channel going, folks. It's as simple as that. I have to get back over here and put, after Skeeterman, I have to put in Corey Johnson, enter there. And then I've got to come over at the end of Corey Johnson and take this and backspace and delete that. And then I've got now, does that work? There we go. We got everybody visible. JP Panic, David Westbrook, BP, and JP, thank you for your 2 donations today again. And David Westbrook, you just made my doggone day. And thank you for helping with this channel in such a big way right there. Thank you so much, man. God bless you. God bless you. I've learned a lot from you. I'm new to this. Good. Man, I sure am glad, and I appreciate, man. That is just such a great, man, oh man, folks. And we are about to hit 17,000 subscribers. Whoever subscribes right now, I mean, you're going to be 10,700, not 17,000. 10,700. If you subscribe at this moment, dog on your day, dog on, I don't know what that means. But folks, if you are the subscriber who subscribes right now to this channel, you will be subscriber number 10,700. Oh man, bro, freeze. Gotcha. Holy smokes, folks. 10,700. Let's see if we can score it right now before we close out today. And I want to thank all of you who've been here listening to me talk and play music today. We got some good Sofi music that we got in today, playing some Sofi songs earlier, and Magic Carpet Ride, and many others. And I appreciate all of your request songs. And I just want to thank you for helping me reach 10,700 subscribers after only reaching 10,000 3 days back. So you are the greatest, strongest link. Whoever just came in there, you are the strongest link. Thank you very, very much. I hope you liked this thumbnail I put up today about Sofi and who's holding it back and why. Well, folks, I don't know if there's a way to hold it back any longer. These entities, these dark entities that have been overshadowing and holding us back, Sofi's just right there, ready to push on over the top. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think she's ready to jump, folks. I think she's ready to break over that. And so now I want to get back over here to Sofi and take one last look at it today. And each and every one of you, there you go. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Man, oh man, folks, tomorrow my estimated revenue is going to go over 700 because of your donations today, everybody. So that'll be awesome. And man, we're getting closer and closer to making this channel support itself. And that's what we need to do. This channel has to keep enough money coming in to keep doing 9 hours a day of broadcasting. All right, it's as simple as that. And today, my thumbnail might have scared several people away from the channel. I only had 17,000 views today. But still, that's not bad because that's 17,000 that may not have ever heard about Sofi before hearing about it today from me, and I'll take that. So, well, they're holding it back right now purely and simply, it appears to me, to be able to accumulate more shares and just keep fleecing out people and just keep acquiring more shares. Yep. King of Kings, RKP, Ryan Pelletier. Ah, Monsieur Pelletier, merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi et toute la famille de Pascal Gâteau. Gâteau Pascal. Catfish. Oh my gosh, we just passed over 10,700 to 701 now. So we're jumping closer and closer to 11,000 subscribers on this wacky channel. And we're looking at Sofi going up, and it's going to go green here in after hours, and I thought it would. It just has that feel and look and smell to it right now. Nobody wants to sell, but everybody wants to buy it. And you can see that all day long today. Man, look at them just push that thing right on up and up and up. No fear. There's no fear to come in here. And there's no fear being created by them trying to run it down from 707 to a 703 close. That should be expected, folks. That's what they got to do. And by the way, remember today, I was telling you earlier today, let's hit that like button at 708. Well, you guys want to know, that's one of the reasons this sell order is on my sheet right there. The first one is to sell at 808, and it's circled, meaning sell at not just that number, but all around that number, 706, 707, 708. Put your sells at 709, 710. Have them all surrounding that. And that number right there today was this resistance number. That was the high of 707 today. So now you know why my number's there at 808 and the sell at around that number. And you can see that. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. These are my cell numbers. Not my cell phone numbers, but cell numbers. And interestingly enough, we're at 439, and Sofi cannot be held in the red. You saw him making an effort to do that, but there's just too many dang people that want this thing right now. And so let me get on out of here with this. I've got some other things to talk about. Let's see. Well, that's pretty much it on this chart, on this sheet today. This is where it was. I wanted you to know, by the way, on Friday that PEGY was up 12% in after hours. And also there was another one, SOBR in after hours was up 11.8% on Friday afternoon. And man, I showed you guys NVOS. If you don't know what manipulation is, you should look at what I showed right here, and you'll see the true meaning of total manipulation on a stock. And it's NVOS. And here's a picture of it so you can all witness it. And I show it to you so you can be very aware. Okay, I want you all to be aware that they can do this on any stock they want at any time they want. And this is part of the reason I tell you not to dive all in on a stock. Anytime you're going in, I tell you to wade in, because it's like this. Look at this. On Friday afternoon, I took a picture of this. This is the one-day chart on NVOS, which was down 7%, and then in after hours dropped even further. But look what they did before it closed. See how they manipulated this thing and made people think they were missing out on an afternoon run? Well, this is called a pump and dump, people. And this can happen any day to us, anywhere, anytime. We need to be using extreme caution and never dive in on a stock because of this kind of reason. They'll give you the impression that you're missing out. They will give you the illusion of this thing taking off. They will create fear of missing out, FOMO, and then they will annihilate the price. And they can do this anytime they want, and I'm here to show it to you. In VOS, it happened on Friday, just so you can see what they did near the end of the day on Friday afternoon. It was unbelievable. At 3 o'clock, they came in big. Look at those big old candlesticks to run that thing up massively, only to completely annihilate anyone that fell for it. And I'm here to warn you against things like this, folks. That's why I tell you, wade in, never dive in. Don't get caught off like this right here, folks. That could happen to you, and don't get caught by it. Wade in, folks. Wade in, wade in, wade in. This was WISA on Friday afternoon, too, just in case you didn't know it. It went up 15% and another 5% in after hours. WISA Friday afternoon. And this is Sofi closing on Friday afternoon. Look at that. And this is Sofi closing today. Look at all that green coming in today at the very end of the day there. Should be no surprise that the price is going to go up in after hours when you see that much green coming in when they're trying to dump shares and throw it down. And they're buying it all up. I love it. I love seeing that today on Sofi. I love that. Looks good, folks. Don't worry. You're in good hands with all cat. Okay? All right, folks. Sofi. Number one digital bank in the world within a year from now, folks. I believe it will be the case. The number one, it will pass Nubank. Or it certainly could anyway. Thank you for being here with me today. I did buy Sofi. I bought Sofi. Well, I tried to. I didn't buy it, but I had orders at 684, 85, and 86 because of what the low was on Friday. And they didn't get it, baby. They didn't get it today. Ha ha! They couldn't get it down there today. The low was higher again today by 2 cents from the day before on Friday. And the low on Friday was higher by 2 cents from the day before on Thursday. And the day before that, it was 8 cents lower. So, folks, this is all you need to be aware of. Sofi just keeps seeing a higher low. And if we can see that from now on out for the next, until the next earnings. And someone told me today that was going to be on July the 29th. So July 29th, folks, how far away from that right now? June the 10th. A month and 2.5 weeks, folks. A month and a half. Can you wait a month and a half for the third profitable earnings call and to see this price jump up to 10, 11, 12, or maybe even higher? Can you wait that long? And this is why, in my opinion, the institutions have been increasing as much as they have. This is exactly why I think institutional ownership chart looks the way it looks and why so many came in on May the 15th. That's why I think it. I could be wrong, but I sure don't think so. Curious to see how many shares there were available to borrow. Just give me a second here. How many shares available to borrow here in the day? Jeepers creepers, folks. I'm trying to get down here. June the 10th is what we're looking for. It won't even let me get to the edge of the screen. Come on, man. Come on, man. Who does that sound like? Look at that, folks. June the 10th, 10 million shares for the first time And freaking since March the 8th, they have now got 10 million shares on, coincidentally, today. Yep. You're right, man. Hey, man. Come on, man. Well, yeah. I just got more votes than anybody in the history of elections and campaigning. I got more votes than anyone ever. And I know I stayed in a basement the whole time and I rode around on a little choo-choo train and I had all kinds of cars with horns blowing. And I know. But you people, you just witnessed the most well-constructed election fraud in the history of the world. And he was kind enough to tell everybody that they did it. They orchestrated the. Oh boy, yeah. I don't know if anybody wanted him to. He must have been off script. He wasn't reading that monitor thing when he said that. He slipped up. And you got Kamala telling us the other day, fossil fuels and solar energy and depopulation will all make this world a better place. Yeah, she said it. Population reduction. She just come right out and told everybody right off the podium. Yep, we're out. The agenda's there, folks. The elitists, they have a reduction plan. And part of that program is the guy who's doing all the vaccinating of everyone all over the world. And you know who that is. If you don't know, is the brother of David Gates, the musician. I'm kidding. They're not related in any way. The best of bread. You got it. That's right. You guessed correctly. But let me reassure everyone, if there's any fears or any intrepidation, don't be worried. You're in good hands right now. That's a leader who knows his way around and you've seen how quickly he can make an escape if need be off of a stage. I mean, I've seen him trotting off stages to get away from questions before, running, almost physically running to avoid a question, to get off stage. While 1,600 people try to throw a question at him at the same time, he'll hike out of there. She's obese, man. He just spins and gone, man. He's like one of those little cartoon characters you see right before they absolutely go, their wheels go. That's Joe when it comes. I've never seen him move faster. Except when he's falling, of course, and the gravity's working against him. He falls pretty fast. He can fall fast. And if you want to really lower your appeal to the public people, go out and try to have your opponent arrested and see what that does for you. Yeah. I'm having fun with you guys. I don't care. I say what it is that I feel, and you guys know how I feel. And we've got no fear out here in this big old world of ours. And by the way, everything that you're hearing is all just speculation on my part. I don't know a damn thing. I don't know anything about stocks. I don't know anything about the world. I don't know anything about Joe Biden. I don't know a damn thing. I'm just throwing out conjecture for your entertainment purposes, everyone. That's all I'm doing here. Just all pure and simple for entertainment purposes. And so thank you for being here with me today. Those of you that have donated in big ways, David Westbrook just threw in his 10% of what I needed with a $37 donation. And if everyone gives $37 or even $3.70 over the next week each day, we're going to get to my goal. We're going to get there, folks. We're going to show my wife that this channel is worth keeping live for everybody. We're going to show her, we're going to convince her that this channel can indeed make money. And I don't just mean by trading and making money on the trades. We're obviously doing that, and we've been doing very well lately. And that's the reason for the increase in the subscriptions, I'm guessing, is because people are making money off of when I'm telling them to buy and when to sell. I'm guessing. I mean, maybe someone else bought with me GME last week and it went from freaking $19 to $46 and they sold it. I don't know. But they're sending me some money and appreciation, and that's all that matters and I care about. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much for doing that and caring enough to do that. And you guys really stepped up today, and I appreciate it very much. Um, and some of you have been sending me money into Cash App, and I got to tell you, that saved me the other day. I want to let you know I didn't have cash, and I was able to use Cash App thanks to you guys. And watch this Sofi go green right now, folks. This will be a great time to end the show when we go green right here. Go green, all right? And man, David Westbrook, wow, thank you so much. And yep, that's right. And I'm sort of just sitting here right now and waiting for the price to go green right now. I'm just sort of here ready to see it go to 704 and then close the door, and go up to more. Tomorrow we may see this thing hit 719 for a high. And if it can break 719, then we can be really on our way up to the eights pretty quickly, folks. There's not going to be a lot of resistance, I don't see, between 719, 724, and on up to 766. And then if we break that, it's going to go over 8. So those are the numbers. If you want to put some sell orders in at that, I do. I have orders at 865, 866, 867, 68, and 69. Already in place, ready to be sold, ready to be moved, ready to be profited. And so, folks, this looks good. And I'm ready to see this change right here, percentage, to see it go green right here. I want to see that go green right now. And then I'm going to say farewell to you guys, and I'm going to have a very nice, icy cold one. That's right. We used to have them here every day. And by the way, did you guys, anybody go and see Roaring Kitty, his latest YouTube video? I forgot to mention it. I went and looked at it. And folks, did anybody see Roaring Kitty's last video? I wasn't impressed, to be honest with you. All he did was sit there and kind of, I wasn't impressed, and I knew it wasn't going to hold the price up, and it sure as heck did. And he needs to carry some content, man, not just sit there and boast about the price and make, he needs to go back to the way of old. And but he did a crazy video. In case you watched it, he wrecked GME. You should have seen his video. That let me down, because I was expecting to see him really do a great, and he was goofing off. He had this cast on his arm and bandages on his head and injured, and then he'd kind of come and revived himself from being destroyed. And it was a very weird video to start with on YouTube that I watched. I couldn't figure out what he was doing at the beginning. I was like, what is he doing? Because it lasted for like a minute or a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes of him just sitting there like this, and kind of going like this. And I was just like, what in the world is he doing? And yeah, someone said David Westbrook, he wrecked GME. Yeah, I think he should have been, I don't think people were expecting, I wasn't expecting to see that kind of, I was bummed out when I saw what Roaring Kitty did. And I like the guy. I mean, I really have a lot of respect for him. And I've got many of his stock picks up here that has gone crazy. So I'm impressed with his knowledge and his picks that he's made in the past. But she's Pete's, man, that was one weird video, and it didn't do much to propel the price of GME any higher. I would like to have seen him go in there and do some fundamental diagnostics and stuff, and he didn't do it. He didn't do any of that, or at least I didn't see it. I watched 3/4 of it, and I said, well, he's just sitting here whacking off, and I can do, yeah. So I just decided to cut it off. I didn't even watch the rest of it. I didn't even watch the end of it, because I could see he wasn't going where I was hoping he would with his video, and I just went, oh well. Good luck, all you GME buyers, because I thought it was going to fall after I watched that, and it sure shit did, and I'm glad I sold it when I did. And you guys were here watching me when I got out. I was up about 90% when I sold it. And anyway, folks, I was hoping to see this thing here change and go into the green zone before I get on out of here, but I've been here a long time, and I got to mow the yard today, folks. I did all that garage selling this past weekend, and I got to mow the yard. So let me get on out of here. I appreciate you guys being here on the channel with me. I'm thankful for all of your participation all the time. And again, for those donations you made today, thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate it. Everybody who, once again, chipped in to make this channel be a success and stay on YouTube, right? And I know some of you even made donations here on my Cash App. So I want to say thank you for this. Keith Gill didn't wreck GME. Ron Cohen did when they made the announcement of selling stock. Okay. Well, all I know is I wouldn't have doubted for Ryan Cohen to sell because they probably didn't like what he heard from Roaring Kitty either. So maybe that's what happened. I don't know for sure. But I know, yep, I know Ryan is who you meant. All right, everybody. Well, it's been fun, as always. I appreciate it. I am going to get on my way, but one thing that he was doing, and the reason I started talking about Roaring Kitty was he was breaking a beer out. He was going to have a beer right there on the thing. 75 million share offering the same day. Wow. Holy smokes. Dang it, man. Well, anyway, folks, I just want to let you know I'm glad I got out. And these volatile stocks these days, they can be tough on you. You got to get in, you got to get out and strike when the iron is hot. That's why I told you. I felt like it was time to do like Billy Joe and Bobby Sue, take the money and run, and I did. I did. I doubled my investment. I made only $3,400 on that sale, but I got out. I made $3,400 on GME, and I'll be able to tell people, yeah, have you ever owned GME? Yeah, I made $3,400 on it one day, and I got out. And that's what I did. Well, I was in it more than one day. I had it about a week. But anyway, all right, let me get on out of here, folks. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been wonderful. It's been enjoyable. It's always a good time sharing with you guys in conversation as we run across here just real quick and look at DSY, tomorrow's #1 pick. What are they doing in the after hours? They've already started in on it. DSY, they've already started in on it, folks. Down 6.93% after being up 90%. Yep, do a magic trick. All right, I'll do one. I'll do a magic trick for you, mate. Why not do a little magic trick for you? I have a regular pen here, as you can see. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in this hand right here. Okay? You can see it in there. And now I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to have... Can you see the pen right there, folks? Can you see the pen? You can see it going down and you can see it rising. Right there, folks, right through my hand, and I'm not even holding it with my thumb. There's my magic trick for today. 1, 2, 3. We got it back. It's funner with a knife, folks, or a needle, a nice needle. NVIDIA stock split. Yep. I only see 3 fingers. I'm sorry. I guess I was too close to the camera. I should have done it from a further distance away. What do you mean you only see 3 fingers? Hey, what are you talking about? You guys, what? You better, like I said, I must have been too close to the camera. I must have been too close to the camera. All right. You guys have tempted me now. I'm going to have to show you another trick. All right, you see this quarter right here on the table right here? Okay, I'm going to pick this quarter up, and I'm going to put it in this hand and rub it right here, and it disappears just like that. Did you see that? All right. Yeah. It's a simple trick. You pick it up with this, you pick it up right here, and you put it, you pick it up and you put it in this hand right here and you rub it on your elbow like that and it just disappears just like that. I'm out of here. You guys, thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it. It's always fun. And I am going to go now. Sofi to the moon. That's right. King's King RKP. Thank you. You guys are fun, man. I appreciate it. Now, you guys have already seen my rope trick, and so I know that's why you're asking me for a little trick here at the end of the day. And I have a lot of very good card tricks. If I had a deck of cards here, you would see a lot of tricks that would be tough for you to figure out, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, everybody, thank you for being here. Let's end this out with a nice little thank you to each and every one. As always, I wish you happiness in your life, no matter what it is you're involved in. I wish you that you have great health in your life, because that's very important. Very good success in your trading activities. I hope that you're all successful in your trading activities. And I just hope most of all that you are, as always, surrounded with love, because that's the most important thing, that you are surrounded with love, everyone. That's my heart. It's not a very good heart, but I do it. And thank you very much, again, for those contributions today. You keep that money flowing, and we'll keep this channel going. It's as simple as that. And it'll just keep on growing and growing, everyone. I am done. Thank you again. It's been a long week. It's been a long 2 weeks, man. I was just so busy here lately, and now I got to go mow a yard. So let me get on out of here. Let's go see if Sofi's green at the end of the day yet. We're taking one last look at it. See where she sits. 703, 1 penny. Well, 707%. Well, folks, just hang in there. See what happens right as she gets close to 8, okay? I think she's going to run. All right, I'm done. Stockpot, welcome to the channel. Thank you and appreciate it. Thank you, all of you, for letting me know that you're here. And I see now 703. She is going to go green. You guys just be faithful and hold on to this thing till she's in the 10s, people. Hold on till she's in the 10s. Be patient. She's coming. All right? I'm done with this. I thank you again for being here. Peace out, everybody. And hey, listen, if you forgot to hit like, hit it right now. And the subscribe button, hit that notification too, all right? I'm done here now. It's been fun, as always, and enjoyed your presence here with me, everyone. And I am now going to say, toodles in stream.